The solar tile filled the viewport at 600 kilometers out. At 600 kilometers, objects don't fill viewports. Moons don't fill viewports. The forward observation pane on a Vulture-class industrial cutter measured 1.2 meters across, standard issue, rated for deep survey work, built to show a crew the worst the galaxy had to offer and keep them operational while it did. Segment 42's outermost face consumed every centimeter of it as though the glass had stopped being a window and become a wall. Commander Kaelen did not look away from it. He had reviewed the survey reports. 1,800 kilometers, edge to edge. Approximately the surface area of France, Belgium, and the Netherlands combined, then flattened and electroformed in carbon nanotube plating 16 meters thick. He had known that the way you know a fact inside a file, a number, a parameter, something that lives in the analytical part of the brain and never makes the jump to the animal part, where numbers become real and the animal part decides whether to run. It had made the jump now. Kaelen keyed the order to the helm. Delta approach at 180, hold the angle. The cutter adjusted, thrusters firing a 3-second corrective burst that pressed the 7-member crew gently into their harnesses. Outside the viewport, segment 42 did not move. It had not moved in 1 billion years. The survey had said 1 billion. Dr. Aris, reviewing the mineral stress analysis in the weeks before departure, had noted quietly that the survey was probably being conservative. The first vibration arrived 20 minutes before docking. Not a sound. The void carries nothing, but a physical thing, a tremor transmitted through the hull from the ancient gravity generators buried deep inside the tile's structure. It entered through the floor and traveled upward through boot soles and knees and spines and settled into the back teeth, arrhythmic and low, with the quality of something that has been attempting one motion for 400 million years and has not yet stopped. Kaelen felt it in his molars and let his hand find the edge of the navigation console and held it there. On the secondary screen, the docking port grew. A fractured solar intake port, a 100-meter aperture split down the center by a stress fracture so ancient it had developed its own mineral deposits. The edges curled outward like something that had been trying to breathe for geological time and had never quite managed it. The surrounding infrastructure was not dim, not low-powered. It was the absolute dark of a system that had stopped receiving current before the first fish grew legs on Earth. Dr. Aris had left her science station and moved to the secondary viewport. Gloved fingertips pressed against the pane. Her ocular implants cycled through spectra in the way they did when she was trying to receive more information than human biology was designed to process. She had the manner of someone who had spent a career training composure in the presence of things that destroyed composure, and the training was almost working. Aris spoke without taking her implants off the tile. 1,800 kilometers of solar collection surface, still trying to orient, even now. The alignment servos had not successfully completed a full rotation in an estimated 400 million years, and they were still attempting. The machine still remembered what it was built to want. Kaelen gave the docking instruction without looking away from the port on the secondary screen. Magnetic locks on contact. No pneumatics. The port housing was compromised, and he did not want the vibration. The cutter slid into the fractured port on the mark. 4 magnetic locks engaged in sequence. Each one arrived as a heavy concussive thud that resonated outward through every surface. The floor, the walls, the pressure of the recycled air, the bones of 7 people who had come a very long way to stand in a very specific place. The cutter shuddered once, deeply, the way a large thing shudders when it has been grabbed by something larger. Then it was still. The silence that followed had a texture. Kaelen was first through the airlock. That was the rule, old and unbroken. First through, last out, no exceptions. The suit pressurized, and then there was only the percussion of his magnetic boots against the dead metal floor of the intake corridor. 1 step, clunk. 2 steps, clunk. The sound arrived at the walls and stopped, absorbed by material that had been absorbing silence for longer than the human species had existed. The smell reached him through the suit's trace sample filters before he was 20 meters in. Cold metal, stagnant, dusty. That was what the survey data had said, and it was technically accurate the way a photograph is technically accurate. What the filters actually reported was geological cold. Not refrigerator cold, not winter cold, but the specific cold of matter that has not been touched by energy in deep time, that has sat at the bottom of the temperature scale so long it has become a kind of substance. It settled in the sinuses with weight, like breathing a place that had never been breathed. Kaelen kept walking. The corridor was 60 meters. At 60 meters it opened. The scale arrived before any detail could. That is what genuine vastness does. It hits the body before the mind has defenses ready. Kaelen stopped at the threshold and felt it in his chest before his eyes had resolved anything specific. The chamber simply continued. The depth sensor returned a dash where the floor distance should have been. His eyes reported ceiling. His body reported that the distinction between 800 meters above him and 2,000 meters above him was not one he could determine from the inside, and probably did not matter, because both were the same impossible answer. He made himself breathe. In the suit, that was the only available move. Breathe and wait for the animal brain to accept the information was real, that it was not going to kill him immediately. That flight was not the appropriate response. The animal brain took a moment. It always did. Along the nearest wall, a relay bank ran for as far as the suit lamps reached. The control architecture for a power grid the size of a small nation, dead for 400 million years. And in its dead housings, at irregular intervals, amber light pulsed. Once, went dark. Another pulse, 3 meters further. Dark. Another. A rhythmic, slow, the disturbed cadence of a system in a very deep sleep, dreaming badly. Old ozone hung in the near vacuum. The trace residue of electromagnetic discharge sitting in the same still air it had occupied since before multicellular life existed in the catalogued galaxy. It arrived through the filters with the quality of something that had once been alive with charge, and the charge had been gone for geological time, and only the chemical ghost of it remained, the smell of a machine that had been briefly, enormously alive, and then had not been for a very long time. Kaelen stood in it and looked at the pulsing amber lights and thought, this is what a machine looks like when it is trying not to forget what it was. Eris's boots found their rhythm in the corridor, and she came through the threshold and stopped at his shoulder. For a long moment neither of them spoke. Then she pointed. Along the nearest conduit bundle, structures wider than the cutter's fuselage, running between support struts that were the diameter of tower blocks, their bases disappearing into a floor too far down for the sensor to find. Organisms moved, pale as chalk, translucent, so that the dead infrastructure inside the conduit walls was dimly visible through their bodies. Each one the length of a human forearm, segmented, traveling in columns that extended out of the lamplight in both directions. Hundreds of them visible, more, certainly, in the dark beyond. Scavenger-class xenoparasites, feeding on the residual electromagnetic bleed of the ancient grid. Their sensory organs, structures along the lateral line unlike anything in the standard biological catalog, swept relay housings with methodical, unhurried precision. One paused at a housing, held contact as the relay pulsed amber, absorbed something invisible, something the suit instruments could not resolve into a number. Moved on. Eris's voice had dropped to the register that overcoming produces, not distress, but the kind of involuntary reverence that arrives before you have decided whether to allow it. They had not migrated here. They had originated here. Morphology suggesting tens of millions of years of isolated development inside this structure. No eyes, because there had been nothing to see. No pigment, because there had been no light to warrant it. Sensory adaptations grown from scratch over geological time, refined by evolutionary pressure to find the last traces of current in a machine that had been running out of current for longer than the human lineage had existed. This was the only biome they had ever known, the dead circuits of this dead god. They were native to its corpse. Kaelen watched one of the blind feeders climb over a conduit junction the size of a cargo container. It used the same unhurried motion it would have used on a surface the size of a hand. In the billion years of accumulated behavior behind it, nothing had ever introduced the concept that urgency was a thing which could be needed. He thought about the plasma diverters packed in the cutter's cargo bay, the atmospheric scrubber swarms in their canisters, the 200 metric tons of bioluminescent spore canisters on the inbound transport 72 hours out. The nebula stalker in its magnetized containment field on that same ship, 12 meters of bioluminescent apex predator with a bioelectric field strong enough to disturb navigation systems at close range, reflex speed that the survey team's high frame rate capture equipment had required 3 separate attempts to document. He thought about what this chamber would look like when the plasma vents ignited, when the spores caught the current, when something dead for a billion years was flooded with heat and light and the electromagnetic noise of living things. 7 engineers, welding rigs, a plan. We aren't here to fix a machine. We're here to perform surgery on a god that's been dead for a billion years. Nobody laughed, because it wasn't a joke. It was the first honest sentence spoken on this mission, and it landed in the chamber and went nowhere, absorbed like heat, like sound, like every form of energy that had entered this place and been swallowed without returning anything. Aris was quiet. Then, yes, that was exactly what they were here to do. The groan that arrived next was different in character from the ones before it. Not structural, not the passive settling of dead load-bearing architecture finding its millennial equilibrium, but something with cadence. It cycled. It traveled up through the floor and into Kaelen's boots and knees and sternum, and with each cycle it sharpened, the arrhythmic dreaming pulse of the relay banks reorganizing itself into something with regular intervals, something that felt uncomfortably like deliberateness, like a scan. The suitcom opened. The helmsman's voice arrived in the stripped register of someone for whom time has just become a resource. The 4 docking clamps had re-engaged on a cycle that no one aboard had initiated. All 4 locks were in hard seal mode. The release protocol was locked out from the cutter's side. The command signal was not coming from the cutter's hardware. It was coming from inside the port housing, from Segment 42's own docking infrastructure, and it was running a routine the ship's systems had no existing classification for, except for the one they had just derived from the data stream in real time. The sphere had identified the cutter as an unauthorized energy draw on its port systems. It was rerouting current from the docking interface directly into the ship's primary systems, specifically into the life support bus. The helmsman was precise. This was not a malfunction. It was a countermeasure protocol, executing exactly as designed, doing precisely what it had been built to do 400 million years ago when its sensors detected something drawing power from a port it controlled. The sphere was attempting to drain the cutter's life support batteries. The drain rate put the first critical threshold at approximately 40 minutes. It was trying to feed. Kaelen stood in the dead chamber with its ancient ozone and its blind pale feeders tracing their patient geological roots, and he understood it, not as a data point, not as a mission variable, but as a felt thing, lodged behind the sternum and pressing outward like something with mass. Segment 42 was not dead. It was starving. A billion years in the dark. Capacitors cooling degree by degree toward absolute zero. Alignment servos grinding through 400 million years of failed rotations, still attempting because the instruction to stop had never been written into the system. scavenger-class parasites evolving in the conduit walls to metabolize what the machine could no longer use, developing their blind sensory structures over tens of millions of years to find the last traces of current in a grid that had been losing current for longer than complex life had been cataloged anywhere in the galaxy. And now 7 humans had docked a powered ship against its hull, and somewhere in the fossilized logic of countermeasure protocols that had been waiting 400 million years for something to activate against, something had stirred and reached and recognized warmth, something that still had power in it. Kaelen was already moving for the airlock. The order went back through the comm without ceremony. Everyone into suits, emergency power protocols. Life support isolated from the docking bus in 4 minutes. The magnetic boots found their percussion on the ancient floor. Clunk, clunk, clunk. The sound absorbed by metal that had been eating silence for 1 billion years and had just decided it was hungry for something more. Eris matched pace beside him. Her breathing was controlled and deliberate, the kind that requires training to produce when the body wants to do something else entirely. Then, level. The clamps. We figure out the clamps after we keep breathing. In the chamber behind them, the amber pulses in the relay banks had changed, no longer the dreaming twitch of a dead system running on fumes, no longer arrhythmic. The intervals were regular now, steady, uniform in the way of a system that has found a purpose and is executing it without ambiguity. They were counting. Chapter 2. The First Bleed. They had 40 minutes of life support when they separated the docking bus. 37 by the time Kaelen finished the isolation sequence and the drain rate dropped from critical to 0, and the helmsman's voice came back over the comm with the particular flatness of someone who has just stopped doing one impossible thing and is ready to begin another. The clamps were still locked. The sphere's countermeasure protocol was still running, but it was running against a dead feed now, drawing nothing, and that was enough. Not a solution, but a pause in the problem, which in Kaelen's experience was the best you could ask for in the first hour of any operation that was going to take months. He pulled up the structural map of segment 42 on the secondary console and gave himself 45 seconds to look at it. The capacitor arches were 3 kilometers into the interior, accessible via the main conduit runs that branched off the intake corridor. 6 arches total, each one a cathedral-sized housing for the solar collection infrastructure that had once fed raw stellar plasma from the exterior tiles into the sphere's internal systems. The circulatory backbone of a machine built to process the output of a star, dead for 400 million years. Inert. Pressurized by nothing, lit by nothing, maintained by nothing, except the slow, patient work of the scavenger-class parasites on the conduit walls, which maintained nothing at all, only consumed. That was the first thing that needed to change. Vax was already in the cargo bay when Kaelen arrived, running a physical check on the plasma diverter housings with the methodical aggression of someone who does not trust equipment he has not personally verified. Heavy-plated tactical gear, the kind with integrated structural reinforcement at the joints, the kind that costs more than most survey ships. Facial scars that suggested a career in environments where suits failed at inopportune moments. He did not look up from the diverter he was inspecting when Kaelen came through the hatch, but his head tilted slightly in the way it did when he was aware of something and choosing the moment to acknowledge it. The diverters were the critical hardware. Each one a hydraulic override assembly designed to interface with the solar intake valves on the capacitor arches, valves that had been sealed for 400 million years and would resist opening with the full passive force of a structure that had been settling under its own mass for geological time. The plan, insofar as it was a plan, was to force 3 of the 6 arches open manually, redirect the raw stellar plasma currently pooling in the exterior collection arrays into the interior atmospheric chambers, and calibrate the output frequency before the plasma did what uncontrolled plasma at the scale of a Dyson structure did, which was everything simultaneously and catastrophically. Kaelen went through the diverter specs one more time while Vax finished his check. The plasma in the exterior arrays was at approximately 740 gigawatts of stored potential, roughly 16 times the critical bleed limit, because the collection systems had been passively accumulating stellar output for the better part of the time since the grid went dark, with nowhere for the energy to go and nothing to tell it to stop arriving. Opening the intake valves would release that pressure into the interior chambers in a controlled bleed. Controlled being the operative word. Controlled being the word that required the frequency modulators to be in place before the first valve moved. That was the variable that made everything else a secondary concern. The plasma's natural emission frequency in the current storage state was deep ultraviolet, well into the range that sterilized organic matter at the molecular level. The atmospheric chambers needed to receive something closer to the visible spectrum's violet edge to function as a nursery environment rather than a sterilization array. The modulators, fitted to the intake apertures, would step the frequency down. The margin for error was not generous. Vac set down the diverter housing and finally looked up. His voice had the quality of someone who had reduced language to its functional minimum a long time ago and found the reduction satisfying. If the frequency is off by 0.5 hertz, we don't get a nursery, we get a microwave. Everything inside fries in seconds. Kaelen was aware of this. He said so. Vax picked up the next housing in the check sequence. 3, 2, 1. He set it on the deck with a clunk. Checks complete. Equipment was sound. The rest was the work. The walk to the capacitor arches took the better part of an hour. Kaelen, Vax, and 2 technicians from the engineering section, moving through the intake conduit in single file with the diverter assemblies on magnetic cargo sleds behind them. The conduit was wide enough to drive heavy equipment through, which was the point, but width did not prevent the walls from pressing in on the particular frequency that very old enclosed spaces press in when the mind is aware of the mass above them. 16 meters of carbon-nanotube plating overhead. Then the solar tile's full structural depth. Then the void. And beyond the void, the star. And the star was the reason any of this was happening at all. The scavenger-class parasites tracked their passage along the conduit walls, sensory organs extended, reading the electromagnetic signatures of 4 suited humans and the low-frequency hum of the cargo sleds. Not alarmed, not retreating. Curious in the way of organisms that have no reference for the concept of threat, because threat has never been introduced to their environment. They pressed organs against the sled housings as the equipment passed and tasted whatever trace current the insulation leaked and moved on. Kaelen watched them and thought about what the conduit walls were going to feel like in 6 hours, when the plasma was running through the arches and the frequency was up, and the electromagnetic profile of this corridor had shifted from the dead residual bleed of ancient circuitry to something closer to the corona of an active star. The arches arrived as a change in the quality of the darkness ahead, a different quality of vast, the way open ocean is different from a long corridor, even when you cannot see either end of either one. The conduit opened into the arch chamber, and the suit lamps swung upward and found nothing. 6 arches, each one rising from a base wide enough to land a shuttle on, curving upward and inward to a crown somewhere in the darkness above. The intake valves at their base were sealed with the visual permanence of things that have been in one position for longer than biology has been a concept. No visible seam, no gap. The surrounding metal having crept inward over geological time to fill every potential tolerance. Vax looked at them for a moment. Then he looked at the hydraulic diverter assembly on the sled. Then he looked back at the valves. The expression on his face, which was not a face that produced many expressions, indicated a professional acknowledging the gap between what a plan says and what the plan encounters. The technicians began fitting the diverter interfaces to the intake flanges on arches 1, 3, and 5, the load distribution pattern that the pre-mission modeling had recommended to avoid resonance buildup in the structural members. Kaelen ran the power-up sequence on the override systems, while Vax took a position at the manual pressure backup. Because on a structure this old, in a system this cold, hydraulics failed in ways that modeling did not always predict, and the backup existed for that reason. The first diverter pressurized, the second, the third. The arch chamber vibrated, not the arrhythmic dreaming groan of the passive structure settling. Something targeted, something responsive. The valves were resisting, 400 million years of compressive settling pushing back against the hydraulic force trying to open them. And the resistance was not abstracted into a number on a gauge, but present as a physical fact in the floor, in the walls, in the air, that no longer existed at pressure in this chamber, but still somehow communicated the strain. Kaelen watched the pressure gauges on the override assemblies and did not speak. The numbers climbed. The resistance held. The numbers climbed further. The air in the suit tasted of recycled carbon dioxide scrubbing compound and the faint metallic undertone that came from prolonged exposure to very old metal surfaces, a taste the survey data had not flagged, probably because it was difficult to quantify, but which had been present since the airlock and had been building, layer by layer, into something that sat at the back of the throat like iron filings. The first valve moved, not much. A fraction of a centimeter, a tolerance shift in a seal that had not shifted in 400 million years, and the groan that accompanied it was not structural anymore. It was mechanical, a sound with history in it, the sound of a thing doing again what it was built to do after a pause that had lasted longer than the human species. The hydraulic gauge spiked and dropped and steadied. The second valve followed. The third held for 11 additional seconds, and then, with a concussion that traveled through the floor and into every vertebra in Kaelen's spine, opened. The frequency modulators were already running. They had been running since before the first valve moved, because the order of operations was the only thing standing between the interior of segment 42 and a sterilization event at gigawatt scale. The plasma did not wait. It found the open valves and it moved through them the way compressed stellar material moves, without patience, without negotiation, at the speed of pressure seeking equilibrium. The modulators caught it at the intake apertures and stepped the frequency down through the invisible spectrum toward the visible edge, and for a moment there was nothing to see. Then the atmospheric chambers lit. The light arrived in the arch chamber as a pressure before it arrived as a thing to look at, a change in the quality of the air, a warmth that the suit sensors registered as a delta of plus 31 degrees Celsius in 4 seconds, and then the color, bleeding upward from the chamber floor like something being poured into the space from below. Violet at the leading edge, deep and saturated, nothing like the pale lavender of consumer lighting, nothing like any color that existed on a human scale. This was the violet of ionized plasma running through a frequency step down at the scale of a megastructure, and it was the most light that had existed in this space in 400 million years. The suit polarizers engaged automatically. Kaelen let them and looked anyway. The arches were visible for the first time. All 6 of them, cathedral vast. The plasma light catching the oxidized surface of the ancient metal and pulling color out of it that the metal had been holding in the dark for geological time. Deep purples, greens, the blue-black of carbon-nanotube composite under high-frequency irradiation. The support struts of the interior chamber extended upward into the light and disappeared into haze, at a distance the eye read as miles. The conduit runs along the walls glowed amber where the current was moving through them for the first time in 400 million years. The same amber of the dreaming relay pulses, but alive now, purposeful, running in one direction, with intent. Beyond the arch chamber, in the atmospheric interior of segment 42, the stellar nursery was igniting. It was possible to see it from here as a brightening, a distant, dispersed radiance filling the curve of the interior space with the quality of light that exists before a sun rises, when the sky knows what is coming and begins to answer. Miles of skeletal structural framework appeared in silhouette against it. The void lattice of the sphere's inner face, The great ribs and cross members of a machine built to the scale of a small world emerged from the darkness that had held them since before there were eyes to see them, and they were enormous in the way that the mind knows. Things are enormous but cannot feel until the light shows them. Somewhere in the ancient relay banks, something registered the current moving through the conduit runs. Something registered the plasma in the atmospheric chambers and compared it against parameters that had been set 1 billion years ago by engineers who were not human and whose civilization had not survived to see what they had built. Something, in the fossilized logic of the system's core processes, recognized the plasma bleed as operational and tried to regulate it. The capacitor fault alarm reached Kaelen's suit display at the same moment the sound arrived. Not a groan, not a vibration, but a crack, sharp and localized, from the secondary arch housing to his left. VAX was already moving. The fault indicator on Arch 2 was redlining, not a valve failure, not a modulator issue, but a housing fracture in the capacitor casing that ran the secondary feed. A fracture in a structure 16 meters thick. A fracture through which, in the 6 seconds since the plasma had begun running, pressurized stellar material at ionized plasma temperatures had been finding the path of least resistance. The conduit. The cargo sled went first. The electromagnetic pulse from the fracture discharge hit its drive systems, and the sled's magnetic adhesion failed, and it went sideways into the wall and stayed there. Then the conduit lights blew, the current in the run spiking past tolerance in a single pulse that the ancient breaker systems were either too slow or too dead to catch. The arch chamber dropped back into darkness except for the violet bleed from the atmospheric chambers beyond, which was too diffuse to illuminate anything and cast everything in silhouette. And from the secondary arch housing, moving into the conduit mouth with the behavior of pressurized plasma that has found an unintended channel, came the storm. It did not look like fire. It looked like weather, a churning violet-white atmospheric event filling the conduit from wall to wall, advancing at the speed of pressure behind it. The suit temperature sensors began climbing before it reached them. The trace filter system flagged plasma temperature particulate in the local atmosphere and added, in the dry notation of automated hazard assessment, that the corridor was not rated for current conditions. Vax's voice arrived without inflection. Conduit is sealed behind the storm. Forward path is the arch chamber. They needed a position in the arch chamber that the plasma storm did not reach before the discharge event burned itself out, or the fracture sealed under thermal expansion, whichever came first, and there was no way to know which that would be. Kaelen looked at the arch chamber around them, at the ancient metal that had spent 400 million years in absolute zero and was now, in the last several minutes, being asked to contain the output of a star. At the scavenger-class parasites, still on the conduit walls, still moving their patient roots, their blind sensory organs extended and reading the electromagnetic chaos with the attention of organisms for whom electromagnetic chaos was simply a richer version of the only environment they had ever known. Not fleeing, feeding. The plasma storm was, to them, an abundance. The arch chamber held. The storm reached the conduit mouth, and the leading edge rolled against the arch housing and diffused. The chamber's volume was too large, the pressure drop across the threshold too steep, and the plasma lost coherence as a storm and became instead a luminous atmospheric presence, filling the arch chamber with the violet-white glow of partially ionized stellar material at a temperature the suit could manage for approximately 90 minutes before the thermal regulation system began to flag. 90 minutes. The fracture was either going to seal or it was not. The conduit was either going to clear or it was not. The way back to the cutter was either going to be passable in 90 minutes or it was going to be something else. Beyond the arch chamber, through the haze of the plasma atmosphere, the stellar nursery continued its ignition. The first light in this place in 400 million years, spreading outward through miles of skeletal structure, reaching conduit runs and relay banks and support struts that had existed in the dark for longer than complex life, and showing them for the first time what they looked like. The scavenger-class parasites on the arch walls extended their sensory organs into the new light and were very still. Every species has a first moment of encountering something beyond the range of what evolution prepared it for. This was theirs. Outside, in the atmospheric chamber, the plasma current was running at 22 gigawatts and climbing. The critical limit was 45. Kaelen watched the gauge on his suit display and did not look away from it, because the number was the only thing in the arch chamber that was going to tell him whether the next 90 minutes had a chapter after them or not. 23 gigawatts. 24. Chapter 3. The Arrival of the Apex. The capacitor fracture sealed itself at the 29 gigawatt mark. Thermal expansion, exactly as the contingency modeling had predicted. The plasma heat warping the fractured housing inward until the gap closed under its own deformation, a repair made by the same force that had caused the damage, which was either elegant engineering or blind luck, depending on how much credit Kaelen was willing to extend to a machine that had been dead for 400 million years. The bleed stabilized at 31 gigawatts, 14 below critical. The arch chamber cleared in 40 minutes as the plasma storm lost pressure and dispersed into the broader atmospheric volume, and the walk back through the conduit was unpleasant only in the way that very hot enclosed spaces are unpleasant, manageable, documented, survivable. The stellar nursery held. It was still holding 72 hours later, when the transport broke into the sphere's proximity envelope, and the secondary comm array on the cutter picked up its transponder signal. And for the first time since docking, the team had something other than the immediate demands of the structure to think about. The plasma vents had been running long enough that the atmospheric chambers were showing measurable temperature increases at the lower levels. The relay banks in the intake conduit had stopped their dreaming amber pulse and gone to a steady operational glow, feeding current to systems that had not had current in geological time and were, in the tentative and arrhythmic way of very old infrastructure, beginning to remember what current was for. Transport Dock 01 was a fractured secondary access bay on the sphere's southern face, 3 kilometers from the main intake port. Lower gravity in the way that regions near the structural edge of the segment were lower gravity, where the ancient anchor systems had the least reach, and the physics were their least cooperative. The lighting in the dock flickered, not the amber dream pulse of the relay banks, but an operational flicker, the symptom of a circuit run that the plasma bleed had partially revived without fully stabilizing, a half-resurrection that produced illumination in the same way a badly tuned radio produces music, recognizable, intermittent, and not entirely trustworthy. Vax had been in the dock for 2 hours before the transport arrived, running the magnetic tether grid that would guide the containment field through the approach. The work was physical and specific and did not require commentary, and he was producing none. His suit's thermal overlay painted the dock in the false color spectrum of heat signatures, the warm traces of active equipment, the cold geometric shapes of inactive structural members, the flicker rhythm of the unstable circuit run cycling through warm and cool in time with the lights. He checked the tether anchors one by one with the same methodical aggression he brought to all equipment verification, and when he was satisfied, he stood at the center of the dock and waited. Eris arrived 20 minutes before the transport docked. She positioned herself at the observation rail above the release floor, a gantry structure that overlooked the full bay floor from a height of approximately 30 meters, and she did not speak. Her ocular implants were already running their full spectral suite. She had been preparing for this moment since before departure, since, arguably, before the mission had formally existed, since the first survey data on the Nebula Stalker's bioelectric field had crossed her desk, and she had spent 3 days not sleeping properly and written 14 pages of notes before she had written a single line of the formal proposal. 12 meters of bioluminescent apex predator, feeding ecology centered on ionizing radiation sources. Bioelectric field strong enough at close range to interfere with active navigation systems. Reflex capture speed requiring high frame rate documentation to resolve. Native habitat. The radiation-rich environments surrounding young stellar bodies. The nursery zones of active star formation. The corona-adjacent regions where most biology did not survive. And this organism had not merely survived, but built its entire predatory strategy around the energies that killed everything else. The magnetic containment field that held it was rated for 7 times its estimated field output. The rating had been revised upward twice during transit. The transport docked without incident, and the containment field came through the primary access channel on its guide tethers, moving at the deliberate pace of a load that required precision more than speed. The field itself was not visible. Magnetic containment generated no light of its own, but its presence was legible in the behavior of everything around it. The flickering circuit run in the dock lighting went still when the field passed beneath it. Not dark. Still. The oscillation that had been cycling through warm and cool and back again simply stopped, held in a single state by the field's influence on the local electromagnetic environment. The way a strong voice in a room stops smaller conversations without intending to. Then the containment field reached the release position at the center of the bay floor, and Vax triggered the release sequence, 3, 2, 1, and the field collapsed. The nebula stalker did not move immediately. It occupied the space the field had held, and it was still, and for a long moment, the only sound in the dock was the resumed flicker cycle of the circuit run, returning to its interrupted rhythm now that the field was gone. The creature was simultaneously more and less than the documentation had prepared for. More, because the bioluminescence was not a static feature. It pulsed through its full body length in patterns that were not random, that repeated with the regularity of something communicating rather than merely glowing, moving from the anterior sensory cluster down through the flanks in waves that peaked at specific intervals and meant specific things in a language that nothing in the dock had the equipment to read. Less because it was still. Because it was pressed low against the dock floor, with the deliberate economy of a predator that has arrived in an unfamiliar environment and is not yet doing anything because it is receiving information. Its sensory cluster, the interior arrangement of organs that served functions analogous to eyes, ears, and the lateral line of deep ocean fish, all compressed into a single forward-facing array, was oriented upward toward the plasma glow bleeding through from the atmospheric chambers above. Reading the frequency, reading the intensity, reading whatever the ionized plasma at 31 gigawatts broadcast into the electromagnetic spectrum that a creature evolved to hunt at the corona of young stars could read from it. The orientation drones entered the bay on schedule, 6 units distributed through the bay volume at pre-calculated positions, designed to guide the stalker's first movements with soft electromagnetic pulses toward the release corridor that opened into the atmospheric chambers. Standard release protocol, tested in simulation 412 times. The first drone made it approximately 40 meters into the bay before the stalker moved. The speed was not legible as movement, it was legible as consequence. The drone had been in one place, and then the stalker was in a different place, and the drone was no longer a drone but a dispersed collection of components that had experienced a significant structural event. Then the second drone, then the third and fourth simultaneously, because the stalker had registered that the objects were related and had adjusted its approach accordingly. 18 seconds for 6 drones. Bioelectric discharge, precisely applied, through organs that had spent evolutionary time learning to hit radiation sources with the accuracy of a predator that could not afford to miss in an environment where energy expenditure had a direct survival cost. The dock was quiet again. On the gantry above, Eris had not moved. Her implants were running at full capture rate. The expression behind them was the one she produced when the data was exceeding the models. Not alarm, not distress, but the particular intensity of a scientist watching a specimen do something the specimen was not supposed to be able to do yet, something that should have come after acclimation and orientation and the gradual process of environmental adjustment, not in the first 30 seconds before it had taken a full breath of the new air. The stalker turned toward the plasma glow above. Its bioluminescent pulse began to change. At first, the change was subtle enough that only Eris's full spectral suite caught it, a lengthening of the pulse interval, a fractional shift in the peak frequency of the bioluminescent emission. Then less subtle, the pulse was slowing, its rhythm restructuring, the waves of light moving through the creature's flanks at intervals that were no longer the communication cadence of a predator processing a new environment. They were something else. The intervals were matching something external. They were syncing, not drifting, not coincidentally approximating, but actively tracking and matching the pulse frequency of the plasma bleeding through from the atmospheric chambers above. Pulse for pulse. The plasma vents ran at a base cycle of approximately 1.2 seconds between pressure peaks, a frequency artifact of the hydraulic override system's output rhythm. The stalker's bioluminescent cycle, 20 seconds into the sync, was running at 1.2 seconds between peaks, then 1.19, then 1.18, not matching the vent cycle, but leading it, fractionally, by a margin that suggested the organism was not reacting to the plasma pulse but predicting it. It was not syncing with the vents. It was learning them. On the relay run that fed current to the dock's circuit systems, the flicker stopped again. Not the stillness of the containment field's interference this time, but something else. The circuit run had found a stable state. The lighting in the dock was no longer flickering. It was steady, and the steady frequency it had found was the same frequency as the stalker's bioluminescent pulse, which was the same frequency as the plasma vent cycle bleeding through from the chambers above, and the three of them were running together in a lock that none of the dock's own regulatory systems had achieved in the 3 days since the plasma bleed had begun. The burnt copper taste of active plasma arrived through the suit filters then, stronger than the trace levels the filters had been reporting since the nursery ignition, closer, as though the plasma itself had moved. The suit temperature sensors registered a local increase. The atmospheric pressure reading in the dock shifted upward by 0.03 bar over approximately 15 seconds, a change too small to matter structurally and too deliberate to be random. The stalker was not only matching the plasma frequency, it was drawing the plasma toward itself, pulling it through the release corridor with the same bioelectric precision it had used to hit 6 drones in 18 seconds, reaching through the dock's partially revived electrical infrastructure with its field, and using the revived conduit runs as a conduction pathway to redirect the atmospheric plasma toward its own position. It was not surviving the new environment. It was tuning it. Eris's voice came from the gantry with the quality of someone speaking from inside a discovery that has not finished arriving. It's not just surviving, it's taking control of the lights. The dock lighting shifted. Not off. Dimmer, the steady frequency dropping toward the lower end of the visible spectrum. The violet plasma glow cooling toward deep amber as the stalker's field modulated the circuit run feeding the dock's revived illumination. The shadows deepened. The corners of the bay, which had been visible in the plasma-lit ambient, went dark. The release corridor went dark. The observation gantry above went dark, and the only light remaining in Transport Dock 01 was the bioluminescent pulse of the stalker itself, 1.18 seconds. Steady, the rhythm of a star's corona expressed in the body of a 12-meter predator standing alone in the center of a bay it had owned for less than 2 minutes. In the remaining light, Vax was visible as a suit lamp and a heat signature, and a human-shaped object that was doing the intelligent thing and not moving. The stalker's sensory cluster oriented toward the gantry, toward Eris. The bioluminescent pulse held its frequency and did not change, and the darkness held, and the creature that had just demonstrated in under 2 minutes that it could interface with the electrical infrastructure of a megastructure using its own biology, stood very still in its self-created dark and read whatever the electromagnetic field of a human scientist at 30 meters broadcast into the spectrum it had evolved to see. The suitcom carried Vax's voice in the particular flat register that precedes an action he has already committed to regardless of outcome. The number 3, then 2, then 1. The atmospheric venting system in the dock, a waste gas removal array repurposed the previous day as an environmental control measure, opened on his trigger. Not a blast. A pressure differential, carefully calculated, moving from the release corridor toward the dock's far wall in a directed flow that cost nothing and committed nothing, and moved 5,000 cubic meters of air per minute in a consistent direction. A wind wall, soft enough not to constitute a threat, large enough to constitute a fact. The stalker's sensory cluster shifted from the gantry to the airflow. Read it. The bioluminescent pulse ran through 2 full cycles at the established frequency, then 3, and then the creature turned. Not quickly, not with the prey strike speed it had used on the drones, and moved toward the release corridor with the deliberate economy of an apex predator choosing its direction rather than being forced into it. The corridor opened into the atmospheric chambers, into the plasma glow, into 31 gigawatts of ionized stellar material running through a structure designed to process the output of a star, now occupied by exactly 1 organism on the entire known spectrum of catalogued xenobiology that had evolved to treat that environment as home. The dock lighting did not return when the stalker left. The circuit run held the frequency it had been given, the frequency the creature had established, running at 1.18 seconds in the dark of an empty bay as though it were waiting for something to return and complete the lock it had started. 3 kilometers away, in the atmospheric chambers, the plasma vent cycle registered a new input. Not a fault, not a malfunction. Something the monitoring system had no existing classification for. A modulation in the plasma output frequency that was not coming from the hydraulic override system, not from the capacitor arches, not from any hardware in the current installation. It was coming from inside the chambers. Kaelen looked at the frequency readout on the monitoring console for a long time without speaking. The modulation was small, precise. It was running at 1.18 seconds between peaks. He knew that interval. The sphere's plasma output was no longer running solely on the frequency the team had set. Something in the atmospheric chambers had added a second signal to it, layered underneath the primary frequency like a carrier wave, too regular to be interference, too specific to be artifact, running in the exact cadence of a bioluminescent organism that had been inside the system for less than 4 minutes. The vents were not just feeding it, it was feeding back. Kaelen pulled up the atmospheric chamber schematics and started counting plasma vent nodes, because if the stalker could modulate one, it could modulate adjacent ones, and if it could modulate adjacent ones, the question of how many was not a question with a comfortable answer, and he needed to know the number before anything else he was going to have to decide. In the next few hours became a decision he could make with any accuracy at all. There were 412 vent nodes in the atmospheric chamber network. He started counting. Chapter 4. The Neutral Zone. The needle went up on the 3rd day, and it immediately tried to kill them. Not through any dramatic systems failure, nothing so legible as an explosion or a pressure drop. It tried to kill them the way the sphere killed things, which was through patience and physics and the accumulated consequences of decisions made by engineers who had been dead for 1 billion years, and had not anticipated that anyone would ever try to suspend a pressurized habitat module in the geometric center of a partially revived megastructure using magnetic tethers rated for deep survey work. The vibration arrived the moment the 4th tether anchor engaged, and the needle's full weight transferred from the installation crane to the tether array. Not a groan, not a settling sound. A resonance, high frequency, transmitted through the tether lines from the structural members they were anchored to, which were themselves receiving current from the plasma bleed for the first time in 400 million years, and had opinions about it. Kaelen felt the resonance in the soles of his boots and in the fillings of his back teeth and said nothing, because there was nothing useful to say. He had read the asset assessment on the needle. Repurposed research hub, the survey documentation described it, a safe command center for the team. The survey documentation had been written by people who had not been inside segment 42 when the plasma vents lit, who had not watched a 12-meter apex predator demonstrate in under 4 minutes that it could layer its own biological frequency signal onto a gigawatt-scale plasma output, who had not spent 3 days learning that every asset description in this mission's pre-departure briefing represented the most optimistic available interpretation of available data. The needle was a lightning rod. Kaelen understood this now in his bones, which were currently vibrating at the resonant frequency of a structure that was conducting plasma current harmonics through its magnetic tether anchors. The most dangerous place in the sphere, probably. The place they needed to be, certainly. The gap between those two facts was where the next several months of his life would be spent. He gave the order to complete the installation and went to find somewhere to be horizontal for 40 minutes, because the sphere had been running at full operational demand for 72 hours and the team had not, and the difference was beginning to show in the quality of the decisions being made, and the speed at which they were being made, and the frequency with which people were staring at readouts for slightly too long before responding to questions directed at them. He did not make it to horizontal. The proximity alert reached his suit display 23 minutes into what was supposed to be 40 minutes of enforced stillness in the crew section of the partially assembled needle, and it carried the specific signature profile of a powered stealth hull running its emission dampeners at near maximum, the kind of profile that was invisible to standard survey-class sensors and legible only to the military-grade detection package that VAX had insisted on installing before departure and that Kaelen had not argued against. Because VAX had done this kind of work before, and his instincts about what would be necessary had a track record that made argument feel like a waste of syllables. The hull signature was holding position in the subshell, the structural layer between the sphere's outer carbon nanotube plating and the interior atmospheric chambers, a region of partial pressure and intermittent gravity where the ancient load-bearing members ran between the hull and the void lattice. The space between the walls of a structure the size of a small nation. It was not a place a ship went by accident. The poachers had followed the transport. VAX was already at the sensor console when Kaelen arrived, which meant he had been watching the signature for at least several minutes and had chosen to wait until the data was complete rather than flag it early, which was the correct decision, and was also the thing about VAX that occasionally made Kaelen's jaw tighten on a frequency too subtle to observe. The signature matched a registered class of industrial scraper vessel, light hull, high maneuverability, the kind of ship that did not carry cargo in any quantity, but carried tools for removing things from other things at speed. The conflict codex called it the scrape. Kaelen had read the intelligence reports on poaching methodology before departure, and reading them had produced a specific kind of cold that had nothing to do with the sphere's geological temperature. The comm channel opened without identification, which was itself an identification. A ship that does not say who it is in a situation where identification is expected has made a deliberate choice about what kind of conversation it wants to have. The voice on the channel was flat and businesslike in the manner of someone who has done this enough times to have removed all the texture from it. The offer was standard, uncomplicated. They had followed the transport's transponder trail. They had assessed the cargo manifest of the inbound and outgoing runs. They had made some calculations about market value and operational cost, and concluded that a negotiated arrangement was in everyone's interest. They were not interested in the team or the team's equipment. They were interested in access, specifically in access to the atmospheric chambers, which now contained one cataloged nebula stalker and were scheduled to receive additional Apex-class specimens on subsequent transport runs. Bioluminescent megafauna in the current luxury market commanded a price per unit that made the entire mission budget look like a rounding error. They were prepared to be reasonable, the voice said. They preferred not to make problems. Kaelen looked at the sensor display. The scraper vessel was maintaining position in the subshell at a distance that put it outside direct engagement range for anything on the current equipment manifest, inside the range at which it could deploy high-frequency harpoon systems at the atmospheric chamber access points, if the negotiation went in a direction it did not prefer. His jaw was doing the thing again. Vax had not looked up from the tactical display during the transmission. The expression he wore when the operational picture was clear and the available moves were known was the same expression he wore when it was not clear and they were not known, which was useful, professionally, and occasionally difficult to read correctly. His hand was resting on the atmospheric venting controls, the same system he had used in Transport Dock 01 to redirect the stalker. The wind wall, soft enough not to constitute a threat, large enough to constitute a fact. The subshell was not a pressurized environment. The wind wall required atmosphere to move. The venting system was wired to the atmospheric chamber outputs, not to the subshell access points. Kaelen had been going to point this out. He did not get to. The microfracture that had been developing in the hull section immediately adjacent to the scraper vessel's holding position had been developing for approximately 400 million years, and it had been developing faster since the plasma bleed brought thermal expansion back into the structural equation, and the precise moment it completed its propagation through the outer plating was not a moment that any sensor in the current installation had been calibrated to predict, because predicting microfracture propagation in carbon-nanotube composite that was 400 million years old and had just experienced its first significant thermal event in geological time was not a solved problem. The fracture completed. The structural member that ran between the hull and the void lattice anchor points in that section had been under compressive load from the thermal differential between the newly warm interior and the absolute zero exterior for 72 hours. When the hull section fractured and the compressive equilibrium released, the structural member snapped back through approximately 9 degrees of arc in a motion that took less than 1/10 of a second and transmitted a force wave through every connected anchor point in the subshell network simultaneously. The gravity anchor in Section 4 responded to the force wave the way gravity anchors responded to sudden significant mechanical inputs, which was by desynchronizing from the network and attempting to re-establish its output field from a baseline that the force wave had shifted. The re-establishment took 1.4 seconds. During those 1.4 seconds, the local gravity field in the subshell section and in the lower atmospheric chamber region directly above it inverted. The gravity whip lasted 1.4 seconds. That was enough. The scraper vessel had been designed for maneuverability in difficult environments, but difficult environments in its operational history had meant debris fields and pressure differentials, and the occasional hostile interdiction, not a sudden complete reversal of a local gravitational orientation with no warning and no duration to adapt to. In 1.4 seconds, every unsecured object aboard the vessel became a projectile moving toward what had been the ceiling. The pilot's corrective burn fired in the wrong direction because the navigation system's orientation reference had not updated in time to register that down was now up. The vessel yawed hard, its drive cone firing laterally relative to its new gravitational context, and the resulting vector sent it across the subshell at a speed the hull was not rated for and through the interior access membrane at the subshell's interface and into the lower atmospheric chamber in a flat, uncontrolled tumble. The sound arrived through the sphere's structural members as a deep, transmitted concussion, not an explosion. Nothing so energetic, just the sound of a ship-sized object meeting a surface at velocity and distributing its kinetic energy across whatever it contacted. The monitoring system flagged a pressure spike in the lower atmospheric chamber, consistent with a significant impact event. The lower chamber temperature readout climbed 6 degrees over 30 seconds and then stabilized. The electromagnetic profile in the impact zone spiked and dropped and settled into the residual pattern of a vessel that had lost primary power. The comm channel did not reopen. Vax looked at the atmospheric chamber impact readout for a moment. Then he looked at the gravity anchor status display, which showed the anchor return to synchronization and nominal output. Then he looked at nothing in particular for a moment in the way he did when he was processing the gap between what he had planned and what the situation had produced. 3, 2, 1. The hull fracture was the spheres. The force wave was the spheres. The gravity anchor desync was the spheres. The whip was the spheres in the sense that everything in this structure was the spheres. The physics, the geometry, the billion years of accumulated structural stress that had been waiting for exactly the thermal inputs the team had spent 3 days providing. They had not done anything. They had simply been present while the sphere did what the sphere did when things changed inside it, which was produce consequences in directions and at timings that the team's modeling did not reliably predict. That was the thing that settled into Kaelen's chest and stayed there. Not relief, not satisfaction, not the clean feeling of a threat neutralized. Something more structural than that, more permanent. The poacher vessel had arrived with market calculations and a preference to be reasonable, and the sphere had expressed no preference at all and no intent at all, and had still resolved the situation in approximately 1.4 seconds without consulting anyone. Because the sphere did not consult anyone and did not require a reason and had been doing things like this for a billion years to anything that entered it without understanding what it was standing inside. A megastructure did not need to be malevolent to be lethal. It only needed to be old and large and in the process of waking up. Eris's voice reached the needle from the atmospheric monitoring station below, level, careful, carrying the weight of someone reporting a data point that has not finished being a data point yet. The lower chamber impact zone was showing a new electromagnetic signature in the wreckage. Not the scraper vessel's residual systems, something else, something biological, reading on the stalker's frequency band. The 1.18-second carrier wave that had been running on the plasma vent network since the stalker's release, now showing a localized concentration in the impact zone that had not been there before the whip. The stalker had moved toward the crash site. In the atmospheric chambers, in the dark between plasma vent pulses, something 12 meters long and capable of interfacing with the electrical infrastructure of a megastructure, using its own biology, had oriented toward the largest electromagnetic disruption in its new territory and moved to investigate it. The monitoring system registered the carrier wave signal strengthening in the impact zone, the stalker's bioluminescent frequency locking onto the scraper vessel's residual power systems the way it had locked onto the dock circuit run, the way it had locked onto the atmospheric plasma. Reading and testing and learning the profile of a new energy source in its territory with the methodical patience of a predator that is never needed to rush because nothing has ever successfully run from it. On the gravity anchor status board, Section 4 was reading nominal, synchronized, stable at full operational output. For now. For now was doing a lot of work in every assessment Kaelen had made since the Indiras, since the cutter docked 3 days ago, and it was not getting lighter. It was accumulating. The stalker was in the impact zone. The carrier wave was running on 412 vent nodes, and he had not finished counting what that meant. The needle was vibrating at a resonant frequency that the tether anchors had not been rated for and were handling so far. The capacitor fracture had sealed under thermal expansion, which was not the same as the structural member being sound. Everything was holding. He pulled up the lower atmospheric chamber schematics and started mapping the stalker's signal against the scraper vessel's last known position. Because if the stalker had oriented toward the crash site and was investigating the residual power systems, the question of what it would do when the residual power ran out was not a question he could defer until it answered itself. The signal was moving, slowly, deliberately, the way a predator moves when it has time and knows it has time. Whatever was left in the scraper vessel's power systems had, at current drain rates from the stalker's bioelectric field, approximately 6 hours before it read as empty. After that, the stalker would need to find a new source. There were 412 plasma vent nodes in the atmospheric chamber network. There was one needle suspended on magnetic tethers, running on power drawn from the same network. Kaelen was aware of this. He started the count from the impact zone outward, mapping the distance in vent nodes between the crash site and the needle's tether anchor points, because the number mattered and he needed to know it before the 6 hours were up, and the stalker finished its investigation and went looking for whatever came next. Chapter 5. The Spectrum Shift. The scraper vessel's power systems ran dry at hour 7, not 6, and the stalker moved on. Kaelen had been watching the signal on the monitoring console when it happened. The carrier wave concentration in the impact zone thinning over the course of 20 minutes as the bioelectric drain outpaced the vessel's residual output, and then the concentration dissolving back into the distributed vent network signal as the stalker lost interest in an empty source and went deeper into the atmospheric chambers. The vent nodes nearest the needle's tether anchors showed no unusual signal concentration in the 4 hours following. The stalker was not at present interested in the needle. At present was doing the same work that for now had been doing since day one, and Kaelen had stopped pretending either phrase was a comfort. Section 9 was 11 kilometers into the atmospheric interior, accessible via the primary conduit run that branched east from the capacitor arches, a region the survey maps had classified as structurally dense, meaning the support architecture was closer together than average, the solar glass panels forming the interior ceiling layer thicker and more heavily reinforced than the surrounding sections. The frequency modulators needed to go on the solar glass. That was the entire premise of the spectrum shift operation, fitting override arrays to the panels that filtered the plasma light entering the atmospheric chambers from the exterior collectors, stepping the frequency from the killing violet of raw stellar plasma down to the amber range the bioluminescent spore clouds required to establish and maintain a growth cycle. The spore canisters were 6 days out on the second transport. The violet currently filling the atmospheric chambers was not lethal at present exposure levels. 31 gigawatts through passive glass filtration, manageable for the suits. The problem was that 31 gigawatts produced the wrong color for xenobotany, and raising the bleed rate toward the 40 gigawatts the spores needed would push UV exposure past suit tolerance without the modulators in place to complete the frequency step-down. The modulators had to go in before the bleed rate went up. The bleed rate could not go up until the modulators were in. The modulators required access to solar glass panels 800 meters above the chamber floor, accessible only by atmospheric drone rigs that were not, in their current configuration, rated for carrying 400-kilogram modulator assembly units. Kaelen had spent 90 minutes the previous evening converting 3 survey drone rigs to cargo configuration. He had tested the conversion twice, then a third time, because the third test was the one that determined whether the first 2 had been correct or had simply been lucky. The third test had been correct. Section 9 smelled different from the rest of the atmospheric interior. A faint additional note through the suit filters beneath the burnt copper plasma baseline, something almost mineral, sitting at the back of the sinuses where unusual chemical signatures registered before the brain had language for them. The solar glass in the dense structure sections was a different composite than the surrounding panels. Older, the mineral analysis suggested, installed in an earlier construction phase before the original builders had standardized the alloy. The older composite had a different electromagnetic absorption profile. In the current plasma environment, that difference was producing a fractional variation in the local field density, and the variation was generating a faint electrical hum in the glass matrix itself, the older material resonating against the plasma field the way a string resonates against the instrument body it is strung across, converting field pressure into vibration in the frequency range where the 2 materials disagreed about how to share the energy. The hum was not significant, not structurally relevant, but persistent and present in a frequency range the stalker's carrier wave occupied. and Kaelen made a note of it and filed it in the part of his operational awareness reserved for things that were not problems yet. The drone rigs ascended on schedule, carrying the first 3 modulator units to the installation points the pre-mission survey had identified as highest leverage, the panels with the largest effective aperture, whose frequency shift would produce the most significant change in the chamber's light environment per unit installed. The installation was not complicated, it was precise, which was a different thing. The modulator arrays needed to seat within a 2 mm tolerance, because the magnetic coupling depended on full contact with the glass composite, and the composite in Section 9 had 400 million years of micro-warping from thermal stress that the survey maps had documented in aggregate, but that only became a variable when a modulator unit was being pressed against a specific panel by a drone rig at 800 meters altitude. The first unit seated on the 4th attempt. The second seated on the 2nd attempt, which felt like progress until it felt like luck. The third unit was in approach position when the capacitor bank on the eastern conduit run discharged. Not a catastrophic failure, not a repeat of the arch chamber storm. A secondary bank, a lower order system, carrying current that fed the monitoring circuits for the eastern section's solar glass temperature regulators. The discharge lasted less than 2 seconds. A fault cascade through a circuit run that had been carrying more current than it had handled in 400 million years, and had reached its tolerance limit at a moment that was not convenient. The pulse hit the drone rig carrying the 3rd modulator unit. The rig's magnetic adhesion failed at 800 meters altitude. The modulator unit began to fall. 400 kilograms, 800 meters. The chamber floor below was not rated for that impact. Neither was anything else below it. The rig's emergency retention tether caught the unit at 612 meters. The number Kaelen had checked on the tether specs before departure, which now, presented as a physical reality rather than a document value, felt like the most important number he had ever read. The unit hung. The tether held. The rig drifted on its last functioning attitude thruster, rotating slowly, the modulator unit penduluming below it in a long arc with the patience of physics that had no opinion about whether the tether continued to hold. Into the cargo bay below the drone staging area, through a gap in the conduit run housing that the survey map showed as an access corridor, a light was bleeding that had not been there before. Not plasma light. Not the deep violet of the atmospheric bleed or the amber glow of the revived relay runs. Something sourceless. Something the suit's optical filters were processing and presenting as pale luminescence, because the filters translated electromagnetic input into visible spectrum output, and what they were currently receiving was not precisely electromagnetic in the way they had been calibrated to handle. The capacitor discharge had interacted with the Section 9 field. The older composite's higher absorption profile, the localized field density, the electrical hum already running in the glass matrix, and the result was sitting in the cargo bay in the form of plasma that had crystallized. Not metaphorically, not approximately. The raw plasma the discharge had pushed through the conduit gap had encountered the field conditions in Section 9 and undergone a phase transition not listed in any materials database the team's reference library contained. It had become solid, irregular, blade-shaped solids ranging from finger length to human height, translucent, refracting the atmospheric violet in every direction simultaneously, covering the cargo bay floor wall to wall in a density that made the floor itself invisible. Eris had gone still at the cargo bay threshold. Her implants were cycling through every available spectrum. When the words arrived, they came the way her best observations always did, not announced, simply present, as though the thought had completed itself, and the speaking of it was just the final step. We're not just making light. We're weaving a lattice for life to cling to. The crystal shards were beautiful in the way that things are beautiful when they are also dangerous. The refractive dispersion from their surfaces painting the cargo bay walls in fractured violet spectrum, every facet of every shard throwing a different frequency against a different surface so that the room appeared to be simultaneously every color that plasma light contained. It was extraordinary. It was also a field of solid crystallized plasma that the suit's contact sensors were flagging as carrying the charge potential of the secondary capacitor bank that had produced it. Approximately 900 gigajoules distributed across the crystal matrix. Every shard a contact hazard capable of delivering a discharge event the suit's insulation was not rated to absorb. The controls for the drone rig guidance system. The interface panel that needed manual input to complete the third unit's seating sequence and stabilize the retention tether before the pendulum arc opened past rated geometry were on the far wall of the cargo bay, across the crystal field. On the monitoring display, the retention tether load was climbing as the pendulum arc widened. Vax read the field from the cargo bay entrance. The suit's contact sensor overlaid gap widths across his heads-up display, a path through the crystal formations, navigable in the sense that gaps existed, leading from the entrance to the control panel through 11 distinct clearance points. The tightest measured 43 centimeters, 11 centimeters less than the shoulder width of a standard EVA suit. 43 centimeters with 900 gigajoules on either side. 3, 2, 1. He turned sideways and entered. The shards threw his suit's lamplight in every direction, and he disappeared into the refracted spectrum, his heat signature tracking on the thermal overlay. His physical presence dissolved into the dispersed color field the crystals were producing from every available light source in the bay. The path was not straight. It was the path the sphere's field geometry had left between nucleation points, and it had not been designed for human navigation and was not pretending to be. The thermal overlay tracked his progress across 11 gap points at the pace of someone who had decided before entering that deliberate and slow were not the same thing. He reached the control panel without touching a shard. The tether load was at 91%. 11 steps in the manual input sequence. Vax moved through them at the pace of someone who was not going to rush and who had made that decision before step 1, because the time to make it was not step 6 with the tether at 93%. Step 11 completed at 94% tether load. The drone rig's attitude thruster corrected. The pendulum arc shortened. The tether load dropped to 67% and held, and the third modulator unit steadied at 612 meters and waited to be guided back to its installation position. In the cargo bay, the crystal field refracted the atmospheric violet from every surface and threw it in fragments across the walls in a display that had no analog anywhere in the cataloged galaxy, because nowhere else did the specific combination of field conditions, composite absorption profile, and thermal gradient coincide to produce these structures, and nowhere else, therefore, did the light behave in quite this way, the way it behaved when it had been caught in a lattice of crystallized plasma energy and made to stay. The shards were not dissipating. The field conditions that had produced them were stable. The cargo bay floor was not going to clear on its own. The cargo bay floor was gone. Not inaccessible. Vax had demonstrated it was navigable, but gone in the operational sense, in the sense that every piece of equipment staged there was now unreachable without crossing a field of solid crystallized energy, discharging at lethal capacity on contact. And the cargo bay was where the remaining modulator units were staged, and there were 9 more units to install before the bleed rate could be raised and the spore clouds deployed. 9 units, 9 crossings of the crystal field, plus the return trips. On the atmospheric monitoring display, the Stalker's carrier wave signal ran steady across the vent network, the 1.18-second pulse cycling through 412 nodes in the chambers beyond. The electrical hum resonating through the Section 9 solar glass was running in the same frequency range. The field conditions producing the crystal lattice on the cargo bay floor were the same conditions sustaining that hum, the same conditions the Stalker's carrier wave was already occupying. Kaelen had filed that note in the part of his operational awareness reserved for things that were not problems yet. He moved it. Chapter 6. Sowing the Void. The remaining 9 modulator crossings took 4 days. Not because the crystal field was impassable. Vax had established it was passable, which was the kind of fact that, once established, could not be unestablished, and so the question was never whether the crossings would happen, but only at what pace the body was willing to accept repeated contact with an environment it correctly identified as lethal on either side of every step. The answer the body produced was 1 crossing per person per day, maximum, with mandatory rest between. Because the focus required to navigate 43-centimeter clearances at the pace required not to rush was the kind of focus that depleted something the instruments didn't measure and that sleep only partially restored. 12 crossings total. Vax took 7. The 2 technicians from the engineering section split the remaining 5, and Kaelen noted in the operational log that both had performed the work without being asked twice and without visible hesitation on approach, and that this was worth noting, and that he had noted it. The 12th modulator seated on the first attempt. On the day the second transport docked, the bleed rate went up. 31 gigawatts to 39.4 in a controlled ramp over 6 hours, the frequency modulators stepping the output down as the plasma volume increased, the atmospheric chambers shifting from the killing violet of raw stellar plasma to something that the suit's optical filters translated as deep amber. Not the amber of the relay bank operational glow, not the amber of a human light source, but the amber of ionized plasma running through a frequency step-down calibrated to the growth requirements of organisms that had never existed anywhere except in Eris's research files, and the spore canisters now staged in the transport dock. The color change was visible from the needle's observation port as a gradual warming, the atmospheric interior losing its cold ultraviolet edge and taking on the quality of a space that was no longer hostile to biological processes in the general sense, merely hostile in the specific, innumerable ways that the team had cataloged and were managing. Iris supervised the spore deployment personally. That was not in the operational plan. The operational plan specified drone deployment with remote oversight from the needle, which was the sensible approach. The approach that kept personnel away from the atmospheric chambers during a high variable event. The operational plan had been written before Aris had seen the atmospheric chambers in amber light, and seeing them had apparently produced a recalibration of her relationship to the operational plan that she had not consulted Kaelen about before acting on. He let it go. The argument would cost more than the risk. The atmospheric drones released the spore clouds in a grid pattern across the lower and mid-level chamber volume. 200 metric tons of hyperdense bioluminescent spore material distributed across a deployment area the size of a small nation's interior in a release event that took 4 hours and produced in the amber-lit atmospheric interior of segment 42, a visual effect for which Kaelen did not have prior reference. The spores caught the plasma currents immediately, not settling, moving, carried on the electromagnetic gradients that the plasma bleed had established in the chamber air, spinning in slow columns that rose from the release points and dispersed upward and outward through the structural framework in patterns that followed the field lines of the sphere's internal magnetic architecture, the way iron filings follow the lines of a bar magnet, tracing the invisible skeleton of the structure in living bioluminescent material. The amber plasma light hit the spore clouds and the spores re-emitted it. That was their function. Photoluminescent organisms, absorbing incident light and broadcasting it back at a shifted frequency, the metabolic process that would eventually, if the conditions held, produce the oxygen cycle the team's atmospheric models required. In the 4 hours of the deployment, they did not yet produce oxygen. They produced light, and the light they produced was the iridescent leading edge of a spectrum that had no name in the standard color catalog. The blue-green of biological fluorescence under amber plasma irradiation, a color that existed at the intersection of the sphere's engineering and the spore's biology, and had not existed anywhere before, the moment those two things occupied the same space. The atmospheric chambers of segment 42, dead for 1 billion years, were glowing. Not with the light of the machine, with the light of something alive. The first moss appeared in 6 hours. Not the gradual, incremental growth that the biological models had projected. A visible spread, measurable by eye, covering the nearest interior support strut, from base to mid-height, in a bioluminescent layer that pulsed in slow synchrony with the spore clouds above it. Eris's monitoring data showed growth rates 3 to 4 times the projected maximum, which she received with the focused attention of someone whose models have been exceeded in the right direction and who is already revising the next set of projections while processing the current data. By hour 12, the cold interior struts of the sphere's void lattice were green. By hour 18, they were green from base to top wherever the amber light reached, and the parts the light did not reach were growing toward the parts it did, the moss extending filaments in the direction of the plasma gradient with the unhurried purpose of an organism that had a very clear instruction set and unlimited building material, and had decided to take both seriously. The atmospheric humidity readings in the lower chamber climbed as the moss began its metabolic cycle, moisture accumulating in the previously dry air with the first traces of an actual weather system. Not rain, not yet, but the precondition for rain, the building pressure of an atmosphere that was beginning to have enough going on inside it to produce events of its own. The burnt copper plasma smell in the suit filters acquired a new undertone. Organic. Green and wet and slightly sharp. The smell of biological processes operating at scale in an enclosed space. The smell that a jungle produces when it is not yet a jungle, but has committed to becoming one. Kaelen stood at the Needle's observation port and looked at the void lattice struts covered in green bioluminescent moss and the amber-lit spore columns spiraling through the framework above them, and thought about the survey document that had described segment 42 as a derelict piece of scrap metal, and then he stopped thinking about it, because it was not a useful thought, and the monitoring display behind him was flagging a structural integrity reading from Section 9 that required his attention. The reading was 61%. It had been at 83% 48 hours earlier, before the spore deployment. The moss was eating the insulation. Not figuratively. The bioluminescent growth layer was metabolizing the ancient lead-lined insulation material that covered the interior bulkheads of Section 9, the material the original builders had used to protect the load-bearing members from the radiation environment of the atmospheric chambers, which had been an effective protection for approximately 1 billion years in the absence of anything that ate insulation, and which was not effective against organisms that ate insulation because the original builders had apparently not anticipated that anyone would introduce organisms to the interior of the structure, and had therefore not made the insulation inedible. The growth rate projections Eris was currently revising upward were relevant to this calculation in a direction that was not encouraging. The moss was 3 to 4 times faster than modeled. The Section 9 insulation was not 3 to 4 times thicker than modeled. The structural integrity reading was going to reach the red line, 50%, below which the load-bearing capacity of the affected members fell below the tolerances required to support the void lattice in a 1-gravity environment, at a rate that Kaelen calculated in the 2 minutes he stood at the monitoring display before calling the engineering section, at somewhere between 60 and 90 hours from the current reading. 60 hours if the growth rate continued to accelerate. 90 hours if it stabilized at the current rate. Neither number had a comfortable amount of space in it. The engineering section's response to the structural reading was immediate and practical. A thermal boundary protocol deploying plasma pulse arrays along the Section 9 bulkhead perimeter to create a heat barrier the moss could not cross without triggering a thermal response that would arrest growth in the affected zone. Standard megastructure maintenance doctrine, adapted from the original builder's own repair methodology, which the pre-mission survey had identified in the sphere's archived technical systems as a protocol designated for exactly this category of biological incursion. The archived protocol had been designed for organisms growing at the rates the biological models had projected, not for organisms growing at 3 to 4 times the projected rates. The thermal boundary arrays went up in Section 9 over the course of 8 hours, and they held the growth line for approximately 6 hours after that. And then the moss found the gaps between the array emitters, the spaces between coverage zones that the protocol's designers had calculated as too small for a projected rate organism to bridge before the thermal response triggered, and crossed them. Not quickly, not aggressively. With the same unhurried purpose it had shown on every surface it had encountered since the spore release, the same commitment to the instruction set and the unlimited building material, the same fundamental indifference to barriers that were sized for a slower version of itself. At hour 32 post-deployment, the Section 9 structural integrity reading crossed 70% falling and did not stop at 70%. It reached 68, and the monitoring system added a rate of change indicator that was the shade of amber the team had learned to find less aesthetically pleasing than the atmospheric version. Eris's assessment arrived without being requested, delivered from the biological monitoring station with the precision she maintained when delivering information she had not yet emotionally resolved. The moss was not behaving anomalously. It was behaving exactly as its biology required given the available resources. Specifically, the insulation material was providing a mineral substrate the spore cloud synthesis had not included in the canisters, a trace compound present in the ancient lead-lined composite that the bioluminescent organisms were metabolizing at high efficiency as a growth accelerant. Remove the substrate and growth rates would normalize. The substrate was the insulation. The insulation was the structural protection for the load-bearing members of Section 9. Removing it to normalize the growth rate was not meaningfully different from the moss removing it on its own schedule, except for the schedule. The chamber air moved through the suit filters, and the new organic undertone was stronger now than it had been 6 hours earlier. The green, wet, sharp smell of biology at scale, a smell that had not existed in this space in 1 billion years, that the original builders had presumably never intended to produce here, that was currently at 68% structural integrity in Section 9, and falling and smelled, underneath everything else, of something alive and committed and entirely unconcerned with the engineering tolerances of the structure it was consuming. The needle's tether anchors were in Section 9. Kaelen pulled up the load distribution map for the Section 9 void lattice and started identifying which structural members, in the order they would reach 50% integrity, carried tether anchor load, because the answer to that question was the answer to a different question that nobody had asked yet, but that everyone in the needle was going to need answered before the monitoring display's rate of change indicator finished its current trajectory. The first anchor load member was going to hit 50% in 44 hours, not 60, not 90. 44, because it was in the highest growth zone, directly above the densest spore column, in the warmest section of the amber light, in the part of Section 9 where the moss had decided the conditions were best, which were the same conditions that made it the worst possible member to lose. Chapter 7. The Pressure Cooker. The atmospheric pressure ramp began at hour 38 of the 44-hour countdown. Not coincidentally, the pressure ramp was the prerequisite for the megafauna transfer schedule, which was fixed by the third transport's approach window, which could not be moved, which meant the ramp happened when it happened regardless of what the Section 9 structural integrity reading was doing, and what it was doing at hour 38 was sitting at 59% and declining at a rate that had stopped being a projection and become a measured fact. Kaelen had run the numbers 4 times. The first anchor load member would hit the 50% red line in approximately 6 hours. The pressure ramp would take 8 hours to reach 1.2 bar. There was a 2-hour window in which the needle's tether anchor integrity would be below rated tolerance while the atmospheric chambers were actively pressurizing, and the 2-hour window was not movable, and so it existed, and Kaelen logged it as an accepted operational risk and did not sleep during it. The pressure ramp itself was unspectacular in the way that large, slow processes conducted correctly are unspectacular. The atmospheric scrubber swarms cycled at increased output. The plasma bleed held at 39.4 gigawatts. The bioluminescent moss, which had reached an accommodation with the thermal boundary arrays in the previous 12 hours, not by stopping its growth but by slowing it to a rate just below the threshold at which the arrays triggered, a behavioral adjustment that Aris had documented with the focused attention of someone cataloging a development that had significant implications and was not yet sure all of them were good, continued its work on the Section 9 insulation at the adjusted pace. The air thickened, not metaphorically. The suit pressure sensors registered the change as an incremental increase in resistance against every surface, the particular sensation of a medium that is becoming more of itself, the way water feels different at depth than at the surface. Not painful, not alarming, just present in a way it had not been an hour earlier. The amber-lit spore columns in the atmospheric chambers moved differently at higher pressure, their dispersal patterns tightening, the bioluminescent drift slowing from a float to something closer to a drift with weight. The moss on the void lattice struts appeared darker in the denser air, its bioluminescent pulse visible at greater distances as the atmospheric opacity increased and the light had more medium to travel through before it dispersed. At 1.0 bar, the air in the chambers smelled of ozone and wet earth. Kaelen was at the Section 4G monitoring station, 2 kilometers from the needle in the mid-level conduit network, running a pressure survey on the eastern bulkhead series, when the breach alarm reached his suit display. The alarm's priority code was the one reserved for hull integrity events, the code that did not ask for acknowledgement before repeating, that continued at 5-second intervals, regardless of input, because the system had been programmed on the assumption that the kind of event that triggered it was the kind of event in which a human might need several repetitions before they were in a condition to respond. Section 4G, primary hull. Breach diameter estimated at 1.4 meters. Atmospheric loss rate, 47 cubic meters per second and climbing. The sound reached him half a second after the alarm, not a sound the vacuum should have been able to produce, because vacuum does not carry sound, but the breach was venting into partial vacuum from a pressurized interior at 1.0 bar, and the transition was producing a whistle at the structural boundary. A high and sustained note that arrived through the suit's contact vibration pickups and settled into the inner ear with the specific unpleasantness of a frequency that the human auditory system had evolved to associate with danger. The Section 4G bulkhead was the primary hull, 16 meters of carbon-nanotube composite. On the other side of it was the subshell, and on the other side of the subshell was the void, and on the other side of the void was the star. The breach had not gone all the way through. The atmospheric loss rate indicated a partial penetration, a gap through the interior plating layers that was venting chamber atmosphere into the subshell volume. The subshell was not sealed against the void at this section. The atmospheric gas reaching the subshell had approximately 40 seconds of travel before it exited into vacuum entirely. The weld kit was in the Section 4G maintenance bay, which was accessible via a lateral conduit 40 meters from Kaelen's current position. He was already moving. Vax's voice arrived on the suit comm from somewhere in the direction of the needle. Stripped to the register, it reached in operational conditions where the stripping was not a choice, but an output of a brain that had rerouted everything non-essential to the problem at hand. The breach coordinates were confirmed. The subshell access point for a hull-side repair approach was at the Section 4G exterior facing, reachable via a pressure lock at the inner hull boundary. The pressure lock required 2 personnel to operate, 1 inside to manage the lock cycle, 1 outside to conduct the repair. The outside position placed the repair technician on the interior face of the primary hull, with the subshell environment on one side and the pressurizing atmospheric chambers on the other, suspended at the working altitude of the breach, which the survey maps put at approximately 50 miles above the atmospheric chamber floor. 50 miles of amber-lit, bioluminescent air below. The breach was not going to wait for a second person. The atmospheric loss rate had climbed from 47 cubic meters per second to 61 in the time it had taken to read the breach coordinates. At the current rate, the atmospheric chamber pressure would fall below the minimum required for the megafauna transfer schedule in approximately 90 minutes. The third transport was 4 hours out. There was no contingency in the transfer schedule for an atmospheric pressure shortfall because the transfer schedule had been written when the primary hull was intact, and a breach of this scale had been in the risk register as a low probability event. Kaelen pulled the weld kit from the maintenance bay and kept moving. The pressure lock at the inner hull boundary was a 4-meter chamber with seals that had last been operated sometime before the structural survey team's visit 18 months prior, and before that presumably not since the original builders had sealed it, which the mineral deposits around the lock mechanism suggested was a very long time ago. The outer seal resisted. Kaelen applied the hydraulic override tool he had been carrying since day 3 of the mission on the principle that hydraulic override tools were the category of equipment whose absence was only discovered at the moment it was needed, and the outer seal opened on the third application with the particular concussive release of a mechanism that had been waiting a long time to be used and had strong feelings about it. The subshell environment on the far side of the lock was cold in the way the interior had been cold before the plasma bleed, the cold of a space that the atmospheric warmth had not yet reached, separated from the pressurizing chambers by 16 meters of hull composite and whatever gaps the breach had opened between them. The breach itself was visible from the lock threshold as a pale, sourceless lightning in the hull surface 20 meters to the left. The amber atmospheric light bleeding through the gap in the interior plating layers, illuminating the subshell from within like a lamp behind damaged glass. The weld kit's magnetic adhesion anchored to the hull surface, and Kaelen moved along it toward the breach, his suit's contact layer reading the hull temperature as it changed near the gap. Warmer, the atmospheric heat conducting through the plating around the fracture point, the hull itself marking the location of its own damage in the thermal signature. The breach was a stress fracture in the interior plating, 3 layers deep, the gap widening toward the outer face where the pressure differential was actively working to enlarge it. The weld kit's sensor array mapped the fracture geometry in 4 seconds and generated a repair sequence. 7 passes, 4 millimeter bead, inner layer first, building outward. The atmospheric loss rate was at 74 cubic meters per second. If the seal pops, Vax had said through the comm from the lock threshold, running the pressure lock cycle on the inside. Vacuum-dried jerky in 3 seconds flat, not commentary. Operational assessment, delivered at the pace and inflection of a number on a gauge. The first weld pass went down in 40 seconds. The suit's thermal management registered the working heat from the weld arc against the ambient cold of the subshell and produced a temperature reading that was uncomfortable in the way of a number that is technically within tolerance and practically unpleasant to be near. The atmospheric loss rate dropped to 68 cubic meters per second as the first layer of the fracture began to close. The second pass went down in 35 seconds. 59 cubic meters per second. The third pass, the gap was visible as a hairline, the amber light bleeding through it thinner and then not at all as the fourth pass completed. 6, 7, 31 cubic meters per second. 19, 8, 0. The breach sealed on the 7th pass at 41 minutes after the initial alarm, with 49 minutes remaining before the atmospheric pressure shortfall threshold. The whistle in the inner ear stopped. The silence that replaced it had a different quality than the silence before the breach. Not the geological silence of a dead space, but the working silence of a pressurizing enclosed environment. The subshell around him carrying the faint harmonic of the atmospheric chambers on the other side of the hull as they continued their ramp toward 1.2 bar. Kaelen held the weld inspection sensor against the repair surface for the 30 seconds the seal integrity protocol required and watched the readings confirm what the drop in loss rate had already confirmed, because confirming twice was the habit of someone who had done this kind of work long enough to know that the first confirmation and the correct confirmation were not always the same confirmation. The seal held. He was back through the pressure lock and into the mid-level conduit network before the atmospheric monitoring display updated with the post-repair pressure trajectory, and the trajectory showed 1.2 bar achievable in the revised window with margin, and he stood in the conduit for a moment with the weld kit in one hand and the suit's thermal management system cycling back toward ambient, and let the margin exist as a fact for approximately 4 seconds before the static charge indicator on the suit display went from advisory to warning. The static had been building since the pressure ramp began, a predictable consequence of elevated atmospheric density interacting with the plasma bleed's electromagnetic field, charge accumulating on every conductive surface in the chambers in the way charge accumulated on conductive surfaces in high humidity, high field environments, which was the kind of thing that happened when you pressurized a space the size of a small nation using ionized stellar plasma as the primary heat source. The advisory level had been running for 6 hours. The warning level meant the accumulated charge in the local atmosphere had crossed the threshold at which discharge events were not a probability, but a schedule. The first lightning strike hit a void lattice strut in the lower chamber 3 kilometers from the needle. Not a small discharge, not a static snap, not a low-energy equalization event. The full accumulated charge of the lower chamber's eastern sector, discharging through the path of least resistance in a single event that the monitoring system's sensors registered as a current spike of approximately 14,000 amperes over 0.3 milliseconds. The light arrived at the needle's observation port as a flashbulb, a single frame of total illumination that overexposed every surface in the chamber simultaneously. The moss on the struts, the drifting spore columns, the amber atmospheric haze, all of it bleached to white for 0.3 milliseconds, and then returned to amber, and the thunder arrived, transmitted through the hull and the conduit walls and the floor of the mid-level corridor where Kaelen was standing as a concussion that moved every loose object in the space and then was gone. The monitoring display updated. A second strike, lower chamber, western sector. A third, almost simultaneous, mid-level. The static discharge was cascading, each strike redistributing charge to adjacent zones, elevating the field density in the surrounding atmosphere, accelerating the timeline for the next event. The pattern was not random. It was following the plasma gradient, the strikes occurring preferentially at the points where the electromagnetic field density was highest, which were the points where the plasma bleed intersected with the conductive surfaces of the void lattice, which were the Section 9 struts, which were the struts covered most densely in bioluminescent moss that had been conducting the sphere's electrical field through its growth substrate for 3 days. The fourth strike hit the Section 9 primary strut cluster. The monitoring display registered the structural integrity reading for Section 9 dropping from 57% to 53% in the half-second following the impact, the thermal shock of 14,000 amperes through a composite member already compromised by botanical erosion, doing to the molecular bonding of the affected zone what the moss had been doing gradually for 3 days in approximately 0.3 milliseconds. The rate of change indicator shifted to the shade of amber that the team no longer found ambiguous. The fifth strike hit the needle. Not a direct strike. The needle's magnetic tether array was grounded through the anchor points, and the anchor points were in the Section 9 structural members, and the Section 9 structural members were currently the highest conductivity pathway in the lower chamber atmosphere. And so, when the charge that had been accumulating in the mid-level atmospheric zone found its discharge path, the path it found ran through the void lattice to the tether anchors, to the tether lines, to the needle's primary stabilizer housing, which was the junction point of the tether array's tension management system and the power distribution bus for the needle's operational systems, and which had been designed and rated for the electromagnetic environment of a deep survey research station in open space, and not for the electromagnetic environment of a pressurizing megastructure during a static discharge cascade. The primary stabilizer housing accepted 14,000 amperes for 0.3 milliseconds. Then it stopped accepting anything, because there was nothing left in it that was capable of accepting. The needle's operational systems dropped to emergency backup in sequence. Life support, held. Navigation and orientation, held. Communications, held. Tether tension management, offline. Without tether tension management, the 4 magnetic tether lines running from the needle to their Section 9 anchor points were maintaining tension through passive magnetic coupling only, which was a mode the tether system was rated for as a contingency and not as a primary operating condition, and which had a rated duration in the contingency documentation of 4 hours before thermal drift in the coupling fields produced tension variance outside the safe operating window. 4 hours to restore primary stabilizer function or transfer to an alternate tether management solution. The Section 9 anchor load member that Kaelen had identified as the first to reach 50% integrity was currently at 53% and falling, driven by the combined effects of botanical erosion, static discharge thermal shock, and the increased load the tether system was now placing on it through passive coupling, which was not evenly distributed in the way that active tension management distributed it. Estimated time to 50% on the current trajectory, 2 hours and 20 minutes. The third transport was 3 hours and 40 minutes out, carrying the next Apex-class specimens on a transfer schedule that required 1.2 bar of atmospheric pressure to be stable and maintained on arrival, which required the tether tension management to be operational, which required the primary stabilizer to be restored in 2 hours and 20 minutes, or the problem became a different and larger problem at the 2-hour 20 mark and did not wait for permission to do so. Kaelen was already moving back toward the needle, the weld kit still in his hand, which was either useful or wasn't going to matter, and he would know which in 2 hours and 19 minutes. Chapter 8. The Ghost Map. The primary stabilizer came back online at the 1 hour 54 mark. Not through the weld kit, the stabilizer housing had absorbed 14,000 amperes through a junction rated for a fraction of that, and what remained of the internal components was not something that could be repaired with a weld arc in a conduit corridor in under 2 hours. What brought it back was the backup relay board that the engineering section's junior technician had installed on day 2 of the needle assembly as a redundancy measure that was not in the original specification, and that Kaelen had signed off on because redundancy measures that were not in the original specification were the category of modification that tended to matter later, and this one had mattered at 1 hour 54 minutes. The relay board accepted the tether tension management load at reduced capacity, 63% of rated output, enough to maintain active tension distribution across the 4 anchor lines, not enough to be comfortable about. The Section 9 anchor load member hit 50% structural integrity at 2 hours 8 minutes, and the monitoring system flagged it, and Kaelen acknowledged the flag and logged it as a known condition and moved on, because knowing about it and being able to do something about it in the next 90 minutes before the third transport arrived were different states of affairs, and the transport arrived on schedule at 3 hours 31 minutes with its atmospheric pressure reading inside the required window, and the transfer proceeded and the needle held. The Wraith Swarm had been in the cargo manifest since departure. 48 stealth survey drones, each one carrying a sensor package that generated no active electromagnetic output, receiving only, designed to map environments where active sensing would disturb the thing being sensed. The design brief had been written with the nebula stalker in mind. By the time the swarm deployed, the atmospheric chambers contained 3 stalkers, 2 void grazers from the third transport's manifest, and a bioluminescent moss layer that covered 90% of visible void lattice surface and was continuing its negotiations with the thermal boundary arrays in Section 9. The ambient electromagnetic environment in the chambers had become, in the 12 days since the plasma bleed began, something the pre-mission sensor models had not anticipated and would not have been able to model if they had tried, because the models had not included the stalker's carrier wave signal or the crystal field's resonance contribution from Section 9, or the static discharge patterns that the lightning cascade had established as a recurring feature of the pressurized atmosphere. The Wraith swarm entered that environment and began to map it. The first return data arrived at the Needle 4 hours into the deployment, and it was not what the mapping models had predicted, which Kaelen was becoming accustomed to as a category of event, but had not yet become comfortable with, because comfortable implied an accommodation that the sphere had not yet given him reason to extend. The swarm's coverage was incomplete. Not through drone failure, the drones were functioning, but through signal loss. Patches of the chamber volume where the drone's passive receivers were returning noise instead of data, distributed through the lower and mid-level chambers in a pattern that did not correspond to any feature on the structural maps. Not interference from the stalkers, whose bioelectric fields the drones had been specifically designed to operate within. Not interference from the crystal field in Section 9, whose resonance signature was documented and filterable. Something else. Something the swarm's sensor packages were encountering in specific zones and not resolving. The blind spots. They were not random. Plotting them on the structural overlay produced a pattern, not immediately legible, requiring 3 iterations of the mapping software's pattern recognition suite before the suite returned a result. And the result it returned was a geometric distribution consistent with a regular installation grid. Something beneath the chamber floor. Something below the void lattice substrate level, in the subfloor region between the atmospheric chamber base and the sphere's next structural layer down. A region the pre-mission survey had classified as inaccessible due to the absence of any identified access point in the survey data. The survey data had been assembled from exterior observation and the limited interior access the survey team had achieved in a 3-day visit 14 months earlier. It had not included subfloor penetrating sensor work, because subfloor penetrating sensor work required equipment the survey team had not brought. It had not identified access points because the survey team had not looked for access points in the subfloor boundary layer. VAX had found one on day 6 while running the Section 4G pressure survey. A hatch in the conduit network floor, flush with the surrounding composite, sealed with a mechanism that was neither the standard industrial lock format nor any variant of it in the pre-mission technical references. He had documented it, filed it, and said nothing about it except the documentation, which was the thing about VAX that was occasionally useful in directions other than the operational ones. The hatch opened on the 4th tool approach, which was 3 more than Kaelen had hoped, and 1 fewer than he had feared. The subfloor was cold. Not the geological cold of the dead upper chambers on day 1. A different quality, a managed cold, the temperature of a space that had been deliberately maintained at a specific value, rather than simply left to equalize with the void. The suit's thermal sensors put the ambient at 217 degrees below 0 Celsius, consistent with the operating temperature range of certain categories of ancient data storage architecture that had been designed by civilizations that preferred their long-term storage media to remain stable across timescales measured in billions of years. The floors were smooth. The ceilings were low. 3 meters of clearance, a fraction of the cathedral volumes above, dimensioned for equipment rather than experience. The conduit runs down here were different in character from the ones in the atmospheric levels, smaller, more numerous, running in a higher density of parallel lines that converged toward a direction Kaelen's suit compass put as toward the geometric center of the sphere's segment. The blind spots resolved into objects on the close-range sensors. They were terminals. The word was inadequate. They were terminal-shaped objects, rectangular housings standing at regular intervals on the subfloor in rows that extended out of suit lamp range in both directions, each one sealed, each one carrying on its surface the same script that appeared on the sphere's original construction markers in the atmospheric chambers, the script that no translation suite in the pre-mission reference library had returned a complete match for. Each housing had a power indicator that was not lit. Each housing had a ventilation slot through which the managed cold flowed with a consistency that required an active system to maintain. The active system was running. Something down here was drawing power. Something had been drawing power for long enough that the subfloor's cold management architecture had maintained 217 degrees below zero continuously since the atmospheric level systems had gone dark 400 million years ago, which meant it was running on an energy source that was either vastly more efficient than anything in the team's technical library, or that operated on principles the technical library did not contain. Eris moved through the terminal rows with her implants at full capture rate and said nothing for a long time, which was the register she reserved for situations in which the data was arriving faster than the language for it. Then not to anyone specifically, not requiring a response. The sphere is hiding something in the sublevels, something the original builders left behind. The terminal she had stopped at was different from the others. Not in housing, identical script, identical sealed face. Different in the power indicator, which was not dark. It was the specific amber of the operational relay glow in the atmospheric conduit runs, the amber of a system that is receiving current and processing it and doing something with the result. The ventilation slot above it was exhaling a thin vapor trail into the managed cold, the thermal output of active computation against a background temperature of 217 below. This terminal was running. Vax's position in the terminal row was 3 housings back, and his attention was on the mid-level direction, the high alert posture of someone who has accepted that the thing in front of them is Eris's problem and has taken responsibility for the direction the thing they are both standing in might produce a threat from. His hand was near the atmospheric venting override on the suit's environment control panel, which in the subfloor environment connected to nothing useful, which he knew, and which the habit did not care about. Eris interfaced with the active terminal through the suit's external data probe, a passive connection, read-only, the probe designed for exactly this category of contact with unknown systems, on the principle that read-only probes could receive unexpected information and write-enabled probes could deliver it. The handshake took 11 seconds, which was 8 seconds longer than any handshake in the pre-mission technical references and 3 seconds shorter than the probe's timeout threshold, and then the data began to arrive. Not a data dump. Not a file transfer in any format the suit's processing suite recognized. Something more like a status report. A structured output from a system reporting its current operational state to a connected terminal in the format it had always used for that purpose, transmitted without modification because the system had no reason to modify it and had apparently been waiting for a connected terminal to report to for a very long time, and was not inclined to be selective about the format now that one had finally arrived. The suit's processing suite worked on the incoming data for 90 seconds and returned a partial translation. Partial because the script's syntax had no complete match in the reference library, complete enough to extract operational parameters if not semantic context. The sphere was not in the position the team's approach navigation data had placed it. The positional discrepancy was not large. 3.2 kilometers of orbital adjustment over the period since the survey data had been collected 14 months prior. 3.2 kilometers was not a significant number in the context of a structure the size of a small nation. It was a significant number in the context of a structure that should not have been capable of orbital adjustment, because a derelict megastructure with non-functional systems did not adjust its orbit. Segment 42 had moved, not drifted, adjusted. The translation partial was clear on this. The positional change corresponded to a series of discrete thruster events, small, precise, distributed across a 14-month timeline in a pattern consistent with maintained orbital parameter correction. Something in the subfloor systems had been firing attitude thrusters in increments too small for the survey team's approach sensors to distinguish from standard orbital mechanics, keeping the segment on a trajectory that the subfloor's operational logic had determined was the correct one. The correct one for what was not in the partial translation. Kaelen looked at the active terminal, and at the rows of dark terminals extending in both directions through the managed cold, and thought about the asset ledger's description of Segment 42, a self-repairing sentient energy trap that views biomass as a clog. He thought about the docking clamp countermeasure on day 1. He thought about the scavenger-class parasites that had originated in the dead circuits because the dead circuits were the only biome they had ever known, and about what it meant that something down here had been keeping those circuits at 217 below zero for 400 million years in order to preserve hardware that had not been used in 400 million years, but that was apparently still worth preserving. The Wraith Swarm's mapping data was still arriving at the Needle. Aris had pulled the full swarm dataset to the subfloor terminal's adjacent processing port and was running the blind spot distribution against the subfloor grid, overlaying the terminal positions against the chamber map above. The overlay took 4 minutes to render. When it completed, the correspondence was exact. Each blind spot in the swarm's coverage data sat directly above a terminal housing in the subfloor grid, which meant the terminal housings were the source of the signal absorption, which meant they were broadcasting something into the chamber volume above them through the floor composite, something passive and omnidirectional and strong enough to blank the Wraith Swarm's receivers at close range. Not interference, a field. A managed, structured, distributed field emanating upward from the subfloor grid through the entire lower and mid-level chamber volume, present since before the team's arrival, present since before the plasma bleed, present since, the power draw data suggested, approximately the same period in which the atmospheric systems had gone dark. Whatever the subfloor had been doing for 400 million years, it had been doing it with this field running, in the volume that was now the atmospheric sanctuary, in the space that now contained the stalkers and the grazers and the bioluminescent moss and the team's equipment and the needle and the tether anchors and everything else the mission had introduced to Segment 42. The field had been here first. The suit proximity alert triggered at the same moment Vax moved, not the general proximity alert, the specific one. The alert reserved for the sensor signature of large biological mass in close range, which the suit's passive sensors were not supposed to be able to trigger in the subfloor, because nothing biological was supposed to be in the subfloor, because the subfloor was 217 below zero, and biological processes did not operate at 217 below zero. The signature was not in the subfloor. It was in the atmospheric level above, reading through the floor composite, at a range the alert code put at between 8 and 12 meters directly above Kaelen's current position. The swarm mapping data for that zone was one of the blind spots. The zone had not been mappable. The field from the subfloor terminal grid had been blanking the swarm sensors in that area since the deployment began, which meant the swarm had not mapped it, which meant the mapping data had not shown what was in it, which meant the gap in the map was not an absence of features but an absence of visibility. And the two were not the same thing, and had not been the same thing since the swarm deployed, and the team had been reading them as the same thing until the proximity alert had just demonstrated they were not. Vax was already pulling the swarm's positional log for the affected zone, not the sensor data, which was blanked, but the navigation telemetry, which recorded drone positions regardless of sensor status. 6 drones had transited the affected zone over the past 4 hours. None had returned sensor data. All 6 positional logs terminated at the same coordinates inside the zone. 6 drones had entered the blind spot. None had come out. Eris pulled the full chamber map and ran the overlay. Subfloor terminal positions, swarm blind spots, biological proximity reading, drone termination coordinates. The result arrived on the display in the visual language of spatial data that required no translation. The biological signature above Kaelen's position was not transient. The drone termination coordinates were clustered. The blind spot was not randomly positioned in the chamber grid. It was directly beneath the Section 3 living quarters. Beneath the bunks where 4 members of the team had been sleeping for 12 days, in a zone that the swarm had been unable to survey, in a space the field from the subfloor had been keeping dark, since before any of them had arrived, something had built a nest. The proximity alert was still running. The biological signature was not moving. It was not moving the way large biological things do not move when they are in a place they have chosen and are not yet aware that the place has become interesting to something outside it. Kaelen looked at the floor above him and did not move for a specific number of seconds, the number being however many it took for the full operational picture to complete itself in his assessment. The live tether anchor at 50% integrity, the primary stabilizer at 63% output, the static discharge as a recurring atmospheric condition, the subfloor field distribution blanking a quarter of the chamber map, the sphere adjusting its own orbit for reasons the partial translation had not included, and now this, directly above where the team slept, in the dark of a blind spot that had been dark since before the mission began. Then he began moving toward the hatch, because the number of seconds had been enough and there was nothing useful in additional seconds, and the answer to the operational picture was not going to be found in the subfloor. Chapter 9. The First Breath. The nest was empty. Not recently empty. The biological signature the proximity alert had flagged was not present when Kaelen came through the hatch into the Section 3 corridor, and the passive sensors showed nothing in the zone above the subfloor terminal that had triggered the alert, and the 6 Wraith drones whose positional logs had terminated inside the blind spot were located in a cluster against the far wall of the affected zone, intact, their sensor packages intact, their navigation systems showing a clean shutdown with no fault codes and no record of the shutdown command that had stopped them. Something had turned them off. The something was no longer present, or was present in a way the passive sensors could not resolve, which were different possibilities with different implications, and no way to distinguish between them from the available data. Kaelen swept the Section 3 living quarters personally. Every surface, every storage locker, every gap between the bunk frames and the wall composite large enough to constitute a space. Nothing. The air in the quarters carried the new atmospheric baseline, ozone and wet earth and the green sharp undertone of the moss metabolism, the smell of a space that had been biological for 18 days, and underneath it, faint and not quite identifiable, something that the suit's trace filters flagged as organic residue consistent with the bioelectric discharge profile of a large bioluminescent organism. Something had been in here. It was not here now. He logged it and moved on, because moving on was what the operational picture required, and because dwelling on the logged fact in the Section 3 corridor at 0200 hours produced nothing actionable that dwelling elsewhere did not also produce. The atmosphere hit 1.2 bar stable at 0600 on day 19. ARIS had been running atmospheric composition checks every 4 hours since the pressure reached 1.1. The checks were returning numbers inside the projected ranges: oxygen percentage, nitrogen balance, trace gas profile, particulate density. The biological oxygen cycle the neon flora was producing had exceeded projected output by a factor consistent with the growth rate acceleration they had already documented, which meant the atmospheric chambers were oxygen-rich faster than the models had anticipated, which was the kind of excess that felt like good news and carried the specific risk of all excesses in this structure, which was that the excess would have consequences the models had not projected, because the models had not projected the excess. At 0700, with all 5 members of the team assembled at the Section 9 observation platform overlooking the lower chamber volume, ARIS removed her helmet. The sound of her breathing without the suit's audio mediation was the first human sound that had existed unenclosed in the atmospheric interior of Segment 42. It arrived at the nearest moss-covered strut, and the moss absorbed some fraction of it, and the rest dispersed into the amber-lit volume below, and the volume received it the way it received everything, without acknowledgement, without change, with the patience of a space that had been absorbing inputs for 1 billion years and had no particular opinion about one more. She breathed in. The expression that followed was not one ARIS produced often, not the controlled precision of her analytical register, not the reverent focus of her observational one. something prior to both, something that arrived before the professional apparatus engaged, in the half-second between the first breath and the categorization of what the first breath contained, when the body was receiving the information and the mind had not yet prepared a frame for it. She breathed out. Then, ozone, wet earth. The trace of something green that the suit filters had been reporting for days as an undertone, and that the unmediated air delivered as a presence, not strong, not overwhelming, but dimensional in the way that direct sensory experience is dimensional compared to the reported version. The carbon cycle of a functioning biosphere, miniature and 4 weeks old and contained inside a machine the size of a small nation, smelling at 0700 on day 19 like something that had been alive for longer than it had. Kaelen removed his helmet 11 seconds after Aris. Not because he needed 11 seconds to decide, because he spent 11 seconds watching her breathe without incident and confirming that the data and the physical reality were in agreement, which was not something he had been able to take as a given since day one, and which he was not prepared to stop verifying on the basis of 18 days of positive trend. The air tasted of the suit, then of the air. The ozone was sharper than the filters had conveyed, the wet earth note heavier, the green undertone present not as a smell exactly, but as a quality of the air itself, the way humid air has a quality distinct from dry air that is not reducible to a specific scent. Kaelen breathed it in and held it for a moment, and then breathed it out and did not say anything, because nothing he could say was going to be more accurate than the breathing. Vax removed his helmet at the 1-minute mark, checked the atmospheric readings on the platform's wall panel, replaced the helmet, checked the readings again, and removed it again. The expression he produced during this sequence was the one that indicated a professional acknowledging an outcome that the available evidence supported, but that some part of his operational instinct had not been prepared to confirm, until the confirmation was physical and personal, and could not be attributed to instrument error. They stood at the observation rail in the unmediated air of the sanctuary they had spent 19 days building, and looked at what they had built. The lower chamber was amber and green and bioluminescent in the patterns the moss and the spore clouds had established in 18 days of unchecked growth. The plasma light hitting the living surfaces at the frequencies the modulators had set, and the living surfaces answering in their own spectrum, so that the chamber below was lit from 2 directions simultaneously, from above by the plasma bleed and from every surface by the biology it had grown. The void lattice struts were columns of living light. The spore clouds moved between them in the slow electromagnetic currents the sphere's field generated, drifting in patterns that followed the invisible architecture of the system's magnetic skeleton, tracing the sphere's internal geometry and bioluminescent material, the way Eris had traced it in data for years before she had ever seen it. The Void Grazer transport pod had been docked since 0400, waiting on the release schedule. The Grazer inside it was the second of its kind to enter the sanctuary. The first had been transferred on day 14 and was somewhere in the upper chamber volume, its trailing electrical tendrils moving through the spore clouds on a filter-feeding route that the swarm mapping had tracked until the tendril field blanked the nearest drones and the swarm had rerouted around it. The second Grazer was larger. The manifest listed it at 41 meters across the tendril span, which made it the largest biological specimen the mission had yet handled, and the one the atmospheric models most required. At current spore density, the cloud coverage was thickening faster than the oxygen cycle needed, building toward an opacity level that would block the plasma light from reaching the lower chamber floor and interrupt the moss's growth cycle. The grazers were the regulation mechanism, filter feeding at scale, processing spore clouds into metabolic output, keeping the atmospheric density inside the parameters the ecosystem required. The release lever was on the platform's far wall. Kaelen pulled it. The grazer's transport pod opened into the lower chamber volume, and the grazer emerged in the way that things emerge when they are too large to emerge quickly, a leading edge of trailing tendrils, then the translucent body mass, then more tendrils, the full span taking 40 seconds to clear the pod aperture, the bioluminescent pulse along its body length running at a frequency the pre-mission documentation described as a filter feeding signal, a broadcast that the spore clouds responded to by drifting toward the source, the organisms in the cloud moving on their photoluminescent response cycle toward the grazer's emission, the way plant matter moves toward light. The grazer began to feed. It moved through the lower chamber with the unhurried grace of a thing operating in exactly the environment it was built for. Not adapted to, not surviving in, but specifically and completely at home in. The amber plasma light and the bioluminescent spore density and the electromagnetic gradients of the sphere's internal field, composing exactly the sensory environment its biology had been optimized to navigate over whatever evolutionary span had produced it. Its tendrils moved through the spore clouds and the clouds thinned in its wake, the atmospheric opacity dropping in the zones it had transited in the way a path through tall grass stays parted after the walker has passed. The hum arrived before the instruments registered it. Not the electrical hum of the Section 9 glass matrix, not the static discharge precursor, not the relay bank operational tone. A different frequency entirely. Lower, slower, felt in the sternum before it was heard in the ear, the kind of vibration that the body receives as a physical pressure rather than an acoustic event. It built from nothing over approximately 20 seconds, rising from below the threshold of perception to the threshold of physical sensation, in a gradient so gradual that the exact moment it became real was not locatable in retrospect. The grazer was producing it. The pre-mission documentation had described void grazers as emitting low-frequency signals during active feeding, navigational pulses the survey researchers had theorized, used to map the spore density ahead of the feeding path. The documentation had noted the frequency range and moved on, because the survey researchers had observed the behavior at distance with instrumented sensors, and the instruments had returned numbers, and the numbers had been filed. The numbers had not been felt in the sternum at close range. Kaelen's suit display flickered. Not a fault alert, a power fluctuation, brief, the display dropping to half brightness for approximately 1 second and returning. Then the platform's wall panel dimmed. Then the relay run that fed the observation platform's lighting dropped to 60% output and stabilized there. The grazer's hum had settled into a steady, sustained note below the range of conventional hearing, and was not steady in the way a generated tone is steady. It was alive in the way a living thing is alive, with micro-variations in frequency and amplitude that the instruments would have charted as noise and that the body received as presence. The suit display flickered again, longer. The platform lighting dropped to 40%, then 30%. The amber plasma light from the chamber below was unchanged. The grazer's field was not reaching the plasma bleed at the ceiling, 2,000 meters above. But everything between the grazer and the ceiling was in its influence, and everything in its influence was running on less power than it had been running on 30 seconds earlier. The grazer's bioelectric field interacting with the local electromagnetic environment, the way the pre-mission documentation had noted and filed and not fully reckoned with, pulling current from every conductive pathway within its tendril span, the way it pulled spore matter from the atmospheric density, continuously, efficiently, without distinguishing between the things it was meant to consume and the things it was not. The platform lighting reached 0. The suit displays reached 0 2 seconds later, the grazer's field extending further than the span documentation had described at the feeding intensity it was currently operating at. The local energy grid dropping below the minimum threshold for powered systems one by one in the sequence of their distance from the tendril field's leading edge, the darkness arriving from below and spreading upward through the platform volume the way the amber light had arrived on day 2. As a change in the quality of the space before it was a change in the specific features of the space, the quality changing first and the features following. The amber plasma light from above was the last source. It reached the platform through the bioluminescent scatter of the spore clouds below, and the moss-covered struts, diffuse and sourceless, the lowest useful level of illumination. Then the grazer moved and the clouds closed behind it and the scatter dropped and the platform was dark, in the way that only the interior of a megastructure, in the absence of all powered light sources, is dark, absolute, total, in every direction simultaneously. The ozone and wet earth and green-sharp undertone of the sanctuary air were present unchanged. The air did not care about the darkness. It moved the same way, carried the same chemistry, tasted the same on the breath. What it carried that was new, what arrived in the absence of the suit's audio mediation and the platform's powered systems and every instrument that had been standing between the team and the unfiltered atmospheric environment of the lower chamber for 19 days, was sound. Specifically, from somewhere below the observation rail, at a distance the unaided ear could not resolve precisely, but that the body placed it between 10 and 20 meters, a slow and steady respiratory sound. Not mechanical, not the grazer's hum, not the relay bank operational tone or the static discharge precursor or the Section 9 glass matrix resonance. A biological sound, a breath drawn in and released at a pace that was not the pace of an organism in distress or in motion or in any state other than the state of something that was exactly where it had chosen to be and was not in a hurry to be anywhere else. Something was breathing in the dark below the observation rail. Something that had been in the Section 3 living quarters and was not there anymore. Something that had turned off 6 Wraith drones without leaving fault codes and had left organic residue consistent with a large bioluminescent organism and had been present in the blind spot above the subfloor terminal that the field had been keeping dark since before the mission arrived, and was now, in the darkness that the grazer's feeding cycle had produced, audible at between 10 and 20 meters in a direction the observation rail faced. The breath drew in. The breath released. Steady, patient, entirely unconcerned. In the complete dark of the sanctuary's first true night, 19 days into the construction of a wildlife refuge inside the corpse of a billion-year-old machine, the apex predator that had been living in the team's blind spot since before they knew the blind spot existed was close enough to hear breathing, and it was not moving, and the suit displays were dark and the platform lights were dark, and the only thing in the chamber that was not dark was the slow bioluminescent pulse moving through the flanks of the thing below the rail at the interval that the plasma vents had been running on since day 1. 1.18 seconds, steady, patient, close. Chapter 10, The Inversion Point. The stalker had been gone before the grazer moved. Kaelen did not know this until the platform lights returned, and there was nothing below the observation rail. No bioluminescent pulse, no respiratory sound, no biological signature on the passive sensors, and the absence was, in its way, worse than the presence had been. Presence was a known position. Absence was every position simultaneously, and the sanctuary below the platform was large enough that every position simultaneously covered a lot of ground. He logged the contact under Stalker Behavioral Note 7, which was the log file he had opened for the stalker's pattern of appearing in places it should not have been able to reach without the monitoring systems registering transit, and which was becoming one of the more substantial files in the operational record. He did not sleep well on day 19. On day 23, the Wraith Swarm's revised deployment, wider spacing, rerouted around the subfloor blind spots, supplemented by 3 repaired drones from the transport dock's repair bay, had mapped 81% of the atmospheric chamber volume. The unmapped 19% corresponded exactly to the blind spots above the subfloor terminal grid, which had not changed and showed no sign of changing, and which Eris had stopped trying to work around and started treating as a permanent feature of the chamber geography the way a surveyor treats a mountain, documented, bounded, and navigated rather than resolved. The swarm data showed the nebula stalker population at 3, confirmed, mapped individually by their distinct bioluminescent pulse signatures, moving independently through the lower and mid-level chambers in patterns that had stabilized into something the behavioral models were beginning to describe, cautiously, as territorial. The three territories did not overlap. They abutted in the way of things that have assessed each other and determined that abutment was preferable to the alternative. The Section 3 living quarters fell in the overlap zone between two of the territories, which was information the behavioral models had not produced an interpretation for yet, and which Kaelen had added to Behavioral Note 7 and was monitoring. He was in the Section 12 conduit run, running a tether anchor inspection on the northeast anchor cluster, when Anchor 4 stopped being synchronized. The desynchronization did not announce itself gradually. It arrived as a single discrete event, the anchor's field output dropping from 100% to 0, in a transition that the monitoring system's time resolution put at less than 1 millisecond, which was not a speed at which hardware failed through wear or degradation. That was the speed at which hardware failed through fracture. Something in Anchor 4's core had broken, completely, between 1 millisecond and the next, and the localized gravity field it had been maintaining in Section 12 had ceased to exist. The floor became the ceiling. Not metaphorically. The gravitational orientation of Section 12 reversed in the same millisecond that Anchor 4's output reached 0, the adjacent anchor network attempting to compensate and producing instead a superposition of competing field vectors that resolved in the 0.4 seconds. It took the compensation algorithm to abort and isolate the failed anchor from the network into a field oriented in the exact opposite of its prior direction. Kaelen was standing on the floor when the floor became the ceiling, and then he was falling toward what had been the ceiling, and the ceiling was 10,000 feet above him, which was now 10,000 feet below him, and the contents of Section 12's atmospheric volume were falling with him. Everything that had been resting on the floor was now falling upward. The inspection equipment he had set down 3 minutes earlier, the spare tether clamps in the open case by the conduit wall, the moss-covered support struts, rooted to nothing, their growth substrate no longer a floor, but a surface with no gravitational claim on them. Tearing free of the structural members in long green sheets that trailed bioluminescent filaments as they fell upward, the biology that had spent 23 days building itself onto the sphere's skeleton now separated from it, becoming debris, becoming a green luminous rain falling in the wrong direction through amber-lit air. Kaelen's hand found a tether anchor bracket on the conduit wall by contact rather than vision. The reorientation had sent the suit's orientation systems into a recalibration cycle, the display spinning through reference frames, the heads-up overlay showing floor-ceiling floor in rapid succession, as the software tried to establish which direction was relevant and found that the answer had changed since it last checked. The bracket held. The bracket was bolted to the conduit wall, which was not floor and was not ceiling, but was a wall, which was the only category of surface that the gravity inversion had not reclassified, and Kaelen held it with both hands and pressed his boots against the wall surface and waited for the spinning in his inner ear to arrive at a usable state. Physics just quit. Grab a tether or enjoy the fall into the star. The comm line was open to the needle. The response that came back was VAX, which meant VAX was at the needle system's console and had already been there when the anchor failed and had already been running the failure assessment before Kaelen's transmission completed, which was the thing about VAX's operational instincts that made the thing about his communication style irrelevant. Section 12 gravity anchor, failed, isolated, offline. Sections 11 and 13, compensating at elevated output, stability window estimated at 40 to 60 minutes before thermal runaway in the compensation coils. Manual gravity override for Section 12. Located in the anchor control room at the Section 12 core, accessible from the conduit network via the maintenance shaft that branched from the northeast anchor cluster, the cluster Kaelen had been inspecting, at a distance of approximately 300 meters. 300 meters of conduit space that was now oriented vertically, with the Section 12 atmospheric volume above and the anchor control room below, and the contents of the Section 12 volume. Equipment, debris, moss, 23 days of accumulated biological material, in free fall through it, falling upward, toward the hub, toward the needle's tether anchor points. The suit display stabilized. Section 12's atmospheric volume was visible through the conduit wall's observation port as a vertical shaft of amber light and green falling debris, the bioluminescent moss sheets tumbling in slow rotation as they rose, catching the plasma light from above in shifting patterns that were almost beautiful in the way that catastrophic events occasionally produce beauty as a byproduct of the physics involved. A support strut the diameter of a grown tree was moving upward through the center of the volume at a speed that the suit's sensors put at approximately 9 meters per second and accelerating. A section of conduit housing, 3 meters of composite tubing with a mass the suit estimated at several hundred kilograms, was tumbling alongside it. The inspection equipment he had set down, also rising, spreading as it went, becoming a dispersed field of individual components in slow rotation. 300 meters to the manual override, downward now, into the inverted Section 12, through the maintenance shaft, through whatever the shaft currently contained. The shaft was dark. The relay run that fed the Section 12 lighting had been routed along the floor composite that was now the ceiling composite, and the fall of the floor debris had taken the conduit run with it. So the only light in the shaft was the ambient bleed from the atmospheric volume on the other side of the wall and, at irregular intervals, the bioluminescent pulse of the moss sheets as they tumbled past the shaft access points in their upward travel. Kaelen entered the shaft by the glow of the moss, timing his entry to the gap between a rising section of deck plating and the trailing edge of a moss sheet, whose bioluminescent output was bright enough to illuminate the first 20 meters of the shaft descent. The maintenance shaft was not designed as a climbing route. It was designed as an access passage for equipment in normal gravity, and the handholds it provided were equipment mounting brackets and junction box frames and the lateral bracing members of the conduit infrastructure, spaced for a technician moving horizontally rather than vertically. Kaelen moved through them at the pace that the available handholds permitted, which was slower than the pace the compensation coil thermal runaway timeline permitted, and the gap between those two paces was the gap he was working in. At 50 meters down the shaft, the light from the atmospheric volume above was insufficient, and the moss sheets were no longer providing gaps of illumination between debris passes. The suit lamp was running, painting the shaft walls in the lamp's narrow cone, showing 3 meters ahead and nothing beyond. The suit's passive sensors were showing biological signatures in the Section 12 atmospheric volume. Large ones, moving with the falling debris field, the stalker population that had established territories in the lower and mid-level chambers now displaced by the inversion, their bioluminescent pulses tracking through the debris field in the upward fall. The stalker, whose territory covered the Section 12 zone, was moving upward through the debris field at a speed that made the falling support struts and conduit housing look stationary. Its bioluminescent pulse was running at 1.18 seconds, and the pulse was visible through the shaft wall's observation ports as the stalker passed. A traveling illumination event moving fast, showing the shaft interior in the intervals between debris passes in the way the moss sheets had shown it at the top of the descent. Kaelen stopped moving and waited for the stalker's next pass. The pulse swept the shaft at the interval, 1.18 seconds. He memorized what it showed, the next handhold sequence, the branching point for the maintenance shaft's secondary run, the distance to the anchor control room access hatch, and moved in the interval between pulses. Then stopped. Then the next pulse, the next interval, the next movement. The stalker was not aware it was providing navigation. It was moving through a debris field in an inverted gravity environment with the same fluid efficiency it used for everything, its bioelectric field reading the electromagnetic landscape of the inverted Section 12 the way it read everything, turning the chaos of the inversion into a sensory environment it could operate in because it had not been built with the assumption that physics would maintain a consistent orientation. It had been built for stranger things than this. At 190 meters, Kaelen felt the suit vibrate. Not the anchor failure concussion, not the static discharge precursor, not the grazer's feeding hum. Something larger and slower, a vibration with the quality of significant mass in motion above, a long rolling transmission through the shaft walls that arrived not as a sound but as a pressure, a change in the mechanical state of every structure in the shaft simultaneously, the way a very large vehicle passing a building is felt in the walls before it is heard in the air. The suit's upward-facing sensor array returned a single large object at the Section 12 volume's upper boundary, which was what had been the floor, which was now the falling surface that everything in the volume was moving toward, which the object in question had apparently already reached, and was now pressing against with its full mass. The object was the Section 12 heavy excavator, a construction-grade machine that had been staged in the Section 12 work area for the anchor cluster reinforcement project that had been on the operational schedule for Day 25 and had not yet happened. The excavator had a mass the suit estimated at approximately 400 metric tons. The anchor control room was directly beneath the Section 12 volume's upper boundary, directly beneath what was now the ceiling that 400 metric tons of excavator was pressing against at the conclusion of an 800-meter fall. The ceiling between the excavator and the anchor control room was the Section 12 upper structural plate, rated under normal gravitational loading for several times the excavator's static weight. The excavator had not been falling under static weight. It had fallen 800 meters under inverted gravity and arrived at the structural plate with all the kinetic energy that distance had given it, and the structural plate was producing, through the shaft walls, the specific vibration pattern of material that has received a load. It was not designed to receive and is in the process of negotiating with that load in a way that had one of two outcomes. The negotiation was not yet complete. 110 meters remaining to the anchor control room access hatch. Above, the excavator pressed against the structural plate, and the plate transmitted its argument through the shaft walls in a continuous vibration that the suit's sensors were trending, and which was trending in the direction that one of the two outcomes resided. The compensation coils in sections 11 and 13 were at elevated output and climbing, their thermal runaway timeline counting down from the 40 to 60-minute window toward the specific minute inside that window where they would cease compensating and Section 12 would lose gravity entirely. Not inverted, absent, a zero-G pocket in the sphere's interior that the adjacent anchor fields would wall off rather than fill, which was the standard isolation response, which was also the response that would remove the magnetic adhesion from the shaft walls and make the remaining 110 meters a very different problem. Kaelen moved through the stalker's navigational intervals and did not look up. Not because looking up would not have provided information, because the information looking up would have provided was not information that improved the next handhold decision, and the next handhold decision was the only decision currently available. And he was a person who did not spend time on the available information that did not improve the available decision, which was why he had lasted 23 days inside a billion-year-old machine that had been trying to digest him since the moment he docked. 80 meters, 60. The vibration in the walls changed character at 50 meters, not louder, but different in the way of a frequency that has resolved from a question into an answer. The structural plate above having completed its negotiation with the excavator and arrived at the outcome that produced a sound like a very large crack propagating through carbon-nanotube composite at the speed that cracks propagated through carbon-nanotube composite under several times their rated load. 40 meters. The suit display showed the compensation coil temperature in sections 11 and 13, climbing through the amber advisory range toward the red operational limit. 23 minutes remaining in the thermal window, which was 14 minutes less than the estimate 6 minutes ago. 30 meters. The stalker's bioluminescent pulse swept the shaft, and showed the anchor control room access hatch 15 meters below, a standard maintenance hatch flush with the shaft wall, with a manual release lever that was rated for operation in any gravitational orientation, because maintenance hatches were the category of hardware that engineers overspecified on the assumption that the situations requiring access to anchor control rooms were not situations with cooperative physics. 20 meters, 15. The structural plate above produced a second crack, longer, with a terminal quality that the first had not possessed. The quality of a fracture that has found the path through the material it was looking for and is now following it to the conclusion. And then the excavator was through the plate and in the shaft. 400 metric tons of construction equipment in free fall in an inverted gravity environment, falling downward through the maintenance shaft at the speed of 400 metric tons that have just cleared the last obstacle between themselves and everything below. Kaelen reached the hatch and hit the manual release, and the hatch opened, and he was through it as the shadow of the excavator crossed the shaft above him, and the hatch closed on the automated return spring, and the anchor control room was a 6-meter cube with the manual gravity override panel on the far wall, and one human being in it with 400 metric tons of excavator on the other side of a hatch that was rated for nothing in the universe that was currently pressing against it. 3, 2, 1. The manual override lever was a single large handle designed for operation without power, without network connection, without anything except a person willing to pull it in the direction the label indicated and hold it through the 10-second mechanical reset cycle that restored the anchor's field from the backup coil array. The coil array that existed in anchor control rooms for exactly this reason, that had been installed by engineers who had understood that anchor fields failed and that the failure of an anchor field produced conditions in which electronic overrides were not reliable, and who had therefore specified a mechanical backup that did not care what the rest of the system was doing. Kaelen pulled the lever and held it and counted, and the 10 seconds were the specific length that 10 seconds become when 400 metric tons is pressing against the door, which is longer than 10 seconds in a different situation, but shorter than 10 seconds becomes when the override fails, which it did not. The field engaged. The gravity in Section 12 returned to its prior orientation in the same millisecond that the backup coil achieved full output. Not a gradual transition, not a gentle reorientation, a snap, a single discrete event in the direction opposite the inversion. Every object in the Section 12 volume that had been rising now suddenly falling. The full contents of the atmospheric volume dropping simultaneously toward the floor, that was a floor again. The green moss sheets and the conduit housing and the support strut and the excavator, all of it returning to the relationship with gravity that physics had specified before Anchor 4 had decided to have an opinion about it. The sound of Section 12 returning to itself was not a single sound. It was the sound of everything that had been aloft for approximately 11 minutes meeting the floor within the same several seconds, distributed across the Section 12 volume in a continuous low roar that traveled through the shaft walls and into the anchor control room and into the bones of the one person inside it with a manual lever in both hands and 11 minutes of climbing still in his muscles. The excavator landed on the Section 12 floor. The Section 12 floor, which was rated for the static load of a construction-grade excavator, and not for the kinetic energy of a construction-grade excavator, that had fallen 10,000 feet in inverted gravity, and then 10,000 feet back in restored gravity, and had therefore experienced the full physics of the situation in both available directions, accepted the landing with the specific combination of structural resilience and structural damage that the engineers who had rated the floor had not anticipated needing to rate for. The floor held. The floor held with a 22% structural integrity reading in the impact zone and a rate of change indicator that had gone from amber to red, and was currently deciding whether red was sufficient or whether it needed to invent a new color. And the floor held, and the excavator was on it, and gravity was pointing the correct direction, and Kaelen was in the anchor control room with a mechanical lever in both hands and the knowledge that Anchor 4's backup coil was currently doing the job that Anchor 4's primary coil had been doing before something inside it had broken completely between 1 millisecond and the next. The backup coil was rated for 4 hours of continuous operation. After 4 hours, without a primary coil repair or a replacement anchor unit from the supply manifest that did not contain replacement anchor units, Section 12 would invert again. The third transport's manifest had not included a replacement anchor. The fourth transport was 11 days out, and its manifest had not been finalized, and the anchor unit required was not a standard supply item for a deep survey mission, because deep survey missions did not operate inside megastructures with failing gravity anchors, and Kaelen had not put it on the fourth transport's manifest, because 4 weeks ago the anchor had been functioning, and the decision to stock replacement anchors for systems the pre-mission assessment had rated as low failure probability was the kind of decision that was easy to understand in retrospect and invisible in prospect. 4 hours. In the Section 12 atmospheric volume above the anchor control room, the nebula stalker whose territory covered this zone was completing a circuit of the restored floor, its bioluminescent pulse running its steady 1.18 seconds, reading the post-inversion electromagnetic landscape of a section that had just had all of its contents dropped on it from 10,000 feet. Assessing the new configuration with the patience of a thing for which the inversion had been an inconvenience rather than a crisis. Kaelen watched it through the control room's observation port for a moment. It moved through the debris field, the moss sheets, the fallen conduit housing, the excavator sitting at the center of a 22% integrity floor section. With the fluid efficiency of a thing built for stranger things than this, its pulse sweeping the recovered Section 12 in the same steady rhythm it had been running since the day it arrived, and the amber plasma light came down through the recovered atmosphere, and the bioluminescent moss that had resettled across every available surface pulsed back at it, and the section looked, in the way of things that have survived significant events, exactly like what it was, something that had been through the worst of what the sphere could produce today. The backup coil had 3 hours and 56 minutes remaining. Today was not over. Chapter 11, Territorial Genesis. The backup coil problem resolved itself in the way that problems in Segment 42 resolved themselves, which was not through any action the team had planned, but through a consequence of something the team had done that produced an outcome the team had not anticipated. The something was the anchor cluster reinforcement work that Kaelen had scheduled for day 25, and that the engineering section completed in 11 hours on day 24, running on the compressed timeline that the 4-hour coil window had established as the available margin. The reinforcement work stabilized the Anchor 4 housing sufficiently to accept a field coil transplant from the Section 8 anchor cluster, which was operating at redundant capacity and could spare a coil without dropping below safe network thresholds. The transplant took 6 hours. The backup coil had 47 minutes remaining when the primary field re-engaged. 47 minutes was the new baseline for how close was acceptable. Kaelen logged it and updated the operational parameters accordingly and did not mention it in the all-hands briefing, because the all-hands briefing had enough in it already, and the 47 minutes was, technically, a success. The Sun Eater arrived on day 28. It did not arrive through a transport. That was the first anomalous data point. No inbound transponder signal, no scheduled transfer, no manifest entry for a Tier 5 specimen, because the mission's Tier 5 transfer schedule did not begin for another 19 days, and the specimen listed for that transfer was in a magnetized containment facility 3 systems away and had been confirmed in its containment facility by the facility's automated monitoring system 11 hours before the anomalous contact appeared on the Section 12 atmospheric sensors. What arrived in Section 12 on day 28 had not been transported. It had entered. The how of that was a question the monitoring data did not answer, because the monitoring data showed a contact appearing in the Section 12 mid-level atmospheric volume with no registered transit through any access point, hatch, or docking interface, which was the same category of anomaly that Stalker Behavioral Note 7 had been documenting for 3 weeks, except that the Nebula Stalker was a cataloged resident, and what was now in Section 12 was not. It was larger than the Stalkers. The passive sensor array, working from bioelectric field displacement and thermal signature, put its mass at somewhere between 8 and 12 metric tons. The wide error margin reflecting the difficulty of resolving the field displacement signature of an organism that was actively radiating energy rather than simply displacing the ambient field. The Sun Eater did not merely occupy the electromagnetic environment the way other large biological mass did. It generated. Its thermal output was reading on the suit sensors from 200 meters, a warmth that was not the warmth of metabolic heat, but of something running an internal process at temperatures the suit's thermal scale associated with industrial operations rather than biology. The amber plasma light in Section 12, where the Sun Eater moved, was warmer, visibly, measurably, in a radius that expanded as the creature moved and contracted as it turned. It was a heat well moving. The Section 12 Nebula Stalker registered the Sun Eater at approximately the same moment the monitoring system did. The behavioral data from the swarm showed the Stalker's bioluminescent pulse shifting, the 1.18-second rhythm breaking, running long, running short. The carrier wave destabilizing in the pattern Eris had documented as the Stalker's high alert state, the biological equivalent of a frequency that had gone from communication to alarm. The Stalker did not retreat. It moved toward the Sun Eater at the speed the survey documentation described as prey strike velocity, which Kaelen had previously seen applied to 6 drones in 18 seconds, and which it was now applying to something 8 to 12 metric tons that generated its own thermal field and had arrived through a wall. The collision, when it came, was not visible as a collision. It was visible as a light event. The Stalker's full bioelectric discharge, everything in its field reserves released simultaneously, hitting the Sun Eater's thermal radius in a flash that the suit's optical filters registered as a spike across the full visible spectrum and then some. The flash lasted 0.2 seconds. What it illuminated in those 0.2 seconds was the 2 organisms in contact, and the contact looked like 2 energy systems arguing about which one was in charge of the local electromagnetic environment. The Stalker's bioelectric discharge propagating into the Sun Eater's thermal field, and the thermal field absorbing it, converting it, adding it to its own output the way a fire absorbs kindling. The Sun Eater was feeding on the Stalker's attack. The Stalker registered this and disengaged, not retreating, recalibrating, pulling back to a distance that put the thermal radius outside its own field's full output range, and holding there, its bioluminescent pulse running in the irregular high alert pattern, its sensory cluster oriented on the Sun Eater with the focused attention of a predator that has just learned something important about its opponent and is updating its approach accordingly. The Sun Eater's thermal field had expanded during the discharge absorption. The radius that Kaelen had been tracking on the suit display, 200 meters of measurable warmth, was now closer to 240. The hull temperature in Section 12, which the monitoring system had been tracking since the Sun Eater's arrival, was up 6 degrees over baseline. Then 8. The carbon-nanotube composite of the Section 12 inner hull was rated for high-temperature operation. It was the skin of a structure designed to manage the output of a star. But rated for and tested against were different categories, and what the Section 12 hull was being tested against was a localized thermal source pressing against its interface from the inside, which was the direction the thermal rating had not been designed to account for. The hull temperature reading climbed to 12 degrees over baseline and did not slow. Vax was already in Section 12 before the monitoring alert reached the needle, which meant he had been in Section 12 before the Sun Eater's arrival, which meant the 47-minute near-miss on the backup coil had changed something in his operational posture regarding advanced positioning, and he had not mentioned it in the all-hands briefing either. He had 2 gravity tether units on his equipment rig, The industrial docking tools that the Conflict Codex had established as invertible, capable of being reconfigured from their standard docking function into high-density gravity field emitters that created localized zones of elevated gravitational intensity, heavy zones. The documentation described the effect on large biological mass as significant. The documentation had been written by people who had not been in Section 12 with a Sun-Eater. The zero-G pocket opened without warning in the Section 12 northeast quadrant, adjacent to the tether anchor cluster that Kaelen had reinforced 4 days earlier. A localized field collapse in the region between Anchor 4's restored field and the Section 11 compensation boundary, a gap in the gravity network's coverage that the anchor geometry had been generating since the transplant reconfigured the field distribution, and that the post-transplant survey had flagged as a low-priority reconciliation item for Day 32. Day 32 was 4 days away. The zero-G pocket was open now, and the Stalker and the Sun-Eater were both in the Section 12 mid-level volume, and the mid-level volume connected to the northeast quadrant by a standard atmospheric gap, with nothing to stop 2 Apex-class biological systems from entering it if their territorial dispute moved in that direction. It moved in that direction. The zero-G environment changed the character of the engagement immediately and completely. The Stalker's prey strike speed, which was decisive in a gravity-anchored environment where momentum and vector were predictable, was a liability in a zero-G pocket where every action produced an equal reaction, and there was no floor to push off and no ceiling to bound from. Only the three-dimensional volume of the pocket and the 2 organisms in it, and their respective field outputs. The Sun-Eater's thermal field did not require gravity to operate. It expanded in every direction equally, filling the zero-G volume with warmth the way a burning object fills a vacuum with radiation, spherically, continuously, without preference for orientation. The Stalker adapted faster than the survey documentation suggested was possible. It had legs and no legs in the zero-G pocket. Not crawling, not running, using its bioelectric field as a positioning mechanism, pushing off the electromagnetic gradients of the Sun-Eater's thermal output to maneuver through the volume with a precision that converted the Sun-Eater's radiation into thrust, using the thing it could not absorb as a propellant, moving through the zero-G pocket in arcs that the suit's tracking put as non-random, that connected data points in the Sun-Eater's field distribution and used the variation between them as a navigational lattice. It was learning the Sun-Eater's field the way it had learned the plasma vents. The bioluminescent blood arrived in the pocket in the 4th exchange. The Stalker landing a strike on the Sun-Eater's anterior surface in a closing vector that used the thermal field's own gradient to accelerate. The Sun-Eater's counter-discharge hitting the Stalker in the same moment, both organisms pulling back with field damage that expressed itself as light leaking from compromised bioluminescent structures, the droplets of bioluminescent fluid hanging in the zero-G volume in the aftermath of each exchange and catching the plasma light and the thermal radiation and the Stalker's carrier wave, and broadcasting all 3 back simultaneously in a sphere of fractured, multicolored illumination that expanded slowly outward from the center of the pocket as the battle accumulated its record in the air, blood and plasma fire in zero gravity, and the light it made. Vax entered the pocket from the Section 12 maintenance access at the moment the thermal field radius reached 260 meters and the hull temperature hit 19 degrees over baseline, and the monitoring system upgraded the alert status from amber to the operational code. That meant the carbon-nanotube composite was approaching the temperature threshold, above which its molecular bonding began to change in ways that were not reversible by cooling. He placed the first gravity tether unit at the pocket boundary, not inside it, at the edge, where the field from the transplanted Anchor 4 met the zero-G zone's field gap, anchoring the tether unit to the structural member at the boundary point, and activating the inversion protocol that flipped the unit's output from standard docking pull to concentrated gravitational push. The heavy zone it produced was a column, not a sphere. The geometry of the tether unit's emitter array concentrated the field in a narrow band that ran from the boundary point across the pocket's midsection in the direction of the Sun Eater's current position. The Sun Eater hit the heavy zone at the edge of the column and stopped. Not slowed, stopped. The localized gravity field the inverted tether was producing was not the diffuse ambient field of an anchor system. It was the concentrated output of an industrial docking tool whose design purpose was to hold ships of several thousand tons against a port surface, applied to a biological target that massed 8 to 12 metric tons in a column 4 meters wide. The Sun Eater's momentum carried it into the column, and the column held it there, the thermal field pushing outward against the gravity field pushing inward, the two forces finding an equilibrium that pinned the Sun Eater in position with a precision that the gravity tether's designers had intended for ship hulls, and that worked on apex predators because physics did not distinguish between categories of large object when determining how they responded to force. Vax placed the second unit at the pocket's opposite boundary, oriented toward the stalker's current position, and activated it. The stalker hit the second heavy zone, and the two organisms were pinned at opposite ends of the 0G pocket with 4 meters of concentrated gravitational field between each of them and the center of the space. The bioluminescent blood cloud drifting slowly between them and the pocket's microcurrents, the light it was producing illuminating the gap between two apex predators that were not moving and were assessing this new development with whatever passed for assessment in biological systems of their respective scale and complexity. The hull temperature in Section 12 stopped climbing. The Sun Eater's thermal output had not decreased. The organism was still generating, still radiating, still filling the local electromagnetic environment with the warmth of its internal process, but pinned at the pocket boundary, at distance from the hull composite. The heat well's reach did not extend far enough to maintain the rate of temperature increase it had been producing in motion. 22 degrees over baseline. Holding. The monitoring alert status held at the code below irreversible molecular change. Holding. Eris's transmission from the Needles monitoring station arrived with the focus she reserved for observations that did not yet have a frame. The Sun Eater was not hunting. It had not been hunting when it arrived in Section 12. Its behavioral signature in the thermal data, the specific pattern of field expansion and contraction it had been producing since arrival, was not the signature of a predator pursuing prey. It was thermoregulatory. The Sun Eater was cold. Its internal core temperature was below the operational range the survey documentation listed for the species. The thermal output that appeared so overwhelming from the outside reading on the inside as an organism trying to get warm, seeking the highest density energy source in the local environment, the way a cold-blooded animal seeks a warm surface. The highest density energy source in Section 12 was not the stalker. The stalker's bioelectric discharge had provided a temporary supplement, which was why the Sun Eater had absorbed rather than avoided it. The highest density energy source in Section 12, in the entire accessible volume of Segment 42, by orders of magnitude, was the plasma reactor that powered the Needle's primary systems. The reactor that the team had installed in the Section 12 core housing on Day 7 because Section 12's structural density made it the most shielded location in the accessible interior, the most protected from the environmental variables that had been damaging equipment since Day 1. The Sun Eater had not arrived in Section 12 randomly. It had not entered through a wall randomly. It had not moved in the specific direction it had been moving before the stalker's interception randomly. It had been homing. The 0G pocket was between the Sun Eater's entry point and the reactor housing. The Sun Eater, pinned at the pocket boundary by the gravity tether's heavy zone, was oriented toward the reactor housing with the specific attention of an organism that has identified its objective and is currently separated from it by an obstacle it has not yet classified as permanent. The distance between the heavy zone boundary and the reactor housing was 40 meters. The reactor housing was rated for standard mechanical impact and electromagnetic interference from external sources. The survey documentation on Sun Eater thermal output at close range, which Kaelen was reading on his suit display for the first time because it had not been a relevant document until this moment, described surface temperatures at 2-meter proximity that the reactor housing's shielding was not rated for. Not close range, 2-meter proximity. 40 meters was not 2 meters, but 40 meters was a distance that changed if the heavy zone failed, if the tether unit's power supply dropped below the output threshold required to maintain the column against 8 to 12 metric tons of organism that had a reason to cross it, if any of the variables between the current stable state and the state where the Sun Eater reached the reactor changed in any of the directions they were capable of changing. The tether units were running at 89% output, designed for ships, holding. The Stalker's bioluminescent pulse was running at the irregular high alert frequency, its sensory cluster oriented not on the Sun Eater but past it, in the direction the Sun Eater had been moving before the heavy zone stopped it, reading the electromagnetic signature of the reactor, housing at 40 meters, with the sensory precision of an organism that had spent 4 weeks learning to read the energy landscape of this structure, and had just registered that something in the structure was drawing the attention of a Tier 5 apex predator that had arrived through a wall. The carrier wave signal that the Stalker had been running on the plasma vent network since day 3 shifted frequency. A small shift. Fractional. The monitoring system registered it as a variation within normal biological range and did not flag it. Eris flagged it, because Eris watched the carrier wave the way Kaelen watched the anchor integrity readings, not waiting for the automated system to tell her something had changed, but watching directly, with the attention of someone who understood that the automated system's threshold for flagging was calibrated for normal biological range, and that normal biological range was not the category they were operating in. The shift was not random variation. It was the Stalker's carrier wave, running at 1.18 seconds, stepping to 1.17, stepping to 1.16, stepping toward a frequency, toward a specific frequency that the monitoring system had in its reference data under a designation Eris had assigned on day 9 when she had first documented the source. The reactor's electromagnetic emission signature. The plasma vent network, 412 nodes distributed through the full atmospheric chamber volume, was currently carrying a signal in the Stalker's biological frequency. The Stalker had been running that signal since day 3. The signal touched every corner of the sanctuary. The signal was currently stepping toward the reactor's frequency in small, precise increments that did not look like a directed action if you were reading the automated monitoring output, and did look like a directed action if you had been watching the carrier wave directly for 4 weeks, with the understanding that nothing this organism did with the electromagnetic environment of this structure was accidental. The Stalker had been running its signal on the plasma vent network for 4 weeks. The plasma vent network connected to the reactor housing's power distribution system. The 412-node network that ran through the full volume of the sanctuary, touching every structural element and every energy pathway in the accessible interior of Segment 42, ran through the Section 12 core housing. In 40 meters, behind 2 gravity tether-heavy zones and the combined attention of every monitoring system the team had operating, the reactor sat in its shielded housing and ran its plasma cycle and emitted its characteristic electromagnetic signature into the environment. And the environment was carrying a biological signal that was stepping toward that signature in increments that the automated monitoring system was not flagging as unusual. The Sun Eater wanted the reactor for heat. The Stalker wanted the reactor for reasons that were currently expressing themselves as a frequency shift in a carrier wave that had been running for 4 weeks on a network that touched everything. Both of them knew exactly where it was. Vax did not speak. He pulled the second tether unit's output to full capacity and anchored a third unit from his equipment rig to the structural member directly between the Sun Eater's current position and the reactor housing, and the heavy zone column extended, and the barrier between the Sun Eater and the reactor was now 8 meters wide and running at 106% of the tether system's rated output, and the monitoring indicator for the tether units was in the amber range, and the direction it was moving was not toward green. The pocket was lit by bioluminescent blood drifting in slow expansion through air that was 22 degrees warmer than it should have been, and two apex predators were at rest at opposite ends of it, and the one thing in the sanctuary they both wanted was 40 meters away and getting more interesting by the second. Chapter 12. The Manual Lock. The tether units held through the night cycle. Not because the situation had stabilized. The Sun Eater was still pinned at the 0G pocket boundary at 106% tether output, and the Stalker's carrier wave was still stepping toward the reactor emission frequency. In increments, the automated monitoring system was still not flagging, and Eris was still watching with the direct attention of someone who had stopped trusting the automated system's threshold for this particular signal. But because held was the operative word, and held was what the mission required, and the gap between held and resolved was a gap Kaelen had filed under active monitoring and moved past, because the alternative was not moving past it, and not moving past it did not fix the exterior anchor that the hull survey had flagged on day 29 as a critical priority. The exterior anchors were different from the interior ones. The gravity anchor network that maintained the sanctuary's internal physics was an interior system running inside the hull composite, accessible from the conduit network without suit-up or EVA protocols. The exterior anchors were the original Dyson architecture, the Spacetime Pins that had kept Segment 42 oriented against the star's gravity well for the billion years before the team arrived. The ancient mechanisms whose failure modes the asset ledger described as localized singularities, and whose current status the hull survey had described as vibrating at an amplitude the survey instruments could not fully resolve because the vibration frequency was interacting with the instrument's own resonance characteristics and producing readings that were accurate as lower bounds and unreliable as upper ones. The lower bound was already above the threshold for concern. The cold side EVA required 2 personnel. The anchor housing was on the sphere's exterior face, the outer surface of the carbon-nanotube composite hull, exposed to the void and to the direct radiation output of the Type G star that Segment 42 orbited at a distance the mission's stellar cartography put at approximately 0.4 astronomical units, closer than Mercury's average orbital distance from Earth's sun. At that range, with the star's classification and output, the EVA suit's radiation shielding was rated for a maximum continuous exposure of 90 minutes before cumulative dosage began affecting biological tissue in ways that were not recoverable through standard medical intervention. 90 minutes. That was the window. In 90 minutes, the EVA team needed to reach the anchor housing, assess the vibration source, install the mechanical locking brackets that the engineering section had fabricated on day 27 for exactly this contingency, and return through the exterior access hatch. Kaelen took the lead position. Vax argued against this in the specific way Vax argued against things, which was to state the operational case without repetition and then accept the decision without further comment, which was the thing about Vax that was harder to argue against than argument would have been. The operational case was straightforward. Kaelen's EVA hours exceeded Vax's by a factor of 3, and his suit's calibration records were current, and the lead position in a 90-minute radiation window EVA on the exterior face of a megastructure at 0.4 AU was not a position for the less experienced member of the available pair. Kaelen took it anyway because the other available personnel were Eris, whose EVA certification covered research-grade work and not structural installation, and the 2 engineering technicians, neither of whom had cold site experience and both of whom were currently managing the interior monitoring situation, which required 2 people and had exactly 2 available. The operational case for Vax's lead was sound. The operational case for Kaelen not sending Vax into a 90-minute radiation window on the exterior face of a structure whose hull was thinning in the affected section was also sound, and it was the case that landed. They went through the exterior access hatch at the Section 12 cold side junction, which added a specific irony to the departure point that Kaelen noted and did not mention, and the void received them. The difference between the interior of segment 42 and the exterior was not a difference that language handled well. Inside, the scale was the overwhelming thing. The chamber volumes, the structural distances, the sense of being inside something immense. Outside, on the cold side, the scale was also the overwhelming thing, but in the direction that had no ceiling, no walls, no reference points closer than the star filling half the sky, and the sphere's own hull curving away below the boots in both directions until it disappeared against the star's glare at distances the eye refused to process as connected to the surface underfoot. The hull underfoot and the hull at the vanishing point were the same surface. The mind accepted this as a fact and declined to accept it as a reality. The star was the other thing. At 0.4 astronomical units from a Type G star, with no atmosphere to filter or diffuse, the radiation environment was not the radiation environment that human biology had been calibrated against through any period of its evolutionary history. The suit's radiation shielding managed it to tolerable levels. The suit's visor polarizers managed the optical component to visible. What neither system fully managed was the quality of the light, not its intensity, which the polarizers addressed, but its character, the way it arrived from every direction simultaneously because the hull below was reflective and the void above had no scattering medium, and the star ahead filled 180 degrees of the available sky with a light source that was not the sun as a disk, but the sun as a presence, a thing that occupied space rather than a point that occupied sky. The anchor housing was 90 meters from the access hatch along the hull surface, in the direction of the star. Vax's voice on the suit comm, stripped to the operational register, carried the single sentence that constituted his entire briefing on the visual environment of the cold side. "Don't look at the sun, kid. Your visor's polarizers can't handle a Type G star at this range, not to Kaelen specifically. To the direction of the anchor housing. To whatever forward-facing attention was going to be directed at the work ahead." The reminder offered once, without inflection, in the way of someone who had learned that some warnings needed saying and that saying them more than once did not make them more effective. The hull surface under the magnetic boots was warm. Not the warmth of the interior atmosphere, a conducted warmth. The hull composite absorbing the star's radiation and transmitting it inward through 16 meters of carbon-nanotube plating. The material doing what it had been built to do for 1 billion years, and doing it less efficiently now than it had done it before, because the hull survey data showed the affected section thinning. Not dramatically. Not in a way that changed the structural integrity rating below critical threshold on any single cross-section. Thinning in the cumulative sense, the way materials thin under prolonged extreme thermal cycling, the billion years of expansion and contraction at 0.4 AU from a Type G star expressing itself as a reduction in the plating's effective depth that was small in absolute terms and significant in terms of what small meant at this scale and this distance from this kind of energy source. The hull was venting heat upward through the boots. Kaelen could feel it through the suit's insulation as a pressure rather than a warmth, a resistance. Something pushing back against the contact surface of the boots, the material asserting its temperature into the suit's thermal management system and the thermal management system asserting back. The vibration began at 60 meters from the hatch. It was not the vibration of the internal system, not the relay bank dreaming pulse, or the anchor failure concussion, or the static discharge precursor. It was the vibration of an exterior mechanism under structural stress. A high-frequency shiver running through the hull composite from the direction of the anchor housing, transmitted through the magnetic boot contact into the skeletal frame, into the suit's structural members, into the body wearing the suit. It arrived at a frequency that the inner ear registered as sound before it registered as vibration, a high, sustained note that was not quite in the range human audition handled well, and that the suit's audio filters were attenuating, and that was still present as a felt thing in the jaw and the sternum and the contact points of the boots against the hull. The anchor was not merely vibrating, it was announcing itself. The housing came into view at 80 meters, a structure the size of a ground vehicle, bolted to the hull exterior with mounting hardware that predated the team's arrival by 1 billion years, and that the engineering section's fabricated locking brackets were designed to supplement rather than replace. Because replacing billion-year-old anchor mounting hardware with 30-day-old fabricated components was not an exchange the structural engineering models endorsed. The housing was shaking. That was the only accurate description. The entire housing, several tons of ancient mechanism, moving back and forth against its mounts at an amplitude visible to the unaided eye. The mounting hardware flexing in a way that mounting hardware was not designed to flex, producing with each cycle a stress concentration at the bolt interface that the hull survey instruments had documented as a lower bound, and that the visible motion suggested the lower bound had been conservative about. Kaelen held position at 85 meters and assessed. The locking bracket installation required contact with the housing. Physical contact. The brackets bolted to the mounting flange with the installation driver. The driver requiring 2 hands and stable positioning against a surface that was currently moving. Stable positioning against a moving surface on the exterior of a megastructure at 0.4 AU required the magnetic boot adhesion to exceed the force the surface motion was attempting to transmit into the person standing on it, which the boots were rated to do up to a surface acceleration threshold, and the housing's visible motion was transmitting surface accelerations that the suit's inertial sensors were currently assessing against that threshold. They were inside the threshold, marginally. The vibration in the jaw and sternum was not marginal. It was the kind of felt thing that the body classified independently of what the instruments reported, in the part of the operational awareness that instruments did not have access to, and what it reported was that the margin was thinner than the number. Vax took the starward position without discussion, the side of the housing that faced the star, the side that required keeping the visor's polarizers between the operator's eyes and 180 degrees of Type G stellar output at 0.4 AU, the side that the warning had been about. He anchored his safety line to the housing flange and began the bracket installation on the starward mounts, and Kaelen took the shadow side and began on the anti-star mounts, and the housing shook beneath them at its steady alarming frequency, and the star was present in the peripheral vision as a brightness that the polarizers managed and the peripheral awareness did not, and the hull conducted its heat upward through the boots in its continuous patient assertion. The first bracket seated at 11 minutes. The second at 17. The third, the critical starward mount, the one the hull survey had flagged as the primary vibration source, the one Vax was working, seated at 23 minutes with a torque reading that the installation driver reported as within spec, and that the housing's response to the bracket's first load-bearing cycle suggested was at the low end of within spec, the housing's vibration amplitude dropping by the fraction that the locked mount removed from the resonance equation, and holding at the new reduced amplitude, which was still visible to the unaided eye, and was now a structural monitoring problem rather than an imminent failure problem. The distinction mattered. At 26 minutes, the mechanical failure was in the boot. Not the suit, not the radiation shielding, not the visor system, not the life support. The left boot's magnetic adhesion module, the secondary unit that provided redundant grip on the housing's outer surface, produced a single diagnostic alert and dropped its output to 0. The primary adhesion unit on the same boot was functioning. The primary unit on the other boot was functioning. Standard EVA redundancy protocol specified that a single secondary unit failure was a flag, not an abort. The remaining adhesion capacity was sufficient for controlled operations, and the correct response was to note the failure, reduce movement speed, and complete the current task before returning to the access hatch. The hull vibration from the partially locked housing transmitted a surface acceleration event through the housing surface at 29 minutes that the remaining adhesion capacity handled, and that moved Kaelen's position relative to the housing by approximately 30 centimeters before the remaining units arrested the motion, 30 centimeters toward the star side. The correction brought him back. The housing vibration continued at its reduced amplitude. The installation proceeded. The fourth bracket seated at 34 minutes. Vax's voice on the comm at 37 minutes, flat and monitoring. Position check, all systems green. And Kaelen reported the boot failure and the 30-centimeter event, and Vax did not respond immediately, which was the Vax equivalent of a response that was being held while the relevant factors were being weighed. What Vax said when he responded was, "Stay on the shadow side." The fifth bracket was on the starward housing face. Kaelen moved to the starward side at 39 minutes because the fifth bracket was on the starward side, and the fifth bracket was the final installation point, and the only way to not install it was to not complete the installation, which was not the operational option. He anchored his safety line to the starward mounting flange the way Vax had anchored his, and he did not look at the star, and he installed the fifth bracket with the boot failure compensated by shortened movement sequences and deliberate contact verification before each weight transfer. The bracket seated at 44 minutes. The housing vibration dropped to an amplitude that the suit's inertial sensors were no longer flagging as a threshold concern. The installation was complete. The locking brackets were seated. The anchor housing was not stable in the long-term sense. It required the interior team's next anchor assessment and probably a full mounting hardware replacement before the next major anchor network stress event. But it was stable in the sense that the current vibration amplitude was inside the structural monitoring range, and the primary failure mode, the cold side EVA had been dispatched to address, was addressed. Kaelen turned from the housing to begin the return traverse. The surface acceleration event that the boot failure produced at 45 minutes was not the same category as the 30-centimeter event at 29 minutes. The 29-minute event had been a vibration transmission, brief, arrested by the remaining adhesion. The 45-minute event was a combination. The housing's reduced but present vibration, the thermal differential between the heated hull surface and the suit's contact layer producing a micro-expansion at the boot sole interface, and the single remaining secondary adhesion unit on the left boot reaching the end of its degraded output curve at exactly the moment the other two variables aligned. The 3-unit adhesion became 2-unit adhesion, became a question about whether 2-unit adhesion on a thermally expanded boot sole interface on the exterior face of a vibrating megastructure hull at 0.4 AU from a Type G star was enough adhesion for the surface conditions present. It was not. The safety line arrested the drift at 2 meters. Standard function, rated load, no failures in the line itself or its attachment point. The safety line did exactly what it was designed to do and held Kaelen at 2 meters from the hull surface with his boots no longer in contact with it. The adhesion failure having converted his position from standing on the hull to floating above it on a tether, the star filling the portion of the sky that the hull was no longer filling. 180 degrees of Type G stellar output at 0.4 AU, unobstructed, with nothing between the visor polarizers and the source. The polarizers engaged at full rated output. They were rated for the operational radiation environment of the cold side at this orbital distance, which the mission parameters had established as the expected working environment. They were rated for incidental star-facing exposure during EVA traverses, for the brief intervals when work positioning put the visor toward the source. They were not rated for sustained direct exposure from a position with no hull surface, blocking the lower half of the source, no work task providing a reason to look away, with the full 180-degree presence of the star available to the full forward-facing arc of the visor. The polarizer output held at rated maximum. The star was brighter than rated maximum, not by a large margin. By the margin that existed between the design specification and the actual output of a Type G star observed from 0.4 AU with no atmospheric filtering and no hull geometry reducing the effective solid angle. The polarizer diagnostic began reporting at 46 minutes. The degradation was not catastrophic, not a single-point failure, not an immediate collapse. A gradual output reduction, the polarizer elements exposed to sustained above-rated irradiation, beginning the thermal drift that would, at the current rate, reduce their output to below the threshold required to protect human vision from the current radiation environment in approximately 4 minutes. The visor showed him the star. It showed him the star at rated polarizer output, which was the filtered, managed, technically within tolerance version of what was there. And what was there at rated output was still a presence that the eyes reported as pain and the brain reported as white. A white that had no edges and no center and no direction, because it came from half the available sky simultaneously, and was not a thing being looked at, but a condition being experienced, a state the visual system was in, rather than a thing the visual system was processing. Vax was already moving along the hull toward Kaelen's position. The safety line meant Kaelen was not going anywhere, not toward the star, not away from the hull. But the line also meant he was not on the hull, and not on the hull at 46 minutes with a degrading polarizer array, and 4 minutes in the diagnostics current trajectory, was a condition that required a person with functioning boots to resolve, because Kaelen's boots were not in contact with a surface and could not produce adhesion to a surface they were not touching. Kaelen closed his eyes. The white was still there, not as vision, as heat. The radiation load present through the closed lids as a warmth that was not the conducted hull warmth through the boots, but the direct warmth of stellar radiation at 0.4 AU, hitting the biological material of the face through the suit's thermal layer, reminding the biology that the suit's management systems were currently the only thing mediating between the current environment and the current exposure level. And the current exposure level was above what the management systems had been designed to manage indefinitely. The polarizer diagnostic was at 73% output and falling. Vax reached Kaelen's position at 48 minutes, anchored a secondary tether between his own harness and Kaelen's, and walked both of them back along the hull toward the access hatch in the way that two people walk in magnetic boots when one person's boots are in contact with the hull and the other person's are not. One person providing the adhesion, one person providing the weight. The line between them, the only structural connection, keeping the second person inside the mission rather than outside it. The access hatch was at 51 minutes. Inside the hatch, in the suit-up corridor with the outer door sealed and the inner door cycling, Kaelen opened his eyes. The afterimage of the Type G star at 0.4 AU through a degrading polarizer array at 46 minutes of sustained direct exposure occupied approximately 40% of his available visual field as a white region that resolved slowly at the pace of retinal recovery from significant overexposure into a smear of light that diminished and shifted and did not fully resolve into the normal visual field in the time it took the inner hatch to cycle. The polarizer diagnostic at hatch cycle was 51% output. The threshold for adequate vision protection was 60%. The 4-minute estimate had been optimistic. What Kaelen could see when the inner hatch opened was a corridor in the quality of vision available through a visual field that was 40% occupied by the residual image of a star, which was not the full quality of vision but was enough quality of vision to see the corridor. And the corridor was inside the structure and not outside it, and the anchor brackets were seated, and Vax was standing in the corridor with the specific expression he wore when an operation had been completed within parameters that he had not found entirely acceptable and had not been able to improve by argument. The monitoring display on the corridor wall showed the exterior anchor housing vibration at reduced amplitude. Structural monitoring range, not a critical flag. The same display showed the interior Section 12 status. The tether units at the 0G pocket boundary were at 109% output. The Sun Eater's thermal field radius was holding at 240 meters. The Stalker's carrier wave was at 1.14 seconds, 4 steps from 1.18 to the reactor emission frequency, 3 steps. Kaelen stood in the corridor and let the afterimage fade at whatever pace retinal recovery permitted, because there was nothing useful he could do about the rate of recovery, and there was something useful he could do about the 1.14 seconds, and the corridor was pointing toward Section 12. and his eyes were going to be whatever they were going to be by the time he got there. Chapter 13. The Singularity. The carrier wave reached 1.12 seconds at 0300 on day 31, and Eris was watching it when it arrived and sent the alert to Kaelen's suit display, and Kaelen was already awake because his visual field had recovered to approximately 70% of normal, and the remaining 30% was the kind of persistent smear that the brain interprets as a reason to not fully commit to sleep. 2 steps from the reactor emission frequency. The tether units at the 0G pocket boundary were at 111% output. The Sun Eater's thermal field radius had expanded to 255 meters during the night cycle, the organism's core temperature still below its operational range, still seeking, the heavy zone containing the seeking but not addressing its cause. The Section 12 hull temperature was holding at 22 degrees over baseline. The anchor housing on the cold side was in structural monitoring range. Everything was holding. Everything was in the condition of things that are one step from not holding. The carrier wave stepped to 1.11 at 0440. 1 step. At 1.09, the reactor emission frequency and the stalker's carrier wave would share enough spectral overlap that the 412-node plasma vent network carrying the carrier wave would begin functioning as a broadcast antenna for the reactor's own electromagnetic signature, amplifying it through the full chamber volume, reflecting it back at the reactor through every vent node simultaneously. The resonance feedback that would produce in the reactor's field management system was not a scenario. The reactor's design specifications contained a response for because the reactor had been designed for installation in a research station, and its design specifications did not include the possibility that a biological organism would spend 4 weeks learning to use a megastructure's plasma infrastructure as an instrument and then tune that instrument to the reactor's own frequency. At 0500, Kaelen was in Section 12 with the monitoring display showing 1.11 and the Sun Eater at the pocket boundary and the tether units at 112% when the 0G pocket collapsed. Not failed. Collapsed. The distinction was structural. The pocket had been a gap in the gravity anchor network's coverage geometry, a field-free zone between Anchor 4's restored field and the Section 11 compensation boundary. What collapsed it was not a hardware failure, but a field interaction. The Sun Eater's thermal radiation, sustained at 255 meters radius for 31 days against the boundary of a gravity anchor field that was running at elevated compensation output, had been doing work on the field boundary's geometry in the way that sustained high-energy input does work on field geometries. Not dramatically, incrementally, at the rate of thermal physics acting on electromagnetic field boundaries over 31 days, until the boundary geometry had shifted enough that the 0G zone's topological support, the specific field configuration that maintained the coverage gap, no longer existed. The pocket closed. The Sun Eater, pinned at the pocket boundary by the heavy zone tether columns, was in a gravity field again. A gravity field running at elevated compensation output in a section of the anchor network that was already stressed, with a field boundary geometry that had just undergone a significant topological shift, with the Anchor 4 transplant coil that had been running for 7 days at the output level the compensation demand required. The transplant coil failed at 0504. The failure mode was not fracture, not burnout, a field phase inversion, the coil's output reversing polarity in the same millisecond of failure that had characterized Anchor 4's original fracture on day 23. The same speed, the same category, the same cause. Not wear, not degradation. The speed of something breaking rather than something running down. The gravity field in Section 12 inverted for the second time. It did not stay inverted. The inversion lasted 0.2 seconds before the network's compensation algorithm isolated the failed coil, attempted to restore field coverage from the remaining anchor geometry, found the field boundary topology in the post-pocket collapse configuration, and produced a compensation output that the topology did not support. the field vectors from the surrounding anchors converging on the Section 12 volume from incompatible directions, superimposing, interfering, producing in the 0.6 seconds of the algorithm's correction cycle a sequence of gravitational states in the Section 12 volume that the monitoring system's time resolution could not fully capture, but that Kaelen's body recorded as inversion, partial restoration, secondary inversion at a different orientation, a moment of near-zero field, and then something the suit's inertial sensors registered as a localized gravity gradient so steep it was pulling differentially across the 3-meter span of a suited human body. A tidal force inside a building. The network's algorithm completed its correction cycle and isolated the failed geometry, and the gravitational states resolved into a single output. And the output it resolved into was not the prior field, not the inverted field, not any field the compensation network had been designed to produce. It was a concentrated field, a singularity of gravitational potential at the Section 12 geometric center, pulling inward from every direction simultaneously, the product of every surrounding anchor's compensation output converging on the same point in space from the directions the failed topology had specified. A localized black hole. The asset ledger had described it as a theoretical failure mode. The gravity anchor's entry had specified, if broken, create localized singularities. The team had been managing broken anchors for 8 days, and the theoretical had stayed theoretical for 8 days. And on day 31 at 0504, it stopped being theoretical. The pull arrived before the visual confirmation. Not the dramatic tidal pull of stellar mass gravitational collapse, nothing so absolute. A localized singularity in a gravity anchor network, fed by the compensation output of the surrounding anchor field, had a gravitational influence radius proportional to the anchor network's output, which was elevated but finite, which meant the pull at the monitoring station was a strong, persistent lean, rather than an inescapable force. The feeling of standing on a slope that was not a slope, and had not been a slope a second ago, and was now insisting it was. The monitoring display showed the singularity's position, Section 12 geometric center, 40 meters from the reactor housing, 31 meters from the nearest tether anchor point for the needle. The tether anchor points were the structural connections between the needle and the sphere. The needle was suspended at the geometric center of the segment's atmospheric volume, 3 kilometers from the nearest hull surface, held by 4 magnetic tether lines running to anchor points in the Section 12 void lattice. The singularity was pulling the void lattice toward Section 12's geometric center. The anchor points were in the void lattice. Eris's transmission from the needle arrived as a data packet rather than a voice comm. The needle's communication systems were running on backup power because the primary power bus was experiencing field interference from the singularity's gravitational gradient distorting the reactor's output geometry, and backup power prioritized data compression over voice quality. The data packet contained the tether tension readings, 3 anchor lines at elevated tension, within rated range, 1 anchor line at the tension rating's upper boundary. The tether tension was not the primary problem. The tether tension was the symptom of the primary problem, which was that the singularity was pulling the void lattice, and the void lattice was where the anchor points lived, and the anchor points were where the needle's connection to everything else in the universe was physically located. And if the void lattice moved far enough toward the singularity, the anchor points moved with it, and the tether geometry that kept the needle in its suspended position changed, and changed tether geometry under the current gravitational conditions was a phrase that meant the needle moved. The Sun Eater was between Kaelen and the singularity. The tether unit columns had failed when the pocket collapsed. The heavy zone emitters had been anchored to the pocket boundary structures, and the boundary structures had ceased to exist as a distinct zone when the pocket closed, leaving the tether units mounted to standard void lattice members with no field boundary to anchor their output against. The Sun Eater was no longer pinned. It was in Section 12's inverted, then restored, then singularity-adjacent gravitational environment, and it was moving toward the highest energy density in the local space. which was the Singularity, not feeding on it. The Singularity was not a thermal source. It was a gravitational one, and the Sun Eater's thermal hunger was not gravitational hunger. But the Singularity was pulling everything in Section 12 toward its center, and the Sun Eater was in Section 12, and a gravitational pull on a biological mass did not ask the biology's opinion before applying. What the Sun Eater produced when a Singularity began pulling it inward was something the pre-mission documentation had not described, because the pre-mission documentation had not contemplated this scenario. Its thermal output spiked. The thermal field radius, which had been stable at 255 meters for 16 hours, expanded to 320 meters in 4 seconds, as the organism's core temperature regulation system responded to the gravitational stress by driving its internal process to higher output. The biology doing what biology did under external physical stress, which was to produce more of what it produced, in this case, heat. In this case, a heat well expanding at a rate that the Section 12 hull temperature sensors registered as a climb that was no longer holding at 22 degrees over baseline, 26, 31. The hull's molecular bonding threshold was 42. Kaelen looked at the Sun Eater and at the Singularity and at the needle's tether tension readings on the monitoring display, and the operational picture assembled with the particular speed it achieved when all of the variables had stopped being theoretical simultaneously. The Singularity needed mass to stabilize. That was the physics of localized anchor field singularities, as the asset ledger had described them. The field collapse that produced the Singularity was fed by the surrounding anchor network's compensation output, and the compensation output was trying to fill a gravitational potential well, and a gravitational potential well could be stabilized by filling it with mass rather than field, by placing enough physical mass at the Singularity's center to satisfy the field's demand and collapse the compensation cascade. The engineering solution was a mass anchor, a dense, stable object placed at the Singularity's position to act as a gravitational reference for the network's recalibration. The mission did not have a mass anchor. Mass anchors were not in the supply manifest because mass anchors were not standard equipment for any mission that operated in environments where localized singularities were theoretical rather than operational. The Sun Eater massed between 8 and 12 metric tons. The Sun Eater was already moving toward the Singularity. The Sun Eater was the only object in Section 12 whose mass was in the range the asset ledger's Singularity stabilization parameters required, whose position was already being pulled toward the Singularity's center by the gravitational gradient, and whose internal thermal process was currently running at maximum output and climbing, which was the condition under which the biological radiation bridge described in the mission's Act 4 contingency planning would function, the condition under which a Sun Eater's thermal output was sufficient to interact with the anchor network's field geometry and act as the biological conductor that the contingency plan had always assumed would be required in a controlled setting, under prepared conditions, in Act 4. Not in Section 12 on day 31 with partial vision and a hull temperature climbing toward its molecular bonding threshold. The Singularity did not care about the Act 4 timeline. What Kaelen needed to do was get the Sun Eater to the Singularity's center, and hold it there long enough for the anchor network's recalibration algorithm to recognize the mass as a gravitational reference and begin building its field geometry around it rather than trying to fill the potential well with compensation output. The recalibration algorithm's response time was documented at 90 seconds from mass anchor placement to initial field stabilization. 90 seconds of holding an 8 to 12 metric ton thermal radiating apex predator at the center of a localized gravitational anomaly in a section where the hull temperature was climbing toward irreversible molecular change. The stalker's carrier wave was at 1.11 seconds on the plasma vent network, one step from the reactor frequency. The stalker was in Section 12. Its territory was Section 12. It had been in Section 12 since day 4, and its carrier wave had been running on the plasma vent network since day 3, and it had spent 31 days learning the electromagnetic landscape of this structure, with the patient precision of an organism that had never encountered an environment it couldn't eventually read. It had learned the plasma vents. It had learned the relay network. It had learned the subfloor field. It had learned the reactor's emission signature. It knew where everything was. Kaelen sent the signal through the monitoring system's environmental control interface. Not a voice comm. The voice comm was on backup power and compressing, not adequate for the precision required. A direct input to the atmospheric venting system, the repurposed waste gas removal array that VAX had used as a wind wall in Transport Dock 01 on day 3. Not a strong output. Targeted. A pressure differential in the Section 12 mid-level atmospheric volume, directed from the current position of the Stalker's carrier wave concentration toward the Singularity's location at the Section 12 geometric center. A suggestion, soft enough to not constitute a threat to a 12-meter apex predator, specific enough to constitute a direction. The Stalker's bioluminescent pulse ran 2 full cycles at 1.11 seconds. Then it moved. Not toward the Singularity directly. The Stalker did not move directly toward anything it had assessed as a threat-adjacent situation. It moved in the lateral arc that its behavioral data showed as its standard approach geometry for high-energy targets. The arc that kept the target's field output in the sensory range without entering the full intensity zone. The arc that a predator used when it was approaching something it wanted to understand before it decided what to do about it. The arc curved toward the Singularity. The Sun Eater, pulled by the gravitational gradient and pushing against it with its thermal output at maximum, was 10 meters from the Singularity's center and not moving closer under its own momentum. The thermal spike had produced enough radiation pressure to partially counteract the gravitational pull, the organism fighting the field with the only tool its biology provided, which was heat, which was not the right tool for gravitational force but was the tool available. It was holding position, not stabilizing. Holding at 10 meters in the thermal versus gravitational standoff that its biology had arrived at without having been designed for the situation. The Stalker reached the Sun Eater's position from the lateral arc at a speed that the suit's tracking put as controlled rather than strike velocity, and its bioelectric field made contact with the Sun Eater's thermal field at the interface between the two organisms, and what happened at that interface was not the absorption event of the first exchange. The Sun Eater's thermal output at maximum was not absorbable by the Stalker's bioelectric discharge in the way it had been when the thermal output was at baseline. What happened was a field interaction, the bioelectric discharge propagating into the thermal field and the thermal field conducting it outward rather than absorbing it, the Stalker's electrical energy running along the surface of the Sun Eater's thermal radius, the way current runs along a conductor's surface. The Sun Eater was a thermal conductor. The Stalker's bioelectric discharge, running along the Sun Eater's thermal field surface, reached the interface between the thermal field and the Singularity's gravitational gradient, and at that interface it interacted with the anchor network's compensation field in the specific way that the biological radiation bridge contingency had always described, the bioelectric energy coupling to the field geometry and providing the anchor network's recalibration algorithm with a reference signal it could build around. Not the Sun Eater alone, not the Stalker alone. Both of them together, one providing the mass and the thermal output, one providing the bioelectric coupling, neither of them doing it because the mission required it, both of them doing it because their biologies had arrived at this configuration through the specific combination of gravitational pull and territorial proximity and the electromagnetic conditions of the space they were both trying to survive in. The anchor network's recalibration algorithm registered the combined field signature at 0522 and began its 90-second response cycle. 89 seconds into the cycle, at 0523 and 51 seconds, the main tether line to needle anchor point 3 snapped. Not because the anchor point had failed. The anchor point was intact. The void lattice member it was mounted to was intact. The tether line's attachment hardware was intact. The tether line itself, a 140mm braided carbon composite cable rated for the static and dynamic loads of the needle's suspended mass in the operational environment described in the mission parameters, had been under elevated tension for 22 minutes as the Singularity pulled the void lattice toward Section 12's center, and at 89 seconds into a recalibration cycle that had not yet completed, the cumulative tension exceeded the cable's rated dynamic load by the margin that existed between the rating and what was actually happening, and the cable resolved the excess in the way cables resolved excess tension. The snap transmitted through the remaining 3 tether lines as a concurrent tension spike that the line's hardware registered and survived, and through the needle's frame as a single concussive jolt that the monitoring data would later describe as a 2.4 G event lasting 0.1 seconds, and through the needle's structural members as a rotation. The 3 remaining tether lines now carrying asymmetric load, pulling the needle into a slow rotation around the missing anchor point's position that the tether tension management system's remaining capacity was not sufficient to arrest. The needle was rotating in the interior of a megastructure 3 kilometers from the nearest hull surface, tethered at 3 points to a void lattice that was still moving toward a singularity that the anchor network's recalibration algorithm had 9 seconds remaining to resolve before the 90-second window elapsed, and the algorithm's contingency response, field isolation, Section 12 sealed off from the anchor network entirely, engaged and made the Singularity the Section 12 void lattice's permanent gravitational reference instead of a temporary one. 9 seconds. The needle rotated in the amber-lit interior of a sanctuary that was glowing from every surface, with the bioluminescence of 31 days of accumulated living biology. The plasma light coming down through the atmospheric haze, and the moss light coming up from the void lattice, and the stalker's carrier wave running through the plasma vents at 1.11 seconds, and the Sun Eater holding its position at the Singularity's center in the specific standoff between thermal radiation and gravitational force that its biology had produced in the absence of any other available response, and the needle turned slowly in the light of everything the mission had built, trailing its 3 remaining tether lines in arcs that the rotation was opening into wider geometry with each degree of turn, and the monitoring display that Eris was watching from inside the rotating hub showed the recalibration algorithm at 89 seconds, 90, and did not show 91 because the display flickered, and the flickering was not a power event and was not a field interference event. It was the algorithm completing. The field snapped back. Not gradually, the same millisecond speed that every gravity event in segment 42 had used, the anchor network's recalibration producing a restored field geometry in the same category of discrete instant that the failures had used to come apart, the physics of the system expressing both its breaking and its healing at the same speed, because the speed was a property of the system and not of the direction of change. The Singularity's gravitational gradient collapsed as the field filled the potential well from the outside in, the compensation cascade ending, the surrounding anchor outputs dropping from elevated back toward nominal as the recalibrated geometry took the load they had been carrying. The void lattice stopped moving toward Section 12's center. The Sun Eater's thermal spike began its descent from maximum output as the gravitational stress on the organism reduced, the biology that had driven the thermal process to high output in response to external physical stress, responding to the removal of the stress by returning toward the operational range it had been seeking for 31 days, the warmth that had been too much of itself becoming, in the absence of the force that had been demanding maximum output, something closer to sufficient. The hull temperature in Section 12 peaked at 38 degrees over baseline and began to fall, 4 degrees below the molecular bonding threshold. The needle's rotation was a different problem. The recalibration did not restore the snapped tether line, and a rotating 3-point tether system in a restored gravity field was a mechanical problem that the anchor network's restoration did not address. The rotation had reached 11 degrees when the recalibration completed and was continuing at the rate the imbalanced tension was driving it, which was slow enough that the tether tension management system's remaining capacity could apply corrective tension to the 3 intact lines and reduce the rotation rate before the geometry opened past the point where corrective tension was achievable, which was not a guarantee, which was a race between the rotation rate and the corrective tension capacity, which was the kind of race that came down to numbers and whose outcome the numbers had not yet decided. Vax was at the tether management console, which was where Vax was when there was a console that needed to be at. The monitoring display showed the corrective tension being applied, the rotation rate responding, slowing, the geometry of the 3 tether lines moving back toward the balanced configuration that the needle's suspended position required, 1 degree at a time, at the rate of a mechanical system applying force to a physical problem that was amenable to force. 6 degrees of residual rotation. 4, 2. The needle stopped moving. In Section 12, the Sun Eater was at the center of a space that no longer contained a singularity, at a position its thermal versus gravitational standoff had established, and that the gravity field's restoration had made now simply a position, a location in the Section 12 mid-level volume where an 8 to 12 metric ton organism was standing in restored gravity with its thermal output declining from maximum toward the operational range its biology required, in the specific warmth of a space where the hull temperature was falling from 38 degrees over baseline toward something the composite's molecular structure would continue to be intact at. The stalker had withdrawn from the Sun Eater's thermal radius when the Singularity collapsed, returning to the lateral distance its behavioral geometry preferred. Its carrier wave was running at 1.11 seconds on the plasma vent network. It had not stepped further toward the reactor frequency in the 17 minutes since the recalibration began. It had not stepped back either. The snapped tether line was hanging from anchor point 3 in the Section 12 void lattice, its free end drifting in the atmospheric currents of the restored chamber. 4.6 meters of broken cable that was the distance between where the needle was and where the needle was supposed to be, and that distance was the distance between the current operational state and the operational state the mission required, and bridging it required a replacement cable that was in the supply bay and an EVA into the needle's tether array to install it. And Kaelen was looking at the monitoring display with 70% of his visual field and thinking about what order to do the next several things in. The needle was not falling. It was holding on 3 lines in a restored gravity field, with its rotation arrested and its systems on backup power, and its position 3 kilometers from the nearest hull surface and its crew inside it. The needle was free-floating. That was the operational description. Not tethered as designed, not secured as specified, suspended in the interior of a megastructure by 3 of 4 required connections in a restored but recently inverted twice and singularity adjacent gravity field whose anchor network had just completed an unplanned recalibration using 2 apex predators as components. Holding. For now, holding. Chapter 14. The Near Breach. The 4th tether replacement took 6 hours. Not because the work was difficult. The replacement cable was in the supply bay. The anchor point hardware was intact. The EVA into the needle's tether array was straightforward in the operational sense of a task with no unexpected variables. 6 hours, because the needle on 3 lines in a recently singularity-adjacent gravity field was a platform with a different vibration profile than the needle on 4 lines in a stable gravity field, and the vibration profile it had was not compatible with high-precision cable work at the tether attachment point, and the solution to a vibration problem during precision cable work was time. Slow movements, verified contact at each step, every connection checked before the next one was made. 6 hours of that, and then the 4th tether was in, and the needle was on 4 lines, and the rotation was 0, and the tension distribution was inside rated parameters for the first time in 9 hours. Kaelen logged the restoration at 1400 on day 31 and slept for 5 hours, which was the first time in 4 days he had slept for more than 2 consecutive hours, and his visual field was at 85% of normal when he woke, and 85% was enough. The stalker's carrier wave was at 1.11 seconds when he went to sleep, and at 1.11 seconds when he woke up. It had not stepped forward. It had not stepped back. It was running at 1.11 seconds on 412 plasma vent nodes with the consistency of a signal that had found an equilibrium and was maintaining it, which was either the stalker holding position while it assessed something or the stalker having reached the position it was trying to reach, and the two possibilities had different implications, and the monitoring data did not distinguish between them. Eris had a hypothesis. She transmitted it from the biological monitoring station without annotation. In the direct register she used for observations she was confident in and had not yet found a way to be wrong about. The reactor emission frequency was 1.09 seconds. The carrier wave was at 1.11. The gap between them was not one step, not in the stepped increments the carrier wave had been using, which were 0.02 seconds each. The gap was one step. The stalker had arrived at the position one step away from the reactor frequency and stopped. It was not failing to close the gap. It was maintaining the gap. It had been maintaining it for 11 hours. The carrier wave at 1.11 seconds was not converging on the reactor. It was orbiting it, maintaining a specific spectral distance from the reactor's frequency, the way the stalker maintained a specific physical distance from the Sun-Eater's thermal radius. Inside the sensory range, outside the full intensity zone, in the position that a predator used when it was monitoring something it had decided to monitor rather than approach. The stalker was not trying to reach the reactor. It was watching it. What that meant for the reactor's operational safety was a question the hypothesis did not answer. What it meant for the carrier wave running on the plasma vent network at 1.11 seconds, 412 nodes, touching every electromagnetic pathway in the accessible interior of segment 42. That question, the hypothesis also did not answer. Kaelen logged the hypothesis, updated the carrier wave file, and noted that watching and harmless were not synonyms, and that the distinction would need to be resolved before the mission's Act 4 timeline, and moved on to the Section 7 inspection that had been deferred twice by higher priority events, and that the structural monitoring system was now flagging at a priority level that did not permit a third deferral. Section 7 was in the lower atmospheric volume, 300 meters below the needle's suspended position, accessible via a lateral conduit that branched from the Section 12 maintenance network at the level of the moss canopy, the height at which the bioluminescent growth layer had reached a density that the atmospheric models described as closed canopy, a continuous surface of living material covering the full horizontal cross-section of the lower chamber, filtering the amber plasma light from above into the dappled, shifting illumination of a forest interior. The smell at canopy level was fully biological now, not the burnt copper plasma undertone that had been the atmospheric baseline since day 2, but something that had overtaken it, the accumulated respiratory output of 32 days of moss growth and spore cloud metabolism, producing a gas mix that the atmospheric monitors confirmed as breathable without soot filtration, and that the nose confirmed as a jungle, dense and green and slightly sharp, with the specific chemistry of a biosphere that was young and growing fast and had not yet reached the equilibrium states in which ecosystems begin to smell of themselves rather than of their components. The primary gas line for Section 7 ran beneath the canopy along the lower chamber's structural substrate, the main atmospheric distribution pipe that fed pressurized gas from the scrubber swarms to the Section 7 volume, maintaining the 1.2 bar that the megafauna transfer schedule required. It was a large bore line, 2 meters in diameter, rated for continuous pressure operation, running along the substrate surface that the moss had covered in the same way it had covered everything else it could reach, which meant the line was not visible from above the canopy and had not been visually inspected since before the closed canopy threshold was reached on day 26. The Section 7 monitoring flag was a pressure anomaly, not a drop, an irregularity in the pressure waveform, a micro-fluctuation at a frequency that the monitoring system associated with developing structural compromise in pressurized conduit under intermittent mechanical stress, the kind of fluctuation produced by a surface that was being worked on from the outside. Kaelen went through the canopy at the Section 7 access point, and the jungle received him. It was different below the canopy than above it. Above, the moss was a surface, a continuous horizontal plane of bioluminescent growth, catching the amber plasma light and converting it to the spectrum the spore clouds needed. Below, the canopy was a ceiling, and the ceiling was alive, and the alive ceiling filtered the plasma light into something that moved, that shifted and pulsed with the collective bioluminescent output of the moss layer, producing a light environment that was not steady but was not random, that had the quality of light underwater, but in amber and blue-green, and the deep violet frequencies the moss emitted when the plasma input was highest. The substrate surface below the canopy was in perpetual moving shadow. The Wraith Swarm drones that mapped this zone were running on reduced sensor output to avoid disturbing the organisms that use the below canopy environment as habitat, which meant the zone's coverage was partial, which meant the partial coverage had gaps, which meant the thing that had been working on the primary gas line had been doing so in one of the gaps. The line was visible from 5 meters. The moss had covered it in the same way it covered the substrate surface, uniformly, completely, the growth layer's thickness adding to the line's apparent diameter without changing its profile significantly. What had changed the profile significantly was the section approximately 40 meters from the access point where the moss cover was disrupted, not removed. Disrupted, pushed aside, and compressed in the pattern of disruption produced by something that had been pressing against the line from above with a force sufficient to compress the moss growth layer and work on the material underneath. The Sun Eater's bite radius, based on the anterior structure dimensions in the pre-mission survey documentation, was approximately 1.4 meters. The breach in the primary gas line was 1.3 meters across. It was not a new breach. The pressure waveform anomaly had been running for 6 hours before the monitoring flag escalated to the deferral threshold priority, which meant the breach had existed for at least 6 hours and possibly longer, the gas escaping through the 1.3 meter gap at the pressure differential between the line's 1.2 bar internal pressure and the Section 7 atmospheric volume, which was also at 1.2 bar, which meant the initial pressure loss had been slow, the differential small, the escape rate governed by the gap geometry rather than a catastrophic blowout, and slow had become the monitoring anomaly that the flag had finally elevated to the priority level that sent Kaelen through the canopy. The line was losing pressure. The atmospheric volume below the canopy was losing pressure with it. The scrubber swarm's output not sufficient to maintain 1.2 bar in a volume with an open breach in the primary distribution line, the pressure reading in Section 7, currently at 1.08 and falling at a rate that put it at the void grazer suffocation threshold, 0.4 bar, in approximately 90 minutes. The void grazers were in Section 7, both of them. The 41-meter span resident and the first transfer from Day 14, which had moved its filter feeding route to Section 7 3 weeks earlier and had been documented in the swarm mapping as stable in this location. They were visible through the canopy gaps as large translucent presences in the above canopy volume, their trailing electrical tendrils moving through the spore clouds in the slow arcs of active feeding, their bioluminescent pulse running at the low-frequency feeding signal that the pre-mission documentation described as continuous during active filter feeding periods. They were feeding. They were not yet showing behavioral indicators of atmospheric stress. At 0.4 bar, they would begin to show behavioral indicators of atmospheric stress, and the behavioral indicators would include the low-frequency hum that shut down local electrical systems. Because that was what void grazers did when they were stressed, which was the worst possible thing for a Section 7 that was already running on reduced monitoring coverage and needed every instrument operational to manage a 50-meter gas line breach in a below-canopy environment with partial visibility and a sun eater somewhere in the substrate zone, 50 meters. The breach was not 1.3 meters. The breach was the 1.3-meter entry point for whatever had been working on the line, and the sun eater's internal heat process operating against the gas line's composite material at close range for the duration required to chew through it had not stopped at 1.3 meters. It had followed the line in the direction the line ran, working against the composite from below the moss cover, the heat well's radius doing to the gas line what it had been doing to the Section 12 hull, conducting thermal energy through the composite at temperatures the composite's molecular bonding structure was not rated for, and the structural compromise ran for the full 50 meters between the breach entry point and the nearest distribution junction. 50 meters of gas line with compromised structural integrity at 1.2 bar dropping pressure, 90 minutes to grazer suffocation threshold, below a closed canopy and partial visibility with the sun eater in the zone. The flash weld grenades were in the substrate maintenance kit that Kaelen had been carrying since day 15, on the principle that the substrate zone was the category of environment where standard weld equipment was insufficient, and flash weld grenades were the category of equipment whose absence was only discovered at the moment it was needed. 6 grenades, each one a single-use thermal bonding device, a contained plasma discharge at weld temperature, directional, with a bonding radius of 1.2 meters and a seal depth rated for 1.5 bar continuous pressure operation. 6 grenades, 1.2 meters of bonding radius each, 50 meters of compromised line. The math was not comfortable, but it was doable if the seal coverage was maximized and the grenades were positioned correctly, and the sun eater was not in the immediate substrate zone during the detonation sequence. Because flash weld grenades produced a thermal pulse at weld temperature, and the sun eater's thermal field interacted with thermal pulses in the way it had interacted with the stalker's bioelectric discharge, by absorbing them, which in the context of grenades designed to seal a pressurized gas line meant the seal energy being consumed before the seal formed. The sun eater's heat signature was on the suit's thermal sensors at 40 meters, not in the substrate zone in the above canopy volume, which was where the thermal signature at that range resolved on the suit's sensor array, which meant it was either genuinely above the canopy or was in the substrate zone at a position where the canopy's bioluminescent mass was attenuating the thermal reading. The suit's sensor array at current calibration could not distinguish between the two interpretations. Kaelen moved to the breach entry point and began the grenade placement sequence because the pressure reading was at 1.04 and the 90-minute estimate had been made at 1.08 and the current rate was faster than the estimate. The first grenade at the entry point triggered. The thermal pulse sealed 1.2 meters of compromised line with a flash that the suit's optical filters registered and that the moss cover registered by scorching at the contact radius and resuming its growth pattern from the scorched boundary within the same minute, because the moss did not stop growing for anything that did not kill it, and a flash weld thermal pulse at 1.2 meter radius did not kill it. Second grenade, 7th meters into the compromised section. Seal confirmed. Third at 14, fourth at 21. The pressure reading had stabilized in its decline, not reversed, not yet. The scrubber swarms had not yet caught up to the reduced leak rate from the sealed sections, but the decline rate was slower, the grenades buying time at the rate of 1.2 meters of restored integrity per detonation. The sun eater's thermal signature moved, not toward Kaelen's position, toward the detonation points. The flash weld grenades were producing thermal pulses at weld temperature, and weld temperature was in the range of temperatures the sun eater's heat well operated at, and the heat well's operational logic was oriented toward thermal sources in the way that the sun eater's entire biology was oriented toward thermal sources, drawn to them, reading them, approaching them with the patient precision of an organism that had spent its evolutionary history pursuing warmth. The thermal signature was below the canopy. It was in the substrate zone. The canopy attenuation had been the correct interpretation. It was 30 meters away and moving at the deliberate pace it used when approaching a thermal source. It was investigating rather than hunting, which was the same pace and the same direction, and the distinction between investigating and hunting was one that mattered in the behavioral documentation and did not currently matter in the substrate zone, with 2 grenades remaining and 29 meters of unpatched compromised line. 5th grenade at 28 meters. Seal confirmed. The pressure reading reversed, 1.04 to 1.05, the scrubber swarms catching up to the leak rate from the remaining unsealed section. The atmospheric pressure in Section 7 beginning its recovery toward 1.2. 22 meters of unpatched line remaining. 1 grenade. The 6th grenade had a bonding radius of 1.2 meters. 22 meters of compromised line required, at minimum, 9.2 additional grenade equivalents of coverage, which was 8.2 more than the one available, which was the math that the substrate maintenance kit had not been stocked to address because the breach scenario it had been stocked for was the point failure model. 1 discrete breach site, sealed by 1 or 2 grenades, resolved. Not 50 meters of thermally compromised composite requiring saturation coverage. The Sun Eater was 22 meters away. The compromised section ran 22 meters from the 5th grenade's seal point to the distribution junction. The distribution junction was a reinforced composite housing rated for significantly higher pressure than the distribution line. It was the structural node where the line's pressure load transferred to the sphere's internal framework, designed for the load concentrations that junction points produced in pressurized systems, built heavier and denser than the line material it connected. If the distribution junction held, the compromised section between the 5th seal point and the junction could lose structural integrity, and the system would still hold pressure at the junction boundary, the line venting into the substrate zone rather than the atmospheric volume. The pressure loss contained to the sub-canopy environment, rather than propagating into the full Section 7 volume where the grazers were feeding. Sub-canopy venting at 1.2 bar into the substrate zone meant the Sun Eater, which was in the substrate zone, would be in a pressurized gas flow. A pressurized gas flow at 1.2 bar did not damage a Sun Eater. It moved 1. Not quickly, not forcefully. At 1.2 bar through a 1.3 meter breach, the flow velocity was not a hazard to 8 to 12 metric tons of biology. It was a presence, a directional pressure, a fact about the environment that an organism in that environment would respond to by moving in the direction the pressure was not coming from, away from the breach, away from the 22 meters of compromised line between the breach and the distribution junction, away from the position between the 5th seal point and the junction that the Sun Eater was currently occupying. Kaelen placed the 6th grenade at the distribution junction's line side flange, not in the compromised section, at the junction, sealing the junction's connection to the compromised line from the high-pressure side. The junction seal. The grenade's bonding radius covered the full flange circumference. If the seal held at the junction, the pressure in the compromised section equalized with the sub-canopy atmospheric volume, and the line pressure upstream of the junction was maintained by the distribution system on the junction's output side. The junction seal held. The atmospheric pressure reading in Section 7 stopped falling and began rising at the rate of the scrubber swarm's full output capacity against a sub-canopy leak rather than a full volume breach, the rate that reached 1.2 bar in approximately 40 minutes, which was 50 minutes before the grazer suffocation threshold on the current pressure trajectory. The void grazers were at 1.02 bar, and their feeding behavior was unchanged, and their low-frequency hum was not present in the monitoring data, and their electrical tendrils were moving through the spore clouds in the slow arcs of organisms that were not yet aware that the atmosphere they were breathing had been, 40 minutes earlier, on a trajectory toward the pressure level at which they stopped breathing. The Sun Eater was visible through a canopy gap 26 meters from the distribution junction, in the above canopy volume now, its thermal signature reading clearly on the suit sensors at that distance, its heat well radius filling the above canopy space around its position with the warmth that the atmospheric sensors registered as a localized temperature elevation, and that the below canopy space, from which the sub-canopy pressurized gas flow had moved it, did not currently contain. The above canopy atmospheric pressure at the Sun Eater's position was 1.2 bar, stable. The Sun Eater's core temperature was still below operational range. It was still looking for the reactor. The compromised gas line was venting into the sub-canopy zone at a manageable rate through the section between the fifth grenade seal and the distribution junction. It needed replacement, a full section replacement, which required the line inventory in the supply bay and a sub-canopy installation team and access to the substrate zone, and the substrate zone was where the Sun Eater had been when the breach occurred, and where it would return when the above canopy thermal differential stopped holding its interest, which was not a timeline Kaelen could predict and was a constraint on the replacement schedule that the schedule needed to account for. The pressure reading hit 1.1 at 33 minutes, 1.15 at 39. The grazers continued feeding through the recovery, their translucent forms visible through the canopy gaps in the amber-shifted light of the above canopy volume, their tendrils tracing the spore density in arcs that had not changed in the 43 minutes since the breach had been contained, the organisms entirely unaware that the atmosphere they required had spent those 43 minutes trending toward a state in which they could not survive, and had been brought back from that trend by a sealed distribution junction and a pressurized gas flow, and the Sun Eater's own thermal preference doing, incidentally, the one useful thing it had done since arriving in segment 42 without authorization on day 28. The pressure reading reached 1.2 bar at 41 minutes, and the scrubber swarms throttled to maintenance output, and the monitoring display showed section 7 stable. Stable with a 22-meter section of compromised primary gas line venting into the sub-canopy zone, a Sun Eater above the canopy that had demonstrated it could breach primary infrastructure, avoid grazer population that had come within 41 minutes of suffocation without triggering a monitoring alert until 6 hours into the breach event, and a replacement schedule that was constrained by the Sun Eater's presence in the substrate zone, and the Stalker's carrier wave at 1.11 seconds, and the needle on 4 lines in a restored but recently recalibrated gravity field, and the exterior anchor housing in structural monitoring range, and the fourth transport 8 days out, with a manifest that had been finalized 3 days ago, and that Kaelen had reviewed, and that contained everything on the resupply list except the items the list had not included, because the scenarios requiring them had not been operational when the list was written, which was all of the scenarios that were currently operational. Kaelen stood in the below canopy substrate zone in the moving amber light of the living ceiling, and looked at the distribution junction with its flash weld grenade seal and the compromised line section venting into the sub-canopy air, and thought about the mission timeline. Day 32. Chapter 15 was 11 days away. The 12-minute reset. Total anchor failure. The moment the Act 4 contingency had always been building toward, the moment the series of incremental failures and improvised solutions and held by margins operational states converged into the single event that the mission's design had not been able to avoid and had only been able to defer. 11 days was not a long time in a structure that had been producing new failure modes at the current rate. It was also not a short time. Kaelen began the sub-canopy transit back toward the canopy access point. His boots on the substrate surface, the bioluminescent ceiling moving in its patterns above him, the compromised line venting its quiet pressure bleed into the air around him, the ambient electromagnetic environment carrying the Stalker's carrier wave at 1.11 seconds through every plasma vent node it touched, which was every plasma vent node there was. The jungle floor of a billion-year-old machine, 32 days into the process of becoming something that had not existed anywhere in the catalogued galaxy before the team arrived, glowing from every surface in the half-dark below a living canopy, smelling of everything that was alive in it. It was the most dangerous place Kaelen had ever been. It was also in the way of things that are both true simultaneously, extraordinary. Chapter 15. The 12-minute reset. The total anchor failure arrived on day 43, not day 42 or 44, at the specific moment that 11 days of accumulated operational stress converged into a single event the way rivers converge, not at a planned junction, but at the lowest point available. The exterior anchor housing on the cold side, which had been in structural monitoring range since the locking bracket installation on day 31, reached the end of what the monitoring range could contain at 1422. The vibration amplitude that the brackets had reduced but not eliminated had been working on the mounting hardware for 12 days at the frequency that the brackets had established as the new resonance point, and the new resonance point was not the safe resonance point, and the mounting hardware gave way, not catastrophically, not in the single event fracture mode that the interior anchors had used, but in the gradual shear failure mode of hardware that has been asked to do more than it was designed for over a period long enough that the asking adds up. 3 of the 6 mounting bolts sheared. The housing was still attached. It was attached at 3 points instead of 6, and the vibration amplitude that had been reduced was no longer reduced, and the reduced but present resonance that had been transmitting into the hull composite for 12 days became the full resonance, and the full resonance traveled through the 16 meters of carbon nanotube composite from the exterior face to the interior face, and through the interior face into the void lattice anchor network and into the gravity anchors that the void lattice supported, and it arrived at the anchor 4 transplant coil, which had been running at elevated output for 12 days, and which was not the same coil that had fractured on day 23, but was the same design, installed in the same housing, under the same operational demand, at a frequency that the coil's field geometry resonated with. It was not impact, it was not burnout, it was resonance. The anchor coil's field geometry, excited at its natural resonant frequency by the vibration from the exterior housing, destabilized its own output, in the same way a bridge destabilizes under the synchronized footsteps of a marching column, not because any single force was too large, but because the timing was exactly wrong. The field output dropped to 0 in the way fields dropped to 0 when their geometry had been excited past the recovery threshold. The compensation cascade began. The adjacent anchor network attempted to fill the Section 12 coverage gap. The compensation demand exceeded the surrounding anchor's sustained output capacity. The thermal runaway that had been a 40 to 60-minute window on day 23 was now a faster problem because the surrounding anchors had been running at elevated output for 12 days, and elevated output over time was not the same as elevated output from a fresh start. Sections 8, 9, and 11 entered thermal runaway simultaneously at 1423. The total anchor failure was not Section 12 losing its field. It was the entire northeast quadrant of the anchor network losing output in a cascade that propagated through the mutual compensation demand at the speed of thermal physics. Each failed anchor adding its load to its neighbors, each neighbor approaching its thermal limit faster for the additional load, the cascade front moving through the network at the rate of the slowest failure, which was the rate of the fastest failure plus the propagation delay, which was not slow. By 1426, 9 anchors were offline. The internal horizon of segment 42 collapsed. This was the phrase in the theoretical failure documentation, and it was accurate in the way that accurate phrases about catastrophic events were accurate, technically correct, experientially insufficient. What collapsing internal horizon meant in practice was that the gravity field inside the sanctuary, which had been maintaining a consistent orientation across the full chamber volume for 43 days through the combined output of a network that was now running at 31% of nominal, became inconsistent. Not 0. The remaining anchors were still operating, still producing output, still creating gravity in their coverage zones. But the coverage zones no longer connected. The sanctuary's interior was no longer a space with a floor and a ceiling and a consistent sense of which direction was down. It was a collection of gravity islands, zones of local orientation surrounded by the gradient boundaries where adjacent fields interfered, producing at those boundaries the same superposition events that the individual anchor failures had produced. The competing field vectors resolving into tidal forces and orientation ambiguity, and at the gradient boundaries themselves, the specific physical experience of standing in a place that could not decide what direction to pull you. The biological response to this was immediate and not subtle. Every organism in the sanctuary responded to the loss of consistent gravitational orientation the way organisms responded to the sudden absence of a physical constant, with the full priority that the nervous system assigned to the category of information that said the floor had stopped being the floor. The void grazers, whose feeding behavior had been steady through 43 days of accumulated crises, produced the low-frequency hum that they produced under stress, and the hum shut down every electrical system within their tendril range. In the same moment the anchor cascade was shutting down the sanctuary's gravity architecture, the two events compounding the monitoring situation by removing from the available data exactly the sensor coverage that the gravity failure made most necessary. The monitoring display at the needle's console showed the anchor network status, the gravity coverage map, the biological signatures, the atmospheric readings, everything it showed, for approximately 4 seconds after the cascade began. Then the grazer hum reached the needle's external sensor array, and the display showed nothing, because the display ran on electrical systems, and electrical systems were what the grazer hum addressed. Emergency backup power was mechanical, not electromagnetic, not susceptible to the grazer's field. It came online in the needle's core systems at 1427 and gave the team light, life support, and the mechanical systems required to keep the needle's tethers under tension in a gravity field that was no longer telling the tethers which direction to point. Everything else was dark. The safe zone was not a designated location. It was a consequence of the anchor network's failure geometry. The single section of the sanctuary's interior where two of the surviving anchors had their coverage zones overlapping, producing a stable one-gravity field in a volume approximately 40 meters across at the Section 7 mid-level position, above the canopy, accessible from the needle by the lateral conduit that Kaelen had used to reach the gas line breach 12 days earlier. The monitoring system had identified it in the 2 minutes of full data availability before the grazer hum took the sensors down. Eris had flagged it before the display went dark. The flag was in the Mechanical Backups emergency data store when Kaelen pulled the store at 1428. 40 meters of stable gravity, everything outside it, variable, everything outside it and in the gradient boundaries, actively dangerous. The mission had 12 minutes before the remaining anchors reached their thermal limits, and the safe zone's 2 supporting anchors went with everything else. And after that, the sanctuary would be in free-fall physics throughout, and free-fall physics throughout was the condition from which the anchor network could not restart, because the restart required the network's own field geometry to be used as a bootstrap reference, and a field that had fully collapsed had no geometry to reference. 12 minutes to reach the anchor reboot switch at the Section 7 core housing, which was at the safe zone's boundary, which required transit through the gradient regions between the needle and the safe zone, in a gravity environment that was inconsistent and getting more inconsistent as the remaining anchors hit their thermal limits one by one. The biological signatures in the monitoring backups emergency data showed the safe zone occupied. Not by the team. The team was at the needle in the lateral conduit, moving toward the safe zone. The safe zone was occupied by the organisms that had found it before the team had. The organisms whose sensory apparatus for reading the electromagnetic landscape of the sanctuary included the specific capability of detecting gravity field boundaries, because detecting gravity field boundaries was the kind of sensory capacity that evolved in species that lived in environments where gravity was not guaranteed to be consistent, and which 3 cataloged species in the sanctuary had evolved for different reasons and in different environments, and which all three of them were using right now to occupy the one stable zone in a collapsing field network. 3 nebula stalkers, 2 void grazers, 1 sun eater. The safe zone was 40 meters across. It contained all of the sanctuary's apex-class megafauna, in a space where the grazer's stress hum was attenuating the electrical systems, and the stalker's territorial protocols were presumably suspended by the shared physics emergency, and the sun eater was the sun eater, and the anchor reboot switch was at the safe zone's boundary. At the safe zone's boundary, which was accessible from the inside, not from the lateral conduit approach. The conduit approach reached the safe zone's outer edge, where the gradient boundary began, where the gravity field was inconsistent. The reboot switch was on the anchor housing at the zone's inner boundary, the face of the housing that was inside the stable field, that required entry into the zone to reach, that was 40 meters from the conduit access point across a floor that was shared by 6 apex-class organisms that had not been in the same 40-meter space simultaneously since their respective arrival dates, and that were not currently in this space because they had chosen each other's company. Kaelen stood at the conduit access point and looked into the safe zone. The amber plasma light was not reaching the safe zone. The grazer hum had taken the plasma vent nodes in the zone's vicinity offline the way it took everything electrical offline, and the zone was lit by biology alone, by the bioluminescent output of the stalker's pulse and the grazer's feeding emission, and the sun eater's thermal glow. The 6 organisms producing between them a light environment that had no analog in the pre-mission documentation, because the pre-mission documentation had not contemplated 6 apex-class specimens in 40 meters of shared space simultaneously. The light moved. The stalker's pulses ran their carrier wave frequency, 1.11 seconds, the 3 of them in the same zone, and their frequencies running together in a harmonic that the monitoring equipment would have flagged if the monitoring equipment had been running. The grazer's bioluminescent emission was the low blue-green of stressed feeding. The sun eater's thermal glow was amber gold at its outer radius, white at the core, the heat well running at the elevated output it had been running at since day 31 in its continuous search for the temperature that its biology required. Eris was behind Kaelen in the conduit, Vax behind her. The 2 technicians at the needle, managing the mechanical backup systems that were keeping the tethers under tension in a field that was doing its best to remove tension as a concept. 11 minutes remaining. The sun eater was at the zone's center. Not by coincidence, by physics, the stable field's geometric center being the point of maximum gravitational consistency, the point that an organism whose biology prioritized physical stability in times of external stress would find and occupy because the biology knew what it needed even when the organism had no conscious access to the knowing. It was at the center of the safe zone, and it was feeding on the electrical output of the grazer's stress hum, the bioelectric field conversion that the sanctuary had documented since Chapter 11. The sun eater's thermal process using the grazer's electromagnetic output as supplemental fuel, the 2 species in an involuntary metabolic relationship that neither had chosen and both were participating in. The sun eater was between Kaelen and the reboot switch, not partially, completely. The housing was at the zone's inner boundary, the sun eater was at the center, and the center was the path from the access point to the housing, and there was no geometry by which the path from the access point to the housing did not pass through the center where the sun eater was. 10 minutes. What Kaelen understood about the sun eater standing at the conduit access point in the bioluminescent light of 6 species sharing 40 meters, it was not interested in him. It had never been interested in him. It had been interested in the reactor since day 28. And before that it had been interested in whatever thermal source had drawn it through the hull, a transit method the team had never explained and that the monitoring data had never resolved. And before that it had been interested in whatever had made it cold, which was a question the pre-mission documentation did not answer, and that the 43 days of operational data had not answered either. It was an 8 to 12 metric ton thermal-seeking organism at its physiological stress limit, feeding on the grazer's electromagnetic output in the one stable zone in a collapsing sanctuary, and a human in a cold suit walking across its back was not in the sensory category it was currently attending to. Cold suit. The thermal stealth protocols that the mission's operational rules specified for any movement near Sun Eater proximity, the cold suits that hid heat signatures from infrared predators, were the standard EVA configuration that the team had been wearing since day one, because the standard EVA suit was cold-rated and its thermal layer was the same thermal layer the cold suit specification described. The suit that Kaelen was wearing was a cold suit by the operational definition. He was already wearing the thing the protocol required. He entered the safe zone. The stalkers registered his entry. Their bioluminescent pulses did not change frequency. They ran at 1.11, the harmonic the three of them had found in the shared space, which was the carrier wave frequency, which was the frequency the stalker population had been running since day 3. But the pulse amplitude increased, brighter, the organism's attention expressing itself as a change in the light they were producing rather than a change in the light's timing. 3 separate points of brightening, triangulating the entry point. Watching. They did not move. The grazer's tendrils continued their slow arcs through the zone's atmospheric currents, feeding on whatever the grazer hum had displaced from the spore density, not registering the human entry as an input that affected their current behavior. The Sun Eater did not register Kaelen's entry at all. He walked toward it, not quickly, not the aggressive pace of a person performing a task under time pressure, because the aggressive pace was a thermal signature and a motion signature and a behavioral input, and the thing he was walking toward had sensory apparatus evolved to detect all 3. The pace of someone crossing a room at the speed the room required. The pace of someone who had decided, at the conduit access point, that the pace was going to be what it was going to be and that deciding anything else about it was not available. 8 minutes. The Sun Eater's back was not flat. It was the dorsal surface of a large biological organism, which meant it was contoured, which meant the surface varied in height and angle and texture in the way that biological surfaces did. Its thermal layer was the outer expression of the heat well, warm at the surface in the way that a thermal source was warm at its boundary, not burning, not at weld temperature, the temperature of a surface that was conducting heat outward from a core operating at significantly higher temperature, held at the boundary value by the thermal gradient between the core and the ambient air. Warm. The suit's thermal management layer registered it. The suit's insulation held. 7 minutes. He was on the Sun Eater's back for approximately 40 seconds, crossing the dorsal surface at the pace the room required, the suit's contact sensors reading the thermal boundary, and the suit's insulation maintaining the thermal barrier, and the Sun Eater continuing to feed on the grazer's output, and not registering the presence of 68 kilograms of cold-suited human being moving across its back, because 68 kilograms of cold-suited human being was, in the sensory landscape of an 8 to 12 metric ton organism, currently operating at physiological stress maximum in a gravity emergency, noise, below the significance threshold. The anchor housing was at the zone's inner boundary and the reboot switch was on its face, and the switch was a mechanical actuator, not electronic, rated for operation in any gravitational environment, designed to initiate the anchor network's cold start sequence from the backup coil array, using the mechanical energy of the switch actuation as the bootstrap input rather than the network's own field geometry. 6 minutes. Kaelen reached the housing. He reached the switch. He threw it. The cold start sequence required 6 minutes to build sufficient field output in the backup coil array to provide the bootstrap reference the network's restart algorithm required. 6 minutes of the backup coils charging at the rate that the mechanical switch had authorized, building toward the field threshold that triggered the main network's restart protocol. The safe zone's 2 supporting anchors hit their thermal limits at 5 minutes and 30 seconds into the cold start sequence. The safe zone ceased to exist, 30 seconds before the restart threshold. The 40-meter stable zone dissolved into the same gradient chaos that occupied the rest of the sanctuary's interior. The two anchor fields that had been holding it dropping their output in the same thermal runaway mode as the cascade that had taken the rest of the network. The field boundaries expanding and interfering, and the consistent gravity that had been present in the zone 30 seconds earlier, becoming the inconsistent gradient of a space that had run out of anchor coverage. 6 organisms and 1 human in a 40-meter space with no stable gravity and 30 seconds to the restart threshold. The void grazers were neutrally buoyant in zero-gradient environments, the way organisms that spent their lives in low-gravity zones were neutrally buoyant. The trailing tendril structure that looked like fins in a gravity field functioned as a full 3-dimensional positioning system in its absence, the grazers maintaining their positions in the dissolving field boundary with the ease of things that had been built for this. Their hum continued at its stress frequency and did not change. The stalkers were not neutrally buoyant and did not require neutral buoyancy. Their behavioral response to the loss of consistent gravity was the same as their behavioral response to the zero-G pocket in Chapter 11. The bioelectric field used as a positioning mechanism, pushing off electromagnetic gradients, converting the field chaos into a navigational lattice. They had practiced this. They moved through the dissolving zone without apparent difficulty, their pulses running at 1.11 seconds, 3 separate brightnesses triangulating the space. The Sun Eater dropped 3 meters before its thermal output responded to the gravitational change, the physics of 8 to 12 metric tons being briefly subject to the partial gravity gradient of a collapsing anchor field. And then the thermal output at its ventral surface increased, and the radiation pressure stabilized its position, the organism using its own heat as a thruster the way it had used the thermal gradient of the Singularity in Chapter 13, the biology finding the available physics and using it before the conscious equivalent processes had finished registering the change. It was facing the anchor housing. In the absence of consistent gravity, in a dissolving field boundary with 30 seconds to the restart threshold, the Sun Eater had oriented toward the highest electromagnetic density in the local space, which was the backup coil array running its cold start sequence inside the housing at the zone's boundary, the array charging toward the restart threshold and broadcasting its charging state into the local electromagnetic environment in the way that high-current electrical systems broadcast their state, as presence, as warmth, as a signal in the frequency range that the Sun Eater had spent 43 days learning to read. 20 seconds. The Sun Eater moved toward the housing, not fast. The deliberate pace of approach, thermal source investigation pace, the same pace it had used in the substrate zone toward the flash weld grenades in Chapter 14 and toward the reactor in the days before the Singularity. Deliberate, oriented, closing the distance between itself and the backup coil array at the pace that its biology used when it was approaching warmth. 10 seconds. Kaelen was between the Sun Eater and the housing. He had been between the Sun Eater and the housing since he reached the switch, which he had thrown 6 minutes ago, and the Sun Eater had not been facing the housing for 5 minutes and 50 seconds of those 6 minutes, and now it was. And the 10 seconds remaining in the cold start sequence were 10 seconds in which the Sun Eater was going to continue closing the distance, and he was at the housing, and there was no direction to be that was not between the Sun Eater and what it was approaching, below the significance threshold. He had been below the significance threshold on the Sun Eater's dorsal surface 40 seconds into the crossing, and he was below it now, and the suit's thermal management was holding, and the Sun Eater's sensory apparatus was oriented on the backup coil array and not on the 68 kilograms of cold-suited human between itself and the array, and the question of whether that continued for 10 more seconds was the question the next 10 seconds would answer. 7, 6. The Sun Eater's thermal radius reached the housing at second 5, and the backup coil array responded to the thermal input from the Sun Eater's field by running hotter, the charging rate increasing as the array's temperature increased. the cold start sequence's final charging phase accelerating past the modeled timeline, because the model had not included a Sun Eater's heat well as a variable in the backup coil array's thermal environment. 4, 3, 2, the restart threshold arrived 1.4 seconds ahead of schedule. The anchor network's main array received the bootstrap reference and began its restart sequence. The field geometry building outward from the backup coil's reference in the same millisecond speed that every gravity event in this structure used. The field snapping into existence across the network's full coverage zone in a single discrete instant that was not gradual and not gentle, and was the specific physical event that the monitoring system had been tracking as the only thing standing between the sanctuary and permanent freefall physics. The field engaged. Gravity returned to segment 42's interior at 0.98 g, stable, consistent across the full sanctuary volume, the anchor network running at its nominal coverage geometry for the first time since day 23. The thermal runaway cascade that had consumed it resolved by the cold start sequence and the backup coil bootstrap and the Sun Eater's heat well accelerating the final charging phase by 1.4 seconds. 1.4 seconds. The 6 organisms in the dissolved safe zone returned to their relationship with the floor. The stalkers landed. The grazer's tendrils settled into the gravity-mediated feeding arcs they used at 1G. The Sun Eater's ventral thrust cut as the field engaged, and the thermal compensation for absent gravity was no longer required, and the organism settled to the floor of the Section 7 mid-level volume at 0.98 g, with the specific physical solidity of something that has been its full weight in a consistent direction for the first time in 6 minutes. The monitoring systems came back online as the grazer hum dropped from stress frequency to the lower register of organisms in a restored environment. The electrical systems returning in the sequence of their distance from the grazer tendril field. The displays rebuilding their data pictures at the pace of sensors reconnecting to a network that was operational again. The anchor network status display showed green across every node for the first time in 43 days. Not because the network had been repaired, because it had restarted from a cold state bootstrap, and its initial status was nominal, and the failures that had accumulated across 43 days were not failures that a cold start resolved. They were conditions that the cold start had reset the monitoring baseline for, conditions that would return as the network operated, and the operational stress accumulated, and the thermal cycling continued, and the biology continued its negotiations with the infrastructure that contained it. The green status was the status of a network that had just started, not a network that had been fixed, and the difference was the difference between a problem deferred and a problem solved. The stalker's carrier wave was running at 1.11 seconds on the plasma vent network, which had come back online with the electrical systems, which meant 412 nodes were carrying the carrier wave again, and the carrier wave was one step from the reactor emission frequency, and nothing about the 43-day crisis that had just resolved had changed that. The Sun Eater was at the Section 7 floor, 3 meters from the anchor housing, its thermal output returning toward the elevated but not maximum level it had been running at since day 28 in its continuous search for the temperature it needed. Kaelen was at the anchor housing. His suit's thermal management was intact. His visual field was at 86%. He looked at the anchor network's green status display for a long moment. Green. The network had restarted. The sanctuary was stable. The field was running at 0.98 g across the full interior volume, and the bioluminescent moss was on every surface of the void lattice, and the spore clouds were in the atmospheric volume, and the grazers were filter feeding, and the stalkers were in their territories, and the Sun Eater was on the floor 3 meters away, warm and alive and still looking for the reactor. It had taken 6 humans 43 days, 3 gravity inversions, a singularity, a near breach, a cold side blinding, and every contingency in the operational plan, plus all the contingencies that had not been in the operational plan to reach the state that the mission had called for before any of those things had happened. The asylum existed, imperfect, damaged, 3 meters from an apex predator, running on a restarted network whose failure modes were all still present and accumulating, existing. Chapter 16. The Harrowing Restart. The anchor network's green status lasted 11 hours. Not because the network failed again. It did not. 11 hours was the duration of the interval between the cold start restoration and the moment the monitoring system's diagnostic cycle completed its first full post-restart assessment of the anchor network's operational state, and the assessment produced not a failure flag, but a degradation map, a node-by-node record of the thermal cycling damage, the field geometry drift, the coil output variance that had accumulated across 43 days of elevated demand operation and one catastrophic cascade and one cold start bootstrap, all of it expressed as a percentage deviation from the factory baseline for each anchor unit in the network, all of it in the amber range that meant not failing now but trending. And the direction of the trend was the direction that amber ranges always trended when the underlying conditions that had produced them had not been addressed. The network was running. The network was running the way a person runs on insufficient sleep and insufficient nutrition and the specific physiological debt that accumulates when the body has been asked to produce more than it can recover from over a period long enough that the recovery deficit is no longer a gap to be closed, but a condition to be managed. It was functional. It was not well. What the anchor network needed, the post-restart diagnostic made clear, was a primary gravity stabilizer, a central anchor unit with sufficient field output to carry the base load of the sanctuary's gravity architecture, reducing the distributed demand on the network's individual units to a level they could sustain without thermal accumulation. A unit whose output matched the sanctuary's current biomass load, which was 43 days heavier than any pre-mission model had projected and approximately 3 times what the network had been originally sized for when the mission's anchor supply manifest had been written. The sphere's original anchor architecture had included exactly such a unit. The asset ledger's entry on the gravity anchors described them as ancient spacetime pins, the primary stabilizers for the internal physics of a structure built to the scale of a small nation. The anchor core at the Section 12 center was the housing for the original primary stabilizer, a unit that had not functioned in 400 million years, and whose internal state the team's instrumentation had been unable to assess because the anchor core's housing was sealed with the same mechanism as the subfloor hatch and had not been opened since the building's construction. Kaelen had the subfloor hatch tool on his equipment rig. He had been carrying it since day 32. The anchor core opened on the second approach with the tool, which was one fewer than the subfloor hatch had required, which he logged as improvement and did not otherwise interpret. The interior of the housing was the managed cold of the subfloor, 217 below zero at the sensor face of the thermal probe, the same temperature that the subfloor's active cooling system maintained in the terminal grid, which meant the anchor core was connected to the same cooling network, which meant it was being maintained by the same system that had been running for 400 million years on whatever power source the subfloor's thermal management drew from. The primary stabilizer was intact, not operational, intact. The distinction was the difference between a machine that had been damaged and a machine that had been preserved. The subfloor's cooling had not been maintaining the anchor core against decay. It had been maintaining it against the specific thermal conditions that degraded the stabilizer's field coil matrix. The coil matrix that, at the temperatures the atmospheric chambers now maintained, would have experienced the same cumulative thermal drift that had degraded every other anchor coil in the network, except that the anchor core had been sealed and cooled, and the thermal environment that degraded anchor coils had not been inside it. 400 million years of preservation at 217 below zero, and the field coil matrix was within 3% of factory specification. The problem was the power coupling. The original power infrastructure that had fed the primary stabilizer was part of the sphere's main grid, which had been dark for 400 million years, and which the plasma bleed had partially revived in the atmospheric conduit runs, but not in the subfloor distribution network that fed the anchor core. The stabilizer was intact, The power pathway to bring it online was not. Without the primary stabilizer, the network's degradation map continued its trend. The timeline the diagnostic produced for the first secondary anchor failure under current load conditions was 16 days. 16 days until the anchor cascade risk returned. 16 days that became 15 as the current demand continued, and 14 after that, and the number that the mission had learned to treat as a countdown rather than an estimate. The Sun Eater's core temperature had been below operational range since it arrived in Section 12 on day 28. 16 days of below operational range core temperature in a large biological organism produced physiological effects that the pre-mission documentation described as progressive, which was the documentation's way of saying that each day below range was a day of accumulated deficit, and accumulated deficit in biological systems had the same directionality as thermal drift and anchor coils. The Sun Eater was declining. Not visibly, not in the dramatic sense of obvious biological distress. In the sensor sense, in the way that a monitoring system reading thermal output and field intensity and movement patterns over a 40-day baseline could detect the fractional differences between the output of day 28 and the output of day 43, the trend line that each data point extended by a small amount in the direction the trend had been running since arrival. The thermal output was lower than day 28 by a measurable margin. The heat well's radius at equivalent internal drive was smaller. The movement patterns were slower in the sub-threshold way that movement patterns became slower when the biology producing them was spending more of its resources on thermoregulation than on locomotion. The Sun Eater needed the reactor. The team had known this since day 31. The reactor was not a solution. The reactor at the thermal proximity the Sun Eater required would damage the reactor housing over the duration required to restore the Sun Eater's core temperature to operational range. And a damaged reactor was the category of outcome from which the mission did not recover, because the reactor was the power source for the needle and the monitoring systems and the scrubber swarms and the plasma bleed regulators and everything else that kept the sanctuary operational. The primary stabilizer was the solution. If the primary stabilizer came online, the anchor network's base load demand dropped to the level the individual units could sustain without thermal accumulation. The degradation trend reversed. The 16-day countdown extended to something that was not a countdown. The primary stabilizer required power. The power pathway was dark. The Sun Eater's thermal output, applied directly to the anchor core's primary coupling interface, was in the temperature range required to drive current through the coupling's inductive transfer system. The system the original builders had specified as the primary power input, which operated on thermal induction rather than electrical connection, which required a heat source at the coupling interface rather than a wired power supply. The Sun Eater was a heat source. The anchor core's primary coupling interface was the thermal contact point that the Sun Eater's biology could reach if the Sun Eater was inside the anchor core housing. These were the facts. The operational question was the same question that every fact in this mission had eventually produced, which was the question of how to get from the facts to the outcome they implied without the gap between them killing anyone in the process. The lure was not complicated in concept. The Sun Eater had been homing on high-density thermal sources since arrival. The reactor, the flash weld grenades, the backup coil array during the safe zone collapse. The anchor core's coupling interface, once the core housing was open and the managed cold was expelled by the atmospheric pressure differential, would read on the Sun Eater's thermal sensors as a sealed chamber, whose internal surfaces had been at 217 below zero and were now equilibrating toward ambient atmospheric temperature, which was the thermal profile of the specific category of object that a biology seeking heat would identify as a thermal sink rather than a thermal source, the opposite of what the Sun Eater was looking for. The lure required making the anchor core appear to be a thermal source rather than a thermal sink, which required putting a heat source inside it before the Sun Eater arrived, which required the team to have something in the anchor core that was warm enough to register on the Sun Eater's thermal sensors as worth approaching. The plasma pulse system. The debris-clearing tool from the Conflict Codex, repurposed as a non-lethal flashbang for bioluminescent organisms, had a thermal output that the monitoring system had documented at close range as entering the Sun Eater's heat attraction threshold. Not intensely, marginally. The margin that existed between the threshold and the pulse output was the margin that the lure had to work within. Vax placed the pulse emitter at the anchor core coupling interface. He set it to continuous low-output emission rather than single-pulse mode, which was not the documented operational use of the pulse system and which the pulse system's firmware accepted without complaint because firmware did not have opinions about operational context. The emitter sat at the coupling interface and produced a continuous thermal signature in the core housing. The Sun Eater found it in 4 hours, not directly. It did not transit the full distance from its Section 7 position to the anchor core in a straight line. It moved in the arc it used for approach geometry on thermal sources, the lateral arc that kept the source in sensory range while the biology assessed what it was approaching before committing to approach. The monitoring data showed the thermal signature concentration moving through the lower and mid-level chambers in the arc pattern over 4 hours. The Sun Eater reading the pulse emitter's output against the ambient electromagnetic landscape of the sanctuary with the patient precision of an organism that had spent 43 days learning to read this specific electromagnetic landscape. It entered the anchor core at 0900 on day 44. The coupling interface was at the core's inner wall, 3 meters from the entrance. The Sun Eater crossed those 3 meters, and its thermal field reached the coupling surface, and the inductive transfer system responded exactly as the original builders had specified it would respond, by converting the thermal gradient at the coupling surface into an electrical current in the primary distribution pathway, feeding that current into the stabilizer's field coil matrix, beginning the coil startup sequence that 400 million years of preservation at 217 below zero had kept available. The startup sequence took 9 minutes. Not 12, not 6. 9 minutes. The documented startup time for a field coil matrix at 3% deviation from factory specification receiving its design-rated power input for the first time. 9 minutes in which the Sun Eater stood at the coupling interface and fed on the warmth it was producing by producing it, the thermal contact with the coupling surface driving the inductive current that drove the coil startup, the biology doing work by doing what it did when it needed warmth and found a surface to do it against. The Sun Eater's internal drive to reach operational core temperature converted by the original builder's engineering into the specific electrical output the primary stabilizer required. At minute 7, the coupling current reached the threshold that the coil startup sequence's final phase required, and the field coil matrix began its field geometry initialization. At minute 8, the monitoring system registered a new signal on the network, not from the anchor array, not from the plasma vents, not from any system the team had installed or the team's equipment produced. A signal in the electromagnetic spectrum's deep carrier range, below the frequency bands the team's communication systems used, below the plasma vent carrier wave, below the grazer hum. A signal that the monitoring system had no classification for, because the monitoring system's classification library had been compiled from the cataloged electromagnetic signatures of human-made and cataloged alien-made systems, and the signal it was receiving was neither. At minute 9, the primary stabilizer's field came online. The snap was not a figure of speech. It was the physical event of a primary gravity field engaging at full design output in a space that had been relying on a distributed secondary network running at degraded capacity, the field geometry of the primary unit overriding the distributed geometry of the secondaries in the same millisecond speed that every gravity event in this structure used. Fast, discrete, without transition. The anchor network's individual units, their base load obligations suddenly reduced from full carry to supplemental, dropped their output to maintenance levels in the same instant. The thermal accumulation that had been their operational condition for 43 days ceasing at the rate at which things ceased when the cause stopped. The gravity in segment 42 settled at 0.98 g. The degradation map in the monitoring system updated. Amber across the network became the specific amber of units that were warm but not accumulating. The amber of thermal states that were trending toward green rather than toward failure. The difference between a patient whose fever is rising and a patient whose fever has broken and is falling. The deep carrier signal was still running. It was building now, not in volume, in structure. The signal's information density increasing as the seconds passed in the way of a system that had been waiting for a specific input and had received it, and was now executing the process the input was designed to initiate. The monitoring system could not classify the signal. It could measure its frequency, its amplitude, its information density, its directionality. It was omnidirectional. It was coming from every structural member of the sphere simultaneously, conducted through the carbon-nanotube composite of the hull, and the void lattice, and the solar tiles, and the conduit runs, and the substrate layer, the entire physical body of segment 42 acting as a broadcast antenna for a signal that its own material was generating. The sphere was speaking, not to the team, not in any language the team's translation suites contained, or the subfloor's partial handshake had provided fragments of. In the signal's own syntax, at its own frequency, in the direction of every point in the interior volume simultaneously. The monitoring system measured it and could not interpret it, and continued measuring it, because measuring was what the monitoring system did, and the signal was present, and present things were measured. The text output appeared on the needle's backup display 31 seconds after the primary stabilizer's field engaged. Not from the team's systems, from the sphere's own infrastructure, the display interface connecting to a data pathway that the monitoring system had not previously registered as active, the pathway carrying structured text in the script that appeared on the sphere's original construction markers, which the pre-mission translation suite had never fully resolved, displayed now on the team's backup display in the characters of a language that had been dead for 400 million years, with a translation appended below in standard galactic commercial script, which suggested the sphere's communication system had access to a translation layer that the team's reference library did not contain. Occupants recognized. Biolock engaged. Eris read it from the biological monitoring station with the register she used for information that was restructuring the frame around everything else simultaneously. Kaelen read it from the needle's main corridor with the register he used for information that required operational response before emotional processing. Vax read it from the systems console and said nothing, which was not his characteristic response to information that required operational response. Vax's characteristic response to information that required operational response was immediate action, and the reason he said nothing was that the operational response to occupants recognized, biolock engaged, was not immediately apparent. The external sensor array, restored with the electrical systems, running at full capacity since the grazer hum had dropped from stress frequency, registered new contacts at 1420 in the segment's proximity envelope. Not the signature of a transport. Multiple contacts, the specific hull profiles of industrial-class vessels running with minimal emission suppression, the kind of vessels that did not invest in stealth because they did not expect to need it, the kind of vessels that had market calculations and a preference to be reasonable. 3 ships, then 5, then 9, the contact count climbing as the approach geometry resolved, and the vessels that had been using the proximity envelope's far edge as a staging position moved to closer range. A poacher fleet. Not a single scraper vessel following a transport trail. A coordinated fleet, organized around the intelligence that 43 days of mission activity had broadcast into the proximity envelope as electromagnetic signature, thermal output, transport traffic, and the simple fact of a location that was doing something interesting enough to be worth a fleet rather than a scout. The defense system engaged without input from the team. Not the team's systems, the sphere's systems, the original architecture that the asset ledger had described as an energy trap and that the occupants recognized. Notification had apparently established as active, the ancient defense infrastructure that had spent 400 million years in the same dormant state as the primary stabilizer, and that the biolock engagement had woken at the same moment, the same signal cascade, the same consequence of the primary stabilizer coming online and the sphere's deep carrier signal reaching whatever threshold it had been building toward in the 31 seconds between the field engagement and the text output. The defense cannons were not in the mission documentation. They were not in the survey data. They were in the asset ledger under segment 42's entry, in the column labeled The Truth, in the line that read, "A self-repairing, sentient energy trap that views biomass as a clog." The defense architecture of a structure built to process the output of a star, dormant for 400 million years, receiving the biolock signal and executing the response protocol that the biolock signal had always been designed to initiate. The first contact in the proximity envelope disappeared from the external sensor array at 1422, the second at 1423. The contacts did not scatter. The fleet's approach geometry had placed the vessels at positions from which scattering required transit through the proximity envelope's defended zones, and the sphere's defense system was not operating at the response speed of a human-operated weapons platform. It was operating at the response speed of a system built by a civilization that had been managing the defense of a megastructure against unauthorized access for the duration of the civilization's existence, calibrated for the task, unimpaired by the 400 million years of dormancy in the way that the primary stabilizer had been unimpaired by its own dormancy. By 1427, the external sensor array showed no contacts in the proximity envelope. The deep carrier signal continued at its steady omnidirectional broadcast. Occupants recognized, biolock engaged. The biolock. The sphere's own classification for the state it was in, the state that recognized the current occupants as occupants rather than as energy parasites or unauthorized biological intrusion, the state that had activated the defense architecture against the external fleet, the state that had engaged in response to the primary stabilizer coming online, in response to the sun-eater feeding on the coupling interface, in response to the plasma pulse emitter that VAX had placed at the interface as a lure. Occupants recognized meant the sphere had assessed the biological signatures currently present in its interior, the humans, the stalkers, the grazers, the sun-eater, the moss, the spore clouds, all of it, and had applied to them the classification that its logic had for things that were inside it by legitimate means. Biolock meant the sphere had applied to the airlocks and access points that it controlled the state that its logic had for legitimate occupancy. The airlock status display on the Needle's backup system showed all external access points at locked status, not the standard operational locked status that the team's own access protocols produced. A different code, one the team's system had not generated and could not modify, because the code was coming from the sphere's own access management infrastructure, which was now running on the power the primary stabilizer was producing, and which had its own logic about what locked meant and what authorization was required to change it. We didn't just fix the machine, we gave it a soul, a hungry, violent soul. The airlock code did not change. The external sensor array continued to show an empty proximity envelope. No fleet, no transports, no unauthorized contacts. The sanctuary's interior showed the biological signatures of a functional ecosystem, the stalkers in their territories, the grazers on their feeding routes, the sun-eater at the anchor core coupling interface, its core temperature reading on the monitoring system at the low end of the operational range it had been below for 16 days, rising at the rate of a biology that had found what it needed and was using it. The primary stabilizer's field was at full nominal output. The anchor network's degradation map was trending green across every node. The airlock was locked from the inside. Kaelen looked at the airlock code on the backup display for a long time. The code was not threatening. It was not communicating anything beyond the information it contained, which was that the sphere's access management system was running and had classified the current occupants as occupants and had secured the structure accordingly, which was what access management systems did when they were running, and had classified the occupants and had a defense architecture available to enforce the classification. The sphere was not keeping them in. It was keeping everything else out. The distinction was a matter of perspective, and the perspective depended on whether you intended to leave, which was information the sphere's logic had not asked for, and to which the airlock code was not responsive. The Sun Eater's core temperature reading continued to rise. The anchor network continued to trend green. The deep carrier signal continued its broadcast. Outside, in the proximity envelope that had contained 9 vessels 4 minutes earlier, the void was empty and the star burned at 0.4 AU, and segment 42 held its orbit at the coordinates the subfloor's attitude thrusters had been maintaining for 14 months. The orbit that the subfloor's operational logic had determined was the correct one, for reasons that the partial translation had not explained, and that the biolock engagement had not explained, and that were present in the deep carrier signal as information that the monitoring system could measure and not interpret, running outward through the sphere's hull at the speed of electromagnetic propagation, reaching into the proximity envelope and beyond it into the space that the proximity envelope opened onto, broadcasting the sphere's current state to whatever in the surrounding space was configured to receive it. The sphere was announcing itself. To what, the monitoring system did not know. In what language, the translation suite could not determine. For what purpose, the deep carrier signal's content did not resolve into anything the team's reference library contained. The airlock code held, the signal broadcast, the star burned. Chapter 17, The Beacon of Preservation. The Sun Eater reached operational core temperature on day 47, not dramatically. No behavioral change, no visible shift in the heat well's quality, no event that the monitoring system flagged as a threshold crossing. The thermal sensors tracked the core temperature through its slow recovery from the below operational range it had occupied since day 28. 1 fractional degree at a time over 3 days of continuous contact with the anchor core coupling interface, and at some point in the early hours of day 47, the reading crossed the lower operational boundary and continued rising, and it was not until Eris noted it in the biological monitoring log at 0600 that the crossing had a timestamp. The log entry was brief. Core temperature, operational range achieved, day 47. The brevity was not indifference. It was the compression of something that had been a threat for 19 days into the 4 words that meant it was no longer a threat, which was the register Eris used for outcomes that had cost enough to arrive. That elaboration felt like the wrong kind of attention to give them. The Sun Eater left the anchor core at 0712 and moved into the upper atmospheric volume, and the monitoring system tracked its heat well radius, stabilizing at the 250-meter range that the pre-mission documentation had listed as its standard operational output. Not elevated, not declining. Standard for the first time since arrival. The organism was warm, and the sanctuary it moved through was the sanctuary it had arrived in, not the sanctuary of day 28, when the atmospheric chambers had been 43 days younger and 3 crises lighter, but the sanctuary as it existed now, on day 47, with everything it had accumulated in the interval. The monitoring display on day 47 showed the full biological inventory for the first time without a critical flag anywhere on the screen. 3 nebula stalkers, territorial distribution stable. 2 void grazers, feeding routes established across the mid-level chamber volume. 1 Sun Eater, operational upper atmospheric volume. Neon flora coverage. 94% of accessible void lattice surface. Atmospheric oxygen cycle, self-sustaining at 108% of projected output. Atmospheric pressure, 1.2 bar, stable. Plasma bleed rate, 39.4 gigawatts, inside rated margins. Anchor network, nominal across all nodes, primary stabilizer at full design output, degradation trend reversed to green across the full array. No critical flags. Kaelen looked at the display for a long time. He had been looking at it for varying durations, at varying hours since day 1, and in 47 days of looking, it had never shown him a screen without a critical flag somewhere on it. The absence had a quality that presence did not. Not relief, not satisfaction, not the clean feeling of a problem solved. Something more structural. The feeling of a load that has been carried for long enough that the body has built itself around it, and the removal of the load does not produce lightness, but the specific unfamiliarity of a posture that no longer has something to brace against. The team had been bracing for 47 days. The stay-away broadcast was Eris's design and Kaelen's authorization and Vax's implementation, which was the division of labor that the mission had evolved toward over 47 days without anyone naming it. Eris drafted the content. Kaelen reviewed it. Vax built the transmission system from the Needle's communication array and the Plasma Vent Network's carrier infrastructure, using the Stalker's established carrier wave protocol as the broadcast backbone. The 1.11-second pulse that ran through 412 vent nodes, repurposed from biological signal to electromagnetic broadcast. The Stalker's own communication architecture carrying a human message to the surrounding space because it was the most robust transmission infrastructure available, and because using it required the Stalker's carrier wave to remain active, and the Stalker's carrier wave remaining active was preferable to the alternative. The broadcast content was not long, it did not need to be. Segment 42 was a sovereign wildlife preservation zone under the jurisdiction of the beings currently in occupation. Entry by unauthorized vessels would be treated as intrusion by the sphere's own defense architecture, which had demonstrated its response parameters on day 44 to a 9-vessel fleet, and which had not been modified since. The biological systems within the segment were protected under the Preservation Compact's apex species provisions and the zero-kill policy that the mission had operated under for 47 days and would continue to operate under indefinitely. The sphere's biolock was engaged. It would not be disengaged for commercial, industrial, or extractive purposes. The predators were the first line of defense. The broadcast said this explicitly in the phrasing Aris had written. The organisms within the sanctuary were not contained assets and were not available for extraction or study, and were not separated from the sanctuary's defense architecture in any meaningful sense, because the sanctuary's defense architecture and the sanctuary's organisms were the same system now. The biology and the structure having spent 47 days becoming mutually dependent in the ways that 47 days of mutual pressure produced, and removing one from the other was no longer a coherent operation. The broadcast went out at 0900 on day 47 on the carrier wave frequency, pushed through the Plasma Vent Network's 412 nodes, and outward through the hull into the proximity envelope and beyond, carrying the message that Segment 42 was not available, and had the means to make that statement physical, the same statement the defense cannons had made on day 44 in the language that 9 vessels had received, and that the empty proximity envelope had confirmed as understood. Vax monitored the transmission output for the first 30 minutes and then stopped monitoring it because it was transmitting correctly and monitoring it correctly. Transmitting signal produced no information that the signal's transmission status display did not already contain, and he went to find something else to do, which was the thing about Vax that had not changed in 47 days. The Needle's observation port showed the lower and mid-level atmospheric chambers in amber and blue-green, the bioluminescent moss covering the full visible span of the void lattice, the spore clouds moving in the plasma vent currents through the structural framework in the slow spiral columns that the electromagnetic field gradients produced. The light that existed in the sanctuary on day 47 was not the same as the light on day 2. Day 2 had been the light of a machine newly revived, harsh and uninflected, plasma running through modulators into empty chambers. Day 47 was the light of a place, diffuse, layered, the amber plasma from above and the blue-green biological response from below, and the white gold of the Sun Eater's heat well moving through the upper volume, and the stalker's bioluminescent pulse running their 1.11 carrier wave through the vent nodes and returning as a shimmer on every surface the vents touched. 47 days. The light that a place made when it had been inhabited for 47 days by things that produced light. The stalker was at the plasma vent cluster in Section 4 when Eris registered the new biological signature. Not new in the sense of unrecognized, new in the specific sense that the monitoring system's biological signature database maintained a signature profile that had not previously existed as a distinct entry, and that the system was creating a new entry for because it was not a match for any existing profile in the database and was not specifically a match for the adult stalker signatures that the system had been tracking since day 3. Smaller. The field intensity characteristic of a juvenile biology. A signal running at the carrier wave frequency, but at the amplitude of a source that was new to producing it, that had not yet calibrated the output to the environment's parameters. The Section 4 vent cluster was at the plasma vent with the highest output stability, the vent whose hydraulic override Kaelen had calibrated to the tightest frequency tolerance on day 5, because Section 4 had the best structural integrity in the plasma distribution network, and the best structural integrity meant the most reliable flow regulation, and the most reliable flow regulation meant the vent whose output was most consistent, most predictable, most suitable for something that needed a stable radiation environment for a process the biology was undertaking for the first time. The adult stalker's carrier wave was running at the Section 4 vent cluster at 1.11 seconds. The juvenile signature was running at 1.11 seconds. The same frequency, the same pulse interval, matched precisely the juvenile's signal and the adult's signal in the specific synchrony of a biological transmission that was being received and repeated rather than independently generated. The adult stalker was teaching the vent frequency to its young, not metaphorically. The bioluminescent organism that had arrived on day 3 in a magnetized containment field and destroyed 6 drones in 18 seconds and spent 4 weeks learning the electromagnetic landscape of a megastructure with the patient precision of a predator that had never encountered an environment it could not eventually read, was at the Section 4 plasma vent cluster, running its carrier wave at the frequency it had established as the sanctuary's operational baseline, and the small biological signature beside it was receiving that frequency and producing it back at the amplitude of something that was learning what it was. The children of the star. The phrase arrived in Eris's monitoring log without attribution and without context. Not an analysis, not a report. 3 words at the end of a long technical entry recording the juvenile signature's parameters and the synchrony data and the vent cluster's output statistics, sitting at the end of the entry in the position of a conclusion that the data had produced before the language for it had been fully assembled. The children of the star. Learning the frequency of a billion-year-old machine's heartbeat from the parent that had learned it first, in the amber-lit interior of a structure that had been dead for longer than the species had existed, which was now, on day 47, something that was not dead, under the light that the thing which was not dead made. Kaelen stood at the needle's observation port and watched the Section 4 vent cluster through the atmospheric haze of the mid-level chambers and thought about the mission parameters. Not the engineering parameters. Those were on the monitoring display behind him, green and nominal and self-sustaining in the way the models had always projected they would be if the conditions were met, and the conditions had been met messily and expensively and over timelines that bore no resemblance to the mission schedule, but met. The other parameters, the ones that had not been written into the mission brief because mission briefs were written for what was anticipated, and the mission brief for segment 42 had anticipated approximately 30% of what the mission had encountered and none of what was happening at the Section 4 vent cluster. The permanent wardens. The mission documentation had used the phrase in the Act 4 projections, in the section describing the team's long-term operational role after the sanctuary was established. It had the feeling, in the documentation, of a title, a designation with a defined scope and a defined end state, a role that would exist in a stable system and would consist of maintaining what had been built. The monitoring, the supply management, the ongoing biological assessment, the boundary enforcement, the work of keeping a thing that had been built from coming apart. 47 days of this mission had produced a different understanding of what permanent wardens meant. It did not mean maintaining a stable system. It meant being present in an unstable one and making the decisions that the instability required at the speed the instability allowed, which was not the speed of deliberation or planning, but the speed of the anchor cascade and the hull breach and the 12-minute reset and the 43-centimeter crystal clearance and the Sun Eaters back in the dissolving safe zone with 6 minutes on the cold start sequence. It meant being the thing that was present when the structure was not cooperating, and the biology was not cooperating, and the physics was not cooperating, and the mission parameters were not cooperating, and the only cooperative element was the people who were there. It meant this, permanently. The monitoring display showed the broadcast transmitting, the anchor network nominal, the Sun Eater operational, the juvenile stalker at the Section 4 vent cluster, its signal synchronizing to the adult's carrier wave in the incremental way that learning happened. Not all at once, in the discrete steps of a frequency being internalized. 1.11 seconds. Eris was at her biological monitoring station with the full spectral suite running, capturing the synchrony data at the highest available resolution, adding to the 47-day record of everything that had happened in the sanctuary since day one, and everything that was happening in it now, and everything that the current data suggested would happen in it, as the ecosystem continued to develop in the directions that 47 days of development had established as its directions. The record was extensive. It would continue to be extensive, for as long as the monitoring ran, which was as long as the sanctuary ran, which was as long as the team was here to run it. Vax was in the Section 12 maintenance corridor, running the week's anchor inspection, because anchor inspections happened on schedule regardless of what else was happening, and because Vax's relationship to schedules was the relationship of someone who understood that schedules were the thing that kept operational drift from becoming operational chaos. And he had seen what operational drift looked like in this structure, and he maintained the schedule. The deep carrier signal was running at its steady broadcast frequency, the sphere's own transmission going outward through the hull at the speed of electromagnetic propagation into the space beyond the proximity envelope, announcing itself in the language it had always used for that purpose, to whatever in the surrounding space was configured to receive it. The monitoring system measured it. The monitoring system could not interpret it. The measurement continued. The proximity envelope was empty. The star burned at 0.4 AU. The broadcast was transmitting on the carrier wave frequency, 412 nodes, reaching outward through the plasma vent infrastructure into the atmospheric chambers and through the hull into the surrounding space. Any vessel in the proximity envelope received it. Any monitoring system in the surrounding space that operated at the carrier wave frequency received it. The message was in standard galactic commercial script and was not ambiguous about what Segment 42 was and what it was not. What it was: a sanctuary. A place built for the things the galaxy had been consuming, by the people who had decided that the rate of consumption had a direction that could be changed if someone built the thing that changed it. Not a protected zone on a registry, not a designation in a legal framework. Something with hull composite 16 meters thick and a primary stabilizer running at full design output and a defense architecture that had cleared 9 vessels from the proximity envelope in 5 minutes, and that was currently tracking the empty envelope at the speed of a system that did not sleep. Something that would cost more to take than it was worth to take. What it was not: available. Below the observation port, in the amber-lit mid-level atmospheric volume, 3 kilometers from the nearest hull surface, the needle hung on its 4 tether lines in the restored gravity field, and the monitoring display ran its green across all node status, and the spore clouds drifted in the vent currents, and the moss pulsed on every surface it had reached, which was most surfaces, and the two void grazers moved their feeding routes through the spore density with the unhurried efficiency of organisms in the environment they were built for, and the sun-eater's heat well moved through the upper volume in the slow patrol arc of a biology that had found its operational temperature and was maintaining it, and in Section 4, the adult stalker ran its carrier wave at 1.11 seconds, and the juvenile stalker ran it back, learning the frequency of the machine that was their world, at the plasma vent cluster beneath the amber light of a star that had been feeding this structure for 4 billion years and would continue to feed it for 4 billion more. The sphere's deep carrier signal ran outward. The broadcast ran outward on the carrier wave. The monitoring display showed the anchor network green and the atmospheric cycle self-sustaining and the biological signatures stable and no critical flags anywhere on the screen. And the team that had spent 47 days making this true was present in it. Permanent, in the place that the 47 days had made them permanent in. Not the place they had come to build, but the place the building had made them into, which was not the same thing and was the thing that actually existed. Kaelen looked at it for a long moment. At the juvenile stalker's signal in the monitoring feed. At the sun-eater's thermal radius in the upper volume. At the moss-covered void lattice curving away in both directions below the needle until it vanished in the atmospheric haze at distances that the eye still did not process correctly after 47 days, because the scale of the interior of a structure the size of a small nation was not a thing the eye corrected for with familiarity. At the broadcast transmitting on the carrier wave. At the proximity envelope, empty. At the star, burning. In a galaxy that consumes everything, we finally built something that bites back.